Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Blue Star Alliance, Donghuang Kingdom, Z Province, Hunyin City, inside the Ecological Research Institute's family housing area. A young man with black hair and brown eyes sat on his bed, his gaze fixed on the small red kitten before him. His expression was unusually serious. Beside the bed stood a 1-meter-tall incubator. Its round upper half was cracked open, and scattered around it lay fragments of red-black eggshells. The young man's name was Li Chang'an, someone who had not just traveled, but reincarnated from the Celestial Dynasty. That kitten before him was no ordinary pet. It was an ancient Hellflame dragon, terrifying in truth, though currently curled up in a deceptively cute form. And now, this dangerous little creature was bound to him. The story began only a day earlier. At that time, Li Chang'an's past life memories had not yet awakened. He had been just an ordinary high schooler in Donghuang, Blue Star. Though born into a wealthy family with a powerful father, he was still only a youth, more precisely, a novice beast tamer. In Donghuang, every aspiring beast master had to pass academic exams to register officially with the Beast Control Association. With the final high school exam approaching, Li Chang'an grew restless. Wanting to contract a beast, he ventured into a second-hand black market. There, at a so-called egg gambling shop, he gambled everything. The 1.2 million yuan of pocket money he had saved over 10 years on a mysterious giant egg. The vendor swore a dragon might hatch from it, and naive young Chang'an believed him. He rushed home, using instruments from his father's study to test the egg. But reality struck. He had been scammed. Overwhelmed by fury and frustration, Chang'an's emotions triggered an accident. His latent talent, which should only have awakened during the official unification ceremony after the exams, erupted violently. Unable to control the rampaging energy, his consciousness tore apart. It was then his past life memories returned. 30 years of life from the Celestial Dynasty fused with Chang'an's fragmented soul. Out of that collapse emerged the current Li Chang'an, and beside him, a newly hatched Hellflame dragon. Memories of death surfaced. In his previous life, he had enjoyed a modestly successful career, a family, and a stable life, only to die absurdly, poisoned by a blue-ringed octopus hidden in a barbecue. When he opened his eyes again, it was to a reality teetering on the edge of apocalypse. The world of Blue Star. Blue Star, outwardly similar to Earth, had once followed the same trajectory of human development. But 5 centuries earlier, simultaneous discoveries of ancient ruins around the globe changed everything. From those ruins came void passages, gateways to realms filled with ancient, monstrous beings. Humanity's weapons proved useless, and the Cataclysm era began. Salvation came with the discovery of contracts within the ruins, binding techniques allowing humans to partner with beasts. With the fusion of modern technology and pet beast power, humanity finally fought back. After 2 centuries of bloody war, mankind held their ground. Though Blue Star was reshaped beyond recognition, the other worlds were pushed back, only to merge with Blue Star, expanding the planet hundreds of times. Survival space shrank, chaos spread, and humans faced harsher dangers than ever. To restore order, the Blue Star Alliance founded the Hunters Union and the Blue Parliament. Hunters carved out new lands for humanity, ushering in the Hunter era. 3 centuries later, with stability restored, the age of constant hunting gave way to the age of beast control. 50 years ago, the Beast Control Association was established, taking over much of the Hunters Union's role. Now in Donghuang, beast control is fully integrated into society. Every student learns beast taming basics, and final exams determine who can qualify as an official beastmaster. Passing means recognition by the association and a future in this new era. The second-year high school exams in Donghuang were no joke. Students had to sit through Huxia, mathematics, 3 beast languages, geography, and advanced biology. For the practical portion, they were required to prepare a basic pet beast feed. Those who passed would receive a trainee beastmaster qualification from their school. Every student, rich or poor, had to report to the Institute of Ecology at the start of summer vacation to claim their first pet beast. That was the rule, unless an early application was filed 3 days in advance. For someone like Li Chang'an, born into a wealthy beast-controlling family, yet unable to skip the line, it was torture. That frustration was exactly why young Chang'an had gone out and bought an egg before his sophomore final exams. The kitten's true identity. With the return of his past life memories, Li Chang'an also learned the shocking truth about the kitten before him. It was no kitten at all. This was the prison flame dragon, a disaster beast, a member of the so-called ancient dragon line, and the very creature whose fall had given Hongyan City its name. The ancient dragon title was a misnomer. They were not true dragons, but an ancient beast lineage, mighty beyond pure-blooded dragons. They bore dragon-like traits, horns, scales, claws, but their essence was different. They wielded natural power, each embodying a force of destruction. The strongest of their kind could reshape the environment of an entire nation within a month. That was why the world called them calamity beasts. The Hellflame dragon's predecessor had been the infamous Flame King, a disaster beast so powerful that Dong Huang had sacrificed a saint, 3 guardians, and countless legendary beastmasters just to bring it down. From the ashes of that battle, Hongyan City was founded, its soil stained red with ancient dragon blood, fertile yet forever marked by flame. No wonder the land teemed with fire-type beasts, bordered by endless volcanoes. A dangerous idea. Meow. The little red kitten tilted its head, amber eyes shining with grievance. It was clearly asking, "Why are you ignoring me?" Somehow, Li Chang'an could feel its emotions. A dangerous thought sparked in his mind. What if I try to contract this ancient dragon? Xiao Chang'an's memories offered no record of anyone ever attempting such a thing. None of the books in Father Li's extensive study warned that it was impossible. So why not try? There were 2 main barriers to contracting a beast: mental strength and compatibility. In Dongwang, mental strength was measured in talismans. An untrained adult typically had 1 talisman of mental power. 5 talismans were required to form a basic soul contract. At Hongyan No. 1 High School, students were tested every semester. According to the last report, Xiao Chang'an's mental strength had been 9.5 talismans, already near genius level. And now, with Li Chang'an's reincarnated soul fused with Xiao Chang'an's remnants, his mental foundation was even stronger. As for compatibility, anything above 10% gave a 20% success rate. Every additional 10% meant another 10% chance. High compatibility not only raised the success rate, but also granted better growth potential for the pet. For some reason, Li Chang'an felt a strange certainty. His bond with the little dragon was very high, perhaps because he had personally hatched it. The kitten pressed its head against his palm. Li Chang'an exhaled, then whispered, "Let's try. I'll form a soul contract with you. Don't resist." The kitten obediently crouched in his hands, tail curling. Meow. Okay. The voice wasn't spoken, yet Li Chang'an felt the meaning echo clearly in his mind. The connection between them was undeniable. The soul contract. Sitting cross-legged on the cat-patterned carpet, Li Chang'an activated his mental power. His consciousness followed fragments of Xiao Chang'an's training memories, weaving the star-carving contract formation in his spiritual sea. When the formation was complete, he reached out his finger. The kitten extended its tiny paw, pressing it against him. The formation's power surged through the link. But nothing happened. Time passed. His mental energy began to strain. Suddenly, the kitten pricked his finger with its claw. A drop of blood dripped into its body. Li Chang'an flinched. Was he tricked by this little beast? But the instant the blood fused, his mental power collapsed and then flared violently. The unstable star formation in his mind nearly shattered, until a dark red shadow surged out of his heart and stamped upon the array. The formation stabilized. The star mark in its center stretched, reshaping into a sword of starlight. And then came the vision. Volcanoes erupting, land shattering, flames consuming the skies. An entire planet reduced to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chang'an's heartbeat thundered like a war drum. A wave of primal killing intent surged through him, burning, violet. Damn it, what is this fury? He nearly lost himself, but the cultural discipline etched deep into his soul, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, the moral foundation of his past life civilization, rose to suppress the madness. At the climax of his struggle, his aura shifted. An ancient, noble presence surged out, linking to the kitten through the contract. The soul contract had succeeded. At that moment, the little kitten's eyes were much more agile, and the proud bloodline hidden deep in the depths finally left traces of the name Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an opened his eyes and then fell down. The last thing he saw was the little guy's panicked eyes and that familiar feeling. Grass is a plant. It's the awakening of talent. The second talent awakening. The little guy circled Li Chang'an's fallen body a few times, raised his head, and felt the soul contract with Li Chang'an. After discovering that Li Chang'an was fine, he breathed a humane sigh of relief. His little paws smoothed the fur on the blanket and found a comfortable position near Li Chang'an's head. He yawned, exposed his pink and tender tongue, balled up into a ball, and fell asleep quietly. Li Chang'an dreamed that he was in the desert and encountered a sandstorm. Because he didn't wear a mask, his nose always felt itchy. Just when he couldn't help but sneeze, he woke up. What appeared in front of him was a little red cat covered in red scales. Li Chang'an stood up suddenly and touched his heart with lingering fear. Fine? What about the contract? Li Changjing calmed down and saw a magnificent star-carved formation suspended in the space of his mind. The center of the formation is a simple one-star mark, but the edges of the formation are covered with complicated patterns that make people dizzy. What does the star-carving formation for a successful contract look like in a textbook? Forget it, just survive. A belated excitement flooded his nerves. I successfully contracted the initial pet beast, still an ancient dragon. Since Li Chang'an woke up, his feeling of strangeness to another world has disappeared a lot. How can we describe this feeling of interconnected souls? It's like being in a dry no-man's land and suddenly one day finding companions in water, the joy and relief that arise spontaneously. Star-carving formation. Oh, by the way, there's also a sudden awakening of talent. Li Chang'an suddenly remembered that he had awakened a talent before he fell in a coma. So he immediately used his soul contract to check his own situation. Name, Li Chang'an. Race, human race. Strength level, level 0. Talents, ingenuity, heart of the ancient dragon. Ingenuity is Xiao Chang'an's awakened talent, and his awakened talent is the heart of the ancient dragon. Dexterity, ability to use hand movements dexterously. Heart of the ancient dragon increases the affinity towards the ancient dragon to the highest degree and is 100% compatible with the ancient dragon. After seeing the introduction of Heart of the Ancient Dragon, Li Chang'an, you finally understand why you could survive. 100% compatibility, it would be a shame if he failed. There is also an unparalleled intimacy. No wonder the little guy is so affectionate to him. As for the other talent, he hasn't found any shining point yet, and it doesn't seem to be very important. Oh, and there's the little guy's panel, too. After successfully contracting a pet beast, the soul contract can perfectly feedback most of the pet beast's information, and the effect can be called naive insight. Of course, only your own pets. Li Chang'an couldn't wait to check the little guy's panel information. Name, Rhindescattle. Race, Hellfire Dragon. Attributes. Level, Juvenile Stage. Potential. Natural ability. Low-level skills. Hellfire Contact Level. Flame Claw Contact Level. Intermediate skill. Flame Spirit Coil Contact Level. Status, Asleep. 3 skills. One of them is an intermediate skill. Li Chang'an, who had all the knowledge of Xiao Chang'an, was shocked he knew what it meant. Pet beasts are not the Pokemon games of the previous life. Newly born pet beasts will basically not have any powerful skills. Basically, they're only howls or hits. These 2 skills can either loudly remind the person to feed, or use the body to remind the person that it's time to feed. How can a little guy like this be born with 3 attack skills, one of which is a mid-level skill that only elite-level beasts can learn? It's just that he didn't have enough martial arts written on his face. And the little guy is different from ordinary pet beasts. He also has a real name. This is very similar to the high-level pure-blood dragon clan and those pure-blood mythical clans. Li Chang'an lowered his head and pondered for a while. He really should give the little guy a name, just in case. According to Xiao Chang'an's memory, the real name does not have power, but it involves cause and effect. This is especially obvious for humans and advanced races. If someone uses a pet with special attributes to perform a curse ritual, then the pet beast whose real name is revealed will appear extremely passive. It may even be life-threatening. Forget it. Let's wait until the little guy wakes up and ask for his opinion. Li Chang'an carefully picked it up and placed it on his bed, covering it with a small blanket with gentle eyes. Then he walked out of the door and went to Mother Li's studio to find some milk to prepare. After that, he returned to the room and used the computer to check specific information about the world. After briefly browsing the web page and combining it with the memories in his mind, Li Chang'an temporarily relaxed. Nothing major is going to happen in Donghuang Kingdom recently, and his life is still guaranteed. But a fragment of memory caught his attention. Life was guaranteed, but studies were not. Li Chang'an slapped his forehead in pain. There will be a final exam on Monday the day after tomorrow. The 4 courses of Huxia, mathematics, geography, and comprehensive biology have Xiao Chang'an's memory foundation, so there will be no problem. There is no problem in making food for pet animals. Xiao Chang'an has practiced it many times. It is nothing but the instinct of his body. Only the animal language course was really difficult for him, a visitor from another world. Even Xiao Chang'an, a top student, was suffering in this class, let alone him. The high school beast language class in Donghuang Kingdom includes 3 major beast languages, Del, Slu, and Dragon, respectively from 3 ethnic groups that have formed an eternal alliance with Donghuang Kingdom. The Del language comes from the Ailu tribe, the Slu language comes from the Yahuning tribe, and the Dragon language comes from the Shenlong tribe. The Elu tribe is a small tribe of orcs. Their specific appearance is that of a standing cat, but their intelligence is the same as that of a human adult. At present, the Elu tribe can be found everywhere in Donghuang Kingdom. For example, in Li Chang'an's mother's tea house, there are Elu cats making snacks at work. The intelligence of the Yazan tribe is not as high as that of the Ela tribe. They usually only have the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Occasionally, the intelligence of mutant individuals can reach human standards, but not much. The tooth hunters are small and medium-sized orcs. Their specific images can be divided into hounds walking on all 4s and kobolds standing on 2 feet. Most of the fangs are the former that walk on all 4s, while the latter are mutated individuals that look like orcs. Of course, both can be contracted by humans. Adult tooth hunters can grow to 2 meters tall, and mutant individuals can grow to more than 4 meters tall. The current record is 6 meters and 3 meters tall. Unlike the Elu tribe, which can provide living assistance to humans, the Yazan tribe usually excels in hunting and fighting. They're the right-hand assistants of human beast masters. The combat capabilities of the beast masters assisted by the Tooth Hunter clan and the beast masters assisted by the Toothless Hunter clan are simply 2 worlds apart. Finally, there is Dragon language, which is the most difficult of the 3 animal languages. It originates from Tianlong Island, an ally of Donghuang Kingdom. Although there are many types of dragon languages of the Dragon clan, there are only 3 that are truly effective. The Divine Dragon language of the Donghuang Divine Dragon clan, the Giant Dragon language of the Jinlan Empire, and the Ancient Beast language of the Ancient Dragon clan. Practical effectiveness is the so-called law of words, which is powerful language. In fact, Dragon language does not account for a large proportion in high school animal language courses. Most of them are questions used to draw points at the end. They are also a test used by Donghuang Kingdom to select talents with dragon affinity. In such a short period of time, Li Chang'an could not adapt to any subject. Just as he howled in pain, the little guy woke up and was awakened by the smell of the thermos cup placed next to the computer desk. Meow, so hungry. A childish voice suddenly appeared in Li Chang'an's mind, very clear and slightly confused. His first reaction was that it was haunted, but he soon realized, oh, it was the little guy who woke up. Li Chang'an turned around and saw the kitten struggling to stand up, and then crawling up his trouser legs with ease. The little body skillfully turned over to the computer table, unscrewed the thermos cup on the table, and drank the hot milk. Li Chang'an blinked. Why was this scene so unusual, but also felt like it should be? A newborn cologne uses a thermos cup so skillfully that he still drinks from it. Isn't it like how cats drink by licking? Ryan, how do you know how to use a thermos cup? The little guy drank all the hot milk in the thermos cup and licked the white milk stains on the side of his mouth. Said loudly, "Meow. One more drink." Li Chang'an humorously took the thermos cup handed over by the little guy and went to his mother's room to get some hot milk. After 2 bottles of hot milk, the little guy burped. "Meow? Chang'an, what did you just say?" Li Chang'an. After Li Chang'an told the little guy his doubts, the little guy explained matter-of-factly. "Meow, meow. I am Chang'an's partner. Isn't it normal to know this?" Li Chang'an was stunned for a moment, and the memory in his mind flashed back quickly and finally stopped at a teaching class. This class is about the impact of soul contracts. The beautiful lecturer invited from the province was wearing an OL outfit, wrapped in translucent black stockings and wearing a pair of black high heels, and she meticulously described the content of the soul contract. Many classmates in the audience were staring at the 2 inches below the lecturer's shoulder blades and the area not covered by the hip-covering skirt. Only Xiao Chang'an, a beast-obsessed man, was absorbing the knowledge of the Beastmaster like crazy. Well, the person looks okay, but the torso is too thin and cannot reflect the beauty of the hip-covering skirt. Li Chang'an objectively evaluated the appearance in his memory. The female lecturer once said, "The soul contract is not a master-servant contract. Although it has the attributes of master and slave, it is closer to an equal contract in nature. In other words, the soul contract is two-way. Especially the initial pet beasts, the cubs will be affected by the character and memory of the Beastmaster and become more in line with human society. Humans are the same. They will be affected by the bloodline hidden in the body of the pet beast. The higher the level of the pet beast, the greater the influence it will have on you. After contracting a large number of beasts indiscriminately, many Beastmasters' personalities have undergone tremendous changes, and even their personalities have split, giving birth to many antisocial extraordinary people with twisted personalities and crazy. The original evil god cult was led by these people, so every contract with a pet beast needs to be carefully considered. Not only the compatibility, but also the temperament, character, and race must be considered. Otherwise, I don't want to see your wanted notice in the Beast Mastering Association one day. Recalling this, Li Chang'an remembered that the urge to kill before was probably from the bloodline of the Hellflame dragon. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he suppressed it, otherwise he would have become a psychopath within a few days of living in another world. Who can bear this? No wonder the school requires students not to contract initial pet beasts without authorization. When a group of brats with imperfect outlooks and psychological defenses encounter this kind of thing, they will most likely break their defenses and become self-destructive. Then he yelled that it was not me who was wrong, but the whole world. There are too few cases of successful suppression like him. Li Chang'an knew that the little guy was not lying before, and its abnormality could also be explained by the influence of the soul contract. So why doesn't he have any memory of the ancient dragon himself? Meow. I've blocked it temporarily. Li Chang'an looked at the little guy who was yawning in his arms and was very puzzled. Meow. Some memories are not very consistent with human points of view and are prone to trouble, so they are blocked. Oh, Li Chang'an suddenly realized, too, just by the murderous aura before. You can also take a peek at the leopard. The inherited memory of the Hellflame dragon may not be so friendly. Can you sort out some of your recipes and some Warcraft information? Warcraft refers to those wild and untamed creatures that have not been contracted by humans. That is, those who are contracted by humans are called pet beasts, and those who are not contracted are called monsters. Fully reflects the moral standards of human beings. The little guy finally gave a mosquito-repellent incense eye and said, "Meow. It's so good." Then she fell asleep in his arms again. Li Chang'an originally wanted to discuss the nickname with him, but the little guy was too sleepy. I can't bear it. No matter what race they are, cubs are like this when they are young. They eat and sleep and spend very little time awake. Li Chang'an put the little guy on the bed and originally planned to go downstairs to find some food. There's an inexplicable memory in my mind, and this memory is growing. It's a message from the little guy. Li Chang'an glanced at the sleeping kitten with relief. It was indeed my cat. Oh no, it's my dragon. He can work even while sleeping. Based on the information from the little guy, Li Chang'an initially sorted out 3 major pieces. And food, light materials, warcraft information, and language. Especially for languages, Li Chang'an was surprised to find that these languages included the 3 major animal languages to be tested in the final exam. Due to the infusion of memory, Li Chang'an now knows the content of the exam with ease, and the burden on his body is instantly reduced. Regarding the little guy's future food, Li Chang'an also fully realized the martial virtues of the Hellflame dragon clan. After the Hellflame dragon baby is born, it eats nutritious breast milk and high-quality volcanic rocks. Even at the time of birth, the parents of the prison flame dragon began to exercise the digestive ability of the cubs. High-quality volcanic rock is what exercise is made of. After that, the cubs leave the infancy stage and enter the awakening stage. During the racial talent awakening stage, they need to be weaned and eat fire attribute ores and meat. After leaving the awakening stage and officially entering the extraordinary level, the diet becomes an omnivorous diet of minerals, meat, and some plants. When you reach the elite level, you have to eat 10,000 Dongwon coins of Hellfire Stone as your daily food. The Red Lotus Stone, Dusk Stone, and more outrageous things that followed made Li Chang'an's heart feel cold. Even their family can hardly afford this meal. Li Chang'an was about to cry, but if he wanted the strength of Cologne, he had to be able to afford Cologne's food expenses first. Fortunately, it is still affordable in the early stage. In the future, when the little guy reaches the extraordinary level and registers for the Beast Master Qualification Certificate, he can go to the hunting ground and obtain resources. Initial realization of self-sufficiency. Li Chang'an sighed. He remembered that he still had reserves of high-quality volcanic rocks at home. Father Li Mingxuan's main pet is a red dragon, and this dragon's food needs high-quality volcanic rocks. Although Dad's pet's daily meals and drinks are all done in the Institute at the state's expense, there are still days of rest. So my mother, Mu Qingqing, always keeps some in her studio. Li Chang'an found a piece of red soil from the material box. This is high-quality volcanic rock collected from the Hongyan City volcano group. The fire energy contained in it is even richer than low-level fire crystals. When the little one wakes up at night, Li Chang'an adds this high-quality volcanic rock to the hot milk. The little guy narrowed his eyes happily. Mao Mao, what does the volcanic rock taste? Mao Mao is the baby name he and the little guy discussed. Originally, Li Chang'an wanted to call him Hong Mao, but considering his unknown future, he chose a more affectionate name. Mao Mao's cheeks bulged, and he chewed. Meow. Restaurant smell. There were a few black lines hanging from Li Chang'an's forehead. He found that Mao Mao liked to use the internet slang in his memory. It seems that the Li family's early childhood education needs to be arranged in time. By the time the little one finished his dinner, Li Chang'an's frozen dumplings were ready. Under Mao Mao's expectant eyes, he had no choice but to give up half of his dinner and finally reluctantly cooked another pack of instant noodles. Li's parents are very busy on weekdays. One is busy with experimental projects, and the other is busy with business. Li Chang'an spends most of his time alone, so he learned to prepare breakfast and dinner by himself at a very young age. Now he is eating instant noodles with a Mao Mao soaked in pork and cabbage dumplings on the side, as if this home has a touch of warmth. That's good too. After dinner, Li Chang'an had Mao Mao lying on his head. The little guy originally stayed on his shoulders, but then it came to his forehead, and he suddenly felt that he had found the best place. So I just like to lie here and not move. Li Chang'an had no choice but to let it go. He took a few Kongming stones from his father's office and returned to his room to prepare. The Kongming stone is a kind of, or that contains weak space energy, and is used by beast control masters to open up the beast control space. Yes, it is the bad beast controlling space in the novel that is a must-have for beast masters in previous lives. On Blue Star, The beast control space is not something that can be easily opened up. It requires a lot of tedious processes to successfully open up. If you use brute force to open up and take the route of flying bricks with great force, then it's great. More than 80% of the serious injury rate is waiting for you. There is also a probability of lifelong disability of more than 40%. Therefore, every beast master needs a lot of study and a lot of knowledge. The purpose is to allow every beast master to take every step well in every process of progress. Don't lose your life in vain. The set of development methods learned by Li Chang'an is the 6th edition revised by Donghuang Kingdom. The success rate of initial development is as high as 76%. Behind the high success rate is the experience gained by countless beast masters with their future. It is a very common secret technique in Donghuang Kingdom, but in other countries, it is an extremely precious thing. Thank you, all sages. Li Chang'an muttered silently and began to prepare the preparations needed to open up the beast control space. Quiet space, Kongming stone, energy diversion formation, and the smooth third set of national broadcast gymnastics. That's right, radio gymnastics. The broadcast gymnastics of this world are to help the beast master activate the mental power of the beast master, so that he can be more meticulous when opening up the beast master space. Reduces the likelihood of failure. The basic energy diversion array costs 10 yuan each. The one Li Chang'an is holding is the Supreme Deluxe Plus version, which is controllable in 3 gears. The discount price is 9,996 Donghuang coins. The Life Energy Guided is more and more stable. Xiao Chang'an originally bought it with his pocket money, just for this moment. After Li Chang'an was ready, he came to his backyard and activated the yard's protective formation. This formation is a must-have for every house in the Institute's family area for safety. Set up the energy diversion array disc in the yard. Li Chang'an started the first stage of the formation and smoothly completed a set of national primary and secondary school students' radio gymnastics in the formation center. After the mental power in the brain space became active, he turned on the second gear of the formation and asked Mao Mao to look outside the formation. Li Chang'an used the basic meditation methods and basic guidance techniques taught in the school, and invisible energy threads slowly gathered around him. Start opening up a space for beast control. Large amount of life energy was drawn from the void into Li Chang'an's body by the formation. Along the meridians all over his body, it gradually gathered at the center of his eyebrows. When the life energy gathered into a small sun, Li Chang'an's eyebrows trembled. It's time to absorb space energy. The mental power in the brain space pulled several Kongming stones placed on his thighs. The silver-gray energy collided with the crystal-white life energy. The irregular energy riot made Li Chang'an's temple sting, and he endured the pain to combine the two energies. After about 2.5 minutes, space energy and life energy initially reached integration. The light group mixed with silver light seemed to be gestating life, as if something was about to break out of the ground. It seems like it could be over at this point. But Li Chang'an knew that the hardest step had just begun. He needed to combine the soul contract with this fusion energy. In this way, the pet beast can be summoned anytime and anywhere using the formation, and the soul contract can also ensure that the pet beast is in the beast control space and will not be lost due to the existence of the void. Li Chang'an's mental power slowly dragged the star-carved contract formation and combined it with the fusion energy group. The moment the two came into contact, there was a bang. A white sun seemed to rise in Li Chang'an's brain space, like a cosmic explosion. A black singularity takes shape in the brain space. Get it under control. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and used all his remaining mental power to control the expansion of the black singularity. In the end, the star-carving formation scattered a little bit of starlight, assisting his mental power to stabilize the singularity. Finally, Li Chang'an completely imprinted the star-carving formation on the fusion energy group. In an instant, the fusion energy group suddenly expanded, and the black singularity also continued to shrink. Between releasing and closing, an illusory space is formed. Not enough energy. Li Chang'an thought of such a thought in his mind, and the concentration of life energy around him suddenly increased to a higher level again. It turned out that Mao Mao, who was outside the formation, helped Li Chang'an activate the third gear of the formation. Nice. Mao Mao, well done. Li Chang'an greedily absorbs all the life energy and the space energy in the Kongming stone. Half an hour later, the illusory world took complete shape and turned into a radiant crystal ball, with a star-carved formation reflected on the ball. An energy with a strong sense of life slowly flows from the center of Li Chang'an's eyebrows to his whole body. The exclusive energy of the Beastmaster, the magic power is born. The development of the beast control space is completed. Li Chang'an opened his eyes. His excitement was palpable. He finally became a level 1 Beastmaster. Not those semi-finished products with the name of Beastmasters, but Beastmasters who truly have the space to master beasts. Mao Mao also let out a cry, turned into a red shadow, and slipped into the newly born beast-controlling space. Li Chang'an was confused and froze on the spot. Isn't it true that only pet beasts can enter the Beastmaster's space with the permission of the master? Mao Mao, what's going on? Before he could react, Mao Mao went in with a squeak. Could it be? Li Chang'an thought of his talent, Heart of the Ancient Dragon, and he was 100% compatible with the Ancient Dragon. Coupled with the two-way influence of the soul contract, it means that Mao Mao is 100% compatible with him. Entering his beast-controlling space is like returning to your own home. Okay, that's it. Li Chang'an was helpless. What could he do? The contract was already in place, and it was impossible for him to terminate the contract. I can only pamper this little guy. After opening up the beast-controlling space, Li Chang'an still planned to call Mao Mao out. There is one more thing to do today, and that is to determine the effect of Mao Mao's skills. Before Li Chang'an could call out Mao Mao, his eyes became distorted. The scenery of the courtyard turned into a blood-red garden of thorns. Li Chang'an stretched out his hand out of nowhere, and a booklet printed with bloody thorn flowers appeared in his palm. The contract is done. The identity of the owner of the strange object, hunting notes, has been determined, and the qualifications for holding it are temporary holder. The characteristics of the temporary holder are detected, and the hunting notes home page opens. The booklet printed with bloody thorn flowers automatically opened to the first page. The light yellow paper looks a bit old, and a heart pattern appears on the blank content. The first function, hunting instinct, is born. Temporary holders can hunt extraordinary creatures and have a probability of depriving them of their abilities or attributes to enhance themselves. As soon as the hunting instinct was born, Li Chang'an felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and something had penetrated deeply into his blood. But at this time, he was still in a state of ignorance and did not know himself. It is detected that the temporary holder possesses the power of disaster, which fully satisfies the desire for hunting notes, and the second page opens. Then the second page of the manual was slowly opened. The second page was different from the first page. Only the pattern of a room appeared on the top. Most of the page is blank. Only a small dark red shadow appears at the beginning. The second function, Thorn Collection Room, is activated, and the temporary holder's information on killing, plundering, or possessing extraordinary creatures can be stored in the collection room. Temporary holders can mobilize this information at will. Permission, 10 times per day. Then the scene of the bloody thorn garden disappeared in front of Li Chang'an, and he returned to the courtyard of his home again. What's wrong with me? Li Chang'an shook his head and suddenly saw the bloody thorn flower mark on the back of his left hand flashing past. Memories of being in the thorn garden came flooding back. He was sure that he was being targeted by something. The style of the hunting notebook was something that had been with Xiao Chang'an for many years. It was a street stall product that Xiao Chang'an bought in a night market when he was a child. Then he forgot where he put it and didn't look for it. It seems that it's not that it can't be found, but that it's within his body. Meow. Chang'an, that thing is very bad. Mao Mao's reminder sounded in Li Chang'an's mind. Of course, he knew that hunting notes were not a kind thing, especially the words satisfaction and possessing the power of disaster almost put the symbol of the extremely evil camp on the cover of the book. But he had signed a contract for this thing, and he felt that if he told others, his end would not be much better. Let's take a look at the situation first. Li Chang'an combed through the information brought to him by his hunting notes. After browsing through them, the corners of his mouth twitched several times. Fortunately, I didn't tell my parents about the existence of this thing. Before him, there were a total of 7 holders of the hunting notes, all of whom were holders, and 2 of them were holders because of leaks. There are 10 pages of hunting notes in total. If you unlock them all, you can become its true owner. It's a pity that the most awesome holder only unlocked 7 pages and died, because he was involved in a battle of destruction. The hunting notes also contain many warnings left by previous owners. The most important thing is not to rely too much on the hunting notes. Don't let the hunting notes affect your emotions, and be sure to act according to your heart. Li Chang'an originally thought there was some deep meaning and twists and turns in the story, until he sat on the grass and thought, and pulled up a white flower in the yard. Skill Stone, Fu Yin Technique, +1, can be awarded to Li Chang'an Mao Mao. Li Chang'an, white flower grass, is an extraordinary plant. It has an extraordinary rank, but it has no lethality and is harmless to humans. It was originally an ornamental plant introduced from the wild to Hongyan City. But he didn't expect that Bai Huako, who was bullied by other spiritual plants outside the city, became out of control as soon as he entered the city. It easily squeezes out the living space of ordinary plants and becomes a successful example of species invasion. Naturally, such invasive spiritual plants are prone to appear in a Li family's yard. So this scene happened. Is this what the emotional hunting instinct means? The ability to plunder extraordinary creatures. And the capabilities of hunting notes are limited. At least Mao Mao's real name has not been revealed. Only the name I gave it is displayed. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt that this function was not very tempting. In Dongwang country, it is well known that skills differ not only by rank, but also by proficiency. The skill proficiency levels he knows are divided into contact level, mastery level, proficiency level, and perfection level. The gap between contact level skills and perfect level skills is wider than the gap between low-level skills and mid-level skills. Empty skills, no proficiency. That is the moon in the mirror. All the work in vain. Until he pulled out a few more white flowers, and the second page of his hunting notebook slowly opened. Is the collection room responsible for adding more? I saw a small mark of a white flower appearing on the collection room on the second page of the hunting notebook. The mark shone with light, and the entire mark was filled. Skill Stone, Hidden Technique, +1. Skill Stone, Hidden Technique, +1. Health +1. A dozen white flowers contributed to these 3 harvests. In terms of explosion rate, it was a little higher than the up pool of the card drawing game. The moment that bit of health entered Li Chang'an's body, the weakness he felt after opening up the beast controlling space tonight was made up for a lot. Mao Mao volunteered to experience the first concealment technique. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a precious chi gathering skill. After the other 2 skills were continuously delivered to Mao Mao. According to the classification of human society, Mao Mao's ambush technique has reached the master level. Only then did Li Chang'an understand the value of the words left by his predecessors. Which beast master can endure this? Wait, don't be tempted. Li Chang'an resisted the temptation that was spreading in his heart, as if there was a devil teasing in his ears. Use it quickly, use it quickly. Use it to reach the top of the world. It took Li Chang'an more than a quarter of an hour to suppress this temptation. He somewhat understood how those seniors were so bad. Once they fell into the trap of improving their abilities, they couldn't extricate themselves. Death is not far away. The holder will be constantly encouraged by the desires in his heart to take risks, hunt strong men, and obtain more attributes and stronger abilities. But I have done this kind of thing a lot, and I often walk by the river. How can I not get my shoes wet? They will always encounter a terrifying opponent who is beyond their capabilities and then die. This is how the previous holders died. Li Chang'an lowered his eyes, struggling constantly in his eyes. Use it, fear of sinking. No need, I'm not willing to do it. Just then, Mao Mao's clear voice sounded. Meow? What's wrong with you, Chang'an? Li Chang'an's whole body trembled, and the struggle immediately dissipated. His first words were, Mao Mao, are you not affected? Mao Mao tilted her head and said in confusion, Meow meow? What's the impact? Li Chang'an blinked a few times, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, he is a beast master. He is not some ancient fantasy emperor or emperor who is both powerful and powerful. He is just a small beast master. Most of the strength lies in the pet beast. If you can't control yourself, you can transfer some of the pressure to your pet. Mao Mao is an excellent candidate. What is stronger and what attributes? Ancient dragons are born to stand at the highest point and overlook all living beings. The so-called top of the world is within easy reach as long as people settle down and reach adulthood. If you work hard and break through, you can become a behemoth across the stars. They were born into the royal palace of ancient Rome. This temptation is not worth mentioning to them. Li Chang'an's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he seemed to have found the bug that caused the hunting notes to affect his mood. Just resonate with Mao Mao's emotions. It happens that the Beast Master has an ability called Beast Master Resonance. The Beast Master can try to learn this skill when he breaks through to the intermediate level. Li Chang'an thinks it is feasible. Although he lacks strength, the basic conditions are up to standard. Beast Control Resonance is a technique used by mid-level Beast Control Masters to increase their control of beasts. It requires the Beast Master to have enough magic power, mental power, and a high degree of intimacy with the pet beast. At least the pet beast is willing to open its soul to the Beast Master. And the magic power is not bad either. The amount of mantra power is related to the light in the beast controlling space. The larger the beast controlling space is, the more spell power it can hold. Li Chang'an's initial beast control space size is 500 cubic meters. He checked the information and found that the beast control space of most mid-level beast control masters was between 400 and 600 cubic meters. He met the conditions. In other words, as long as he fills this level of beast controlling space with magic power, he can try to resonate with Mao Mao's beast controller. After all, the intimacy between him and Mao Mao is very high, and they are 100% compatible. Li Chang'an has lived in 2 lives. After awakening the memory of his past life, he felt that his spirit had grown a lot. Although he is not above the ceiling of low-level beast masters, he is still one of the best. Moreover, the proportion of mental power in the beast-controlling resonance is not too large. If mantra is the power source and intimacy is the power button, mental power is the software program. The amount of mental power is nothing more than a matter of how long the software can last. He just needs to clean up the negative emotions caused by the hunting notes now, and it won't take long. Now that the decision was made, Li Chang'an talked to Mao Mao about the reasons for the situation. Anyway, we're going to have a resonance with the beasts. Instead of hiding it, we might as well make it clear from the beginning, to avoid a rift between the two. After Mao Mao heard Li Chang'an's plan, she didn't complain at all. Instead, she seemed very interested in the impact of the hunting notes. Li Chang'an twitched the corner of his mouth. He was indeed of the Gulong lineage, and his interests were so unique. The resonance of the beast control is very simple. Both parties open their souls, and the beast control master uses the magic power to increase it. It's that simple. The difficult part is the step of opening the souls of both parties without defense. The rest of the steps can be easily done by a trainee beast master. Due to the talent of the heart of the ancient dragon, Li Chang'an and Mao Mao are very close and can easily reach a resonance with the beast. Then Li Chang'an and Mao Mao started their initial attempts, and they chose to use their skills to run him first. Under the guidance of Li Chang'an, Mao Mao gradually completed the intermediate skill Fire Spirit Coil. Fire Spirit Coil is a skill that uses energy to transform into entities, thereby enhancing physical fitness. The reason why he chose this is because Mao Mao noticed the worries in Li Chang'an's heart through the soul contract. The leakage of Gulong's identity will put them both in a very dangerous situation, so hiding their identities is a very important thing. The forward use of Flame Spirit Coil is to convert energy into entities, while the reverse use can achieve the effect of converting entities into energy. The reason why it can be used in reverse is because the Hellflame dragon is originally the emperor who suppresses flames, and partial body elementalization is just a basic skill for it. After Li Chang'an and Mao Mao worked together for a long time, the pair of red with dragon horns on its head turned into 2 dark red hairs hidden in the red mane on its head. A pair of dragon wings turned into a pair of golden patterns embedded in the scales on the body. The scales on the dragon's tail completely turned into red hair. Only the dragon scales on the torso still show the identity of the dragon species. Coupled with the newly acquired cheek condensing skill, Fu Yin technique, you are now like a red-maned lion who has just awakened to the dragon bloodline. Li Chang'an chuckled. Mao Mao didn't care. It just wanted Li Chang'an's approval. The comments of others are not as important to it as the harassment of magma dragonflies. Li Chang'an asked Mao Mao to try Hellflame and Flame Claw again. Hellflame is a dark red flame that is unique to Hellflame Dragon. The level will increase as the strength of the Hellflame Dragon increases. It is now a low-level skill. When Mao Mao reaches the elite level, it will become a mid-level skill. The same will apply in the future. The most important thing is that after skill advancement, skill proficiency only drops by 1 level. It can be said that it is quite humane, and it can be regarded as a manifestation of the talent and willfulness of the Hellflame Dragon clan. Fire Claw is the Hellfire Dragon version of the Flame Claw, except that the flames wrapped around it are more destructive hellfire. Not worth mentioning. Asterisk. Mao Mao, are you ready? Meow. Ready. Mao Mao came out of the beast-controlling space and stood face-to-face with Li Chang'an. Okay, beast control resonance. As soon as he finished speaking, dark red flames appeared on Li Chang'an's body, and the red hair on Mao Mao's body was also like flames. Exuding hot temperature, it drifts in the wind. In just a moment, Li Chang'an interrupted the resonance of the beast. It's not that he doesn't have enough mental power, or that he doesn't have enough magic power. It's just that his body can't bear it. His state just now was like driving a sports car for the first time. He didn't know how powerful his horsepower was, and then he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The starting speed was fast, but the car was falling apart. Because he and Mao Mao are connected, his power can be easily borne by Mao Mao, but the power coming from Mao Mao is too much for him. Just after the compatibility of the beast-controlling resonance suddenly exceeded 50%, he felt like he was on the verge of death, so he immediately canceled the beast-controlling resonance. All the distracting thoughts in Li Chang'an's heart disappeared, replaced by the panic that almost made him burst. But this stuck bug method works. In order to verify the sustainability of this bug, Li Chang'an didn't sleep this Saturday night. Relying on Mao Mao's night vision, he pulled out all the white flowers and grass on the green belt and lawn of most of the community. Relying on the shallow beast control resonance, Mao Mao has just learned the concealment technique to the perfect level. Mao Mao, who possesses the perfect hidden technique, is completely like a red-maned lion awakened by dragon blood, temporarily lacking the soul-stirring majesty of an ancient dragon. According to Mao Mao's own perception, its current aura is in the category of a hybrid dragon. Although Li Chang'an stayed up all night, his body was not very tired. Although the health gained last night was not much, it still expanded his physical limit. Until 6 o'clock in the morning, he was still in high spirits. For tomorrow's exam, while sorting out Xiao Chang'an's memories, Li Chang'an made a vegetable salad for Mao Mao. This salad is the pet food preparation that will be done on the practical exam. Under Li Chang'an's expectant gaze, Mao Mao swallowed the woody vegetable salad with difficulty. Mao Mao, although I eat some plants such as fireweed and flame flowers, I don't eat an all-wood vegetable meal. Fortunately, Li Chang'an later gave Mao Mao 3 portions of hot milk and high-quality volcanic rocks, and then the little kitten rolled onto the bed and fell asleep. On this day, Li Chang'an took a nap for a while and then did not rest again. He was planning to make dinner in the evening when he heard the sound of the door lock opening at home. Button, button, button. Li Chang'an heard the familiar sound of high heels and the sound of people changing shoes in the entrance hall. Mom, are you back? Xiao, and have you eaten? A gentle voice came from the entrance. Not yet. I'm planning to do it. Hey, let me see my son's craftsmanship. Mao Mao squatted on the dining table and looked curiously toward the entrance. Is this Chang'an's mother? So awesome. As an ancient dragon, Mao Mao was keenly aware of the hidden power of that mysterious woman. Li Chang'an explained to Mao Mao through the soul contract. My parents are both king-level beast masters, which corresponds to king-level pet beasts. Mao Mao suddenly realized that this was the first time he knew about Li Chang'an's parents. Although the king level is nothing to it, from the perspective of human cognition, it is already very powerful. According to the knowledge that Mao Mao gained from Li Chang'an, the levels of human Beastmasters from low to high are: low-level Beastmaster, level 1 to 3; intermediate Beastmaster, level 4 to 6; high-level Beastmaster, level 7 to 9; and King level/legendary Beastmaster. Li Chang'an didn't know the higher levels, but Mao Mao knew the levels of monsters above the king level. Wow, what a cute kitten. A woman in a red dress wanted to pick up Mao Mao, but Mao Mao nimbly dodged it. Mao Mao jumped up to the top of the nearby shelf and looked down at this elegant-looking woman. Meow, meow. Even if you're Chang'an's mother, I won't let you touch her. Only Chang'an can hug me. Li Chang'an put down the kitchen knife for chopping vegetables, walked out of the kitchen, and said helplessly, "Mom, stop playing, come here and help." The elegant woman was a little disappointed, but she still put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. This young and beautiful woman is Li Chang'an's mother, Mu Qingqing. He runs a high-end tea house and tea shop. Due to his status as a king-level beast master and convenience, the tea house run by Mu Qingqing has always been in a leading position in Hanyang City. Because of this, like his father Li Mingxian, he was busy with work and had little time to spend with little Chang'an. Li Chang'an did not complain about his parents like his predecessor. As a person who has experienced this, he is deeply aware that there are many things in this world that are difficult to have both ways. Although Mu Qingqing is nearly 40 years old, time has still not left any trace on her face. When facing Li Chang'an, the only son, he occasionally reveals his little devil character in his youth. Shaoan, was that little kitten outside brought home by you? I remember our family doesn't allow it to run away. Mu Qingqing's narrowed eyes were like a 1,000-year-old female fox looking at something she was interested in. Li Chang'an was very calm. He knew that once he showed embarrassment or timidity, Mu Qingqing would make fun of him even harder. Well, Mu Qingqing has been like this since Xiao Chang'an can remember. He said calmly, Mao Mao's birth was just an accident. Hatched from the dead egg you bought. What a miracle. Mu Qingqing cut the vegetables again and again, with a smile on her lips, and Shaoan, why did you even complete the contract and the beast control space? Li Chang'an evenly arranged the sliced cabbage and meat slices on the casserole, placed small pieces of tofu and mushrooms, and a few prepared shrimps. Pour the sauce prepared in advance, cover the pot, and simmer over high heat for half an hour. He explained, I can't let a dragon that inherits the blood of an ancient dragon roam around my house, can I? This time it was Mu Qingqing's turn to be uneasy. Ancient dragon bloodline. Could other Warcraft inherit this thing? Wait, I seem to have heard my husband say that there are indeed some lucky people who can inherit some rare ancient dragon blood. But these lucky ones are even smaller than the number of ancient dragons themselves. This silly boy of mine could actually meet one. Mu Qingqing controlled the surprise on her face and asked casually, which ancient dragon's bloodline is it? Who else could it be? The Hellflame dragon. Mu Qingqing lengthened her voice and said, Oda. Li Chang'an couldn't stand the atmosphere and said to Mu Qingqing, Ms. Mu, did Comrade Li Mingxian tell you that you are very poor at pretending? Mu Qingqing burst out laughing, but then she still held back her laughter and pretended to reminisce and said, Probably not since I met him. Li Chang'an was speechless and choked. My husband is weak. Isn't that right? Your father has learned the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues very well. I am very pleased. Li Chang'an. After the mother and son had a bit of fight, they squatted down and ate cabbage stewed with tofu and a pot of boiled meat slices. Boiled pork slices are a dish made by Mu Qingqing. This lady who has lived for 500 years has no worries about acne on her face. When Mao Mao saw the food was ready, she jumped down from the top of the locker. He ran to Li Chang'an's lap and looked at the pot of hot boiled pork slices with gleaming eyes. It pointed with its little paw and said, Meow, I want that in Chang'an. Ms. Mu Qingqing proudly put her hands on her hips and said, Mao Mao, you are very knowledgeable. You can tell at a glance that I made it. She already knew in the kitchen that Li Chang'an had given Mao Mao a name, and she was very curious about this kitten. That's why I made the second dish in a boiled pork slices and also added the spiritual vegetable supplement of flame pepper. It's definitely not that she is greedy and wants to eat something spicy. Li Chang'an didn't intend to pay attention to his demonic mother. He took out a few slices of meat and bean sprouts and put them on the small plate prepared for Mau Mau. Remember to eat the bean sprouts. Mau Mau was a little disgusted, but as he ate the bean sprouts, a surge of heat came from the bean sprouts. The little guy couldn't bear it anymore and started a feast. Li Chang'an had an expression in his eyes as he carefully picked up the cabbage and tofu he had made. Mu Qingqing also looked regretful. The child was older, and it was difficult to lie to him. When he was a child, Shaon would run over and take a bite of the chopsticks. Then I was so hot that I burst into tears. Li Chang'an's peripheral vision caught the expression on Mu Qingqing's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "How old are you? So childish." This pot of boiled meat slices was solved by Mu Qingqing and Mau Mau. After washing the dishes, Mu Qingqing called Li Chang'an to her studio. The first thing Li Chang'an said was, "Pure fragrant milk and high-quality volcanic rocks are for Mau Mau." Mu Qingqing waved her hands and said, "I'm not here to argue with you." She stared at Li Chang'an closely, as if suppressing something, and asked, "Shaoan, have you awakened your talent?" Li Chang'an nodded in disbelief. He had awakened twice. Mu Qingqing had a sad look on her face and hugged Li Chang'an into her arms. Choking up sobs, she said, "I'm sorry, Shaoan. Your dad and I are usually too busy, so we let you face this kind of thing alone." Li Chang'an was a little confused at first, wondering why his mother's mood changed so quickly. But a memory of Xiao Chang'an reminded him of a lesson about talent awakening. It was mentioned in this class that the independent awakening of talent is not uncommon in today's Donghuang Kingdom. But when they awaken on their own, the feeling of life being worse than death makes most children who awaken on their own choose to commit suicide. Therefore, there are fewer examples of surviving and maintaining an optimistic character after autonomous awakening than winning the lottery. Generally, the awakened talents of this kind of people are very powerful, and they can be regarded as one drink and one peck. He understood how Mu Qingqing was feeling at this moment. It was such a painful feeling for a mother to know that her child had experienced life and death without her knowledge. "Sorry." Mu Qingqing burst into tears, and Li Chang'an had no choice but to put his hands around her waist and pat her back with his hands. The child who most wanted to hear these words was no longer there, and his memory was that of an adult. Although the independent awakening of his talent is uncomfortable, it will not make him collapse. Anyway, he has also experienced death, so he can be regarded as a professional counterpart. After Mu Qingqing's mood stabilized, Li Chang'an asked, "Mom, how did you know that my talent has awakened?" Mu Qingqing hugged Li Chang'an tightly and refused to let go. After a while, she said, "You used to cut potatoes very slowly, but today you cut the meat slices very quickly and thinly, more efficiently than the chef in the restaurant. What else can it be besides talent?" Li Chang'an raised his eyebrows. He was exposed here. He really couldn't underestimate others. At a glance, Li Chang'an's remaining pride as a reincarnated person completely disappeared. Mu Qingqing asked, "Shaoan, what is your talent?" "Ingenious mind, improve hand dexterity." Mu Qingqing's mood completely stabilized, and she began to display her knowledge and vision as a king-level beastmaster. "Do you have any understanding of the operating mechanism of talent? For example, when chopping vegetables, do you feel that you can cut vegetables well before you hold the knife? Or do your palms become more flexible after holding the knife for a while?" Li Chang'an grasped the key point. What my mother wants to ask is whether manual dexterity leads to spirituality, or does spirituality come first and then manual dexterity? The order before and after is very important. The former is just an ordinary strengthening talent, but the latter is a mysterious talent involving the spiritual realm. Li Chang'an recalled the feeling of cooking. Although he had cooking experience in his previous life, he had a feeling that it was just like this after holding the kitchen knife. "It seems that I have complete control over cutting vegetables, and my mastery is getting higher and higher as I continue to cut vegetables. Just like Mau Mau training her skills." Exercise skills? Skill proficiency. Li Chang'an reacted immediately. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary talent could bring him such a big surprise. Mu Qingqing saw Li Chang'an's surprised eyes and knew that her child had grasped the key point. "It seems that you have understood what I mean, Shaoan." This is the initial development and expansion of talent. It is a required course in Beast Control University. Even the simplest physical enhancement, there are thousands of documents in universities to understand it, let alone your talent for successful, independent awakening. Li Chang'an sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he couldn't use his experience of reading novels in his previous life to measure the professional level of the Beast Master who had studied for hundreds of years at this time. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an became even more humble. He explained to Mu Qingqing about his talent and dexterity. Shaoan, your talent is much more powerful than I imagined. It is not a relationship between before and after, nor a causal relationship, but symbiosis. Because holding the knife in the hand stimulates the power of the mind, and the existence of the power of the mind allows the hand to hold the knife better. The two promote each other, achieving an effect similar to accelerating thinking. The more Mu Qingqing spoke, the more excited her tone became. She could already imagine how brilliant her children would be in the future. Li Chang'an also kept Mu Qingqing's words in mind. These were the mottos of a king-level beast master, and he couldn't buy them even if he wanted to. But I heard Mu Qingqing ask, I can think of two paths that are more suitable for you now. One is the mediator, the other is the hunter. Which one do you want to choose, Shaoan? Blender? Hunter? Li Chang'an thought of the introduction of these two professions. Blender is a profession that blends extraordinary materials. Some focus on potions, some focus on weapons and ammunition, and some focus on cooking spiritual food. It is a profession whose goal is to harmonize all things. The hunter was the most glorious profession in the previous era, and its status was equivalent to that of the current beast master. Collect great power in yourself, and your skills can reach the gods. Nowadays, a considerable part of the territory of Donghuang Kingdom was captured by hunters. It can be said that without hunters, there would be no stable life for the people of Donghuang Kingdom today. Since Mu Qingqing is also a master of cooking spiritual food, Li Chang'an is quite familiar with the blender. On the contrary, he is a famous hunter. Apart from the introduction in the book, he knows nothing about the rest. Mom, can you tell me what kind of path a hunter takes? Seeing Li Chang'an's cautious but expectant look, Mu Qingqing's depressed mood improved a little. The development of the hunter profession is no longer what it was 100 years ago, so the things you're worried about, Shaoan, have probably been eliminated by hunters long ago. Nowadays, hunters allow pets to assist. Not only are they allowed, hunters have also developed many techniques for attacking with pets. It can be said that hunters in the new era are more open-minded and more powerful than you think. What you have to worry about is not the old customs of old sesame seeds, but rotten millet, but the assessment of the Hunter Guild. Mu Qingqing's narrow eyebrows raised slightly. The Hunters Guild is not as easy to talk to as the Beast Mastering Association. Their assessment is very strict. Not only does the pet's strength have to pass the test, but one's own skills must also be proficient. Li Chang'an realized this is the Beast Master version of Special Forces. Extreme Individual Soldier, Blue Star Special Edition. If it is true as Mu Qingqing said, then joining the Hunter Guild is indeed not an easy task. Li Chang'an said seriously to Mu Qingqing, Mom, I want them all. Children make choices, adults want them all. Mu Qingqing. Of course, real things cannot be decided by Li Chang'an just by saying I want them all. Mu Qingqing gave on-site teaching and taught Li Chang'an a new low-level fire-based spiritual food, fire bud milk soup. Although this spiritual food is of low-level quality, the production process is not any simpler than some mid-level spiritual food. The main reason is to see where the upper limit of Li Chang'an's talent is. Then Mu Qingqing's expression rapidly changed from frowning, seriousness, shock, disbelief, and numbness within 2 hours. Li Chang'an wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mao Mao, lying on the dining table, already looked stretched. Mao Mao, help me up, I can still eat. In these 2 hours, he made 8 portions of fire sprout milk soup. From stumbling at the beginning to becoming familiar with the road later. In the end, the double boiler operation was used, and 2 portions of high-quality fire sprout milk soup were made at one time. Mu Qingqing truly recognized her son's abnormal talent. This is no longer an acceleration of thinking, but an epiphany, the unity of heaven and man. The first time it was still in the category of accelerated thinking, but in the second time, Mu Qingqing actually saw the spark of enlightenment in a 16-year-old child. The third and fourth time, the harmonious feeling of becoming one with the pots and pans reminded her that this was the state of harmony between man and nature that the blender dreamed of. It seems that it is necessary to discuss the child's future with Lao Li. Mu Qingqing covered her darkened eyes and asked Li Chang'an to go back and have a good rest to prepare for tomorrow's exam. The next day, Mu Qingqing did not continue to teach Li Chang'an anything. These 2 days are the final exams for high school, which are very important for children's future, so we should focus on academics first. There will be plenty of time to discuss the future path. The questions require you to read them carefully. Don't be too quick. Check them over again after you finish them, and be careful. Like most parents, after Mu Qingqing sent Li Chang'an to school, she told him the same thing several times before leaving. If someone hadn't taken him away, Li Chang'an would still be nagging Ms. Mu Qingqing. This great benevolent person is a girl, wearing a white summer shirt and a yellow and black plaid skirt on her lower body. The girl's legs were wrapped in a layer of white knee-high socks, with a slight pink color showing through the knees. The knee-high socks made a wonderful indentation on her thighs. It complements the porcelain-smooth skin above. This girl's name is Wen Miaohua, and she is Li Chang'an's only childhood sweetheart. Li Chang'an is also her only sweetheart. The two have known each other since their mother's womb. Wen Miaohua's mother Tang Xinyao was the college best friend of Li Chang'an's mother Mu Qingqing. Therefore, the two families are closely connected. In fact, there were many people who were in the same class with Wen Miaohua in the past, but only Li Chang'an was close to Wen Miaohua. Not only because of the relationship between the two families, but also because Li Chang'an is the only person who does not dislike Wen Miaohua. Because Wen Miaohua is a beautiful iceberg girl in a physical sense. Meow. Meow. Oh, Chang'an, there's a good guy inside this person. Li Chang'an used to think that Wen Miaohua had awakened some bloodline or talent, but now it seemed that he had inherited a troublesome pet ability. The so-called inheritance of pet beast abilities means that every new beast master may obtain a skill or talent of a pet beast after contracting an initial pet beast. Researchers from the Dongwang Kingdom discovered that if a beast master contract a pet before it reaches its awakening stage, it will 100% inherit an ability of the pet when the beast breaks through to its awakening stage. Therefore, during summer vacation, the prices of some popular pet eggs will become quite high. You feel a little different today. When Miaohua stared at Li Chang'an with her clean eyes, and the words she spat out were like clear springs flowing from the mountains, crisp and long. Li Chang'an saw a trace of curiosity in Wen Miaohua's eyes, which was an impression that little Chang'an had not remembered. In Xiao Chang'an's memory, Wen Miaohua was cold and depressing. Only sweet cakes could make her look strange. I just made a contract with the initial pet beast. Li Chang'an thought of the unknown attributes on the panel and hesitated. It should be fire. Should? Although Wen Miaohua grasped the key point, she did not delve into it. She did not want to lose the only peer who could be by her side. So I responded with one word. Oh. Li Chang'an looked at the girl in front of him, who looked like a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains, in amazement. It seemed that he could not fully believe in Xiao Chang'an's memory. Just like Wen Miaohua, in his perception, this girl's emotions are delicate and humble. This delicacy is hidden under those clear spring-like eyes, without a trace of fireworks. This humility was concealed by the cold aura all over his body, so low that it was almost invisible. Li Chang'an subconsciously took out an orange-flavored candy, just as he was wondering when this candy was in his school uniform. When Miaohua's cool little hands had already taken the orange candy from his hand and skillfully tore open the candy wrapper. The candy raised a dot on her delicate face. Then the girl squinted her eyes, tasting the sweet taste like a hamster. Li Chang'an could clearly sense the girl's happy emotions. Although it was very vague, he could still sense it after initially receiving the psychic talent. When we came to the classroom, there was still some noise, but the moment when Miaohua walked in, it died down. All the students consciously started to pack up the stationery for the exam and then walked out of the classroom. Li Chang'an touched Wen Miaohua's jet black hair at the right time. This ability had both air conditioning and coercion. It was indeed too early for a group of underage high school students. Let's go and get things ready. I took a look, and we should be in the same examination room. The darkness in the depths of Wen Yaohua's eyes was filled by Li Chang'an's smile. She didn't know why this childhood sweetheart had changed so much. The girl lowered her head, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised a cold arc, but very warm. This scene was seen by the students who had not left the classroom, and everyone had the same idea. The tyrant Li Daxue is a real man. In the morning, there were two subjects, Huxia and mathematics, which were not difficult for Li Chang'an. Xiao Chang'an's memory has helped him solve most of his academic problems. After lunch, Li Chang'an and Wen Yaohua came to the cafeteria and found a quiet and remote corner to sit down and eat. Li Chang'an, who had just become a level 1 beast master, had clear ears and eyesight, and he could hear the conversations of these energetic high school students as soon as he moved his ears. Hey, did you know that squad leader Wen had his head touched this morning? Which monitor? That iceberg in class 3, sophomore year. Oh, so it's her. What kind of heroic feat is this? Who else can it be? Li Chang'an. That Li Chang'an who covered the sky with Wen Miaohua in the second year of high school? Yes, that's him. Your sophomore year of high school was really dark. Who among you in this year's grade has a score higher than the two of them? The boy with short hair and glasses proudly replied, No. Everyone fainted. Li Chang'an noticed that when Miaohua's ears were slightly red, pink. Sometimes having too good hearing is not a good thing. Meow. Chang'an, I want to eat too. Only then did Li Chang'an realize that he was no longer single, but had a family. Oh, I'll prepare it for you immediately. Li Chang'an took out a thermos box from his school bag and placed it on the side. It contained a large portion of fire sprout milk soup. Mu Qingqing did it when she got up in the morning. The contract formation flashed under Li Chang'an's feet, and a kitten covered in dragon scales appeared in his arms. He waited and felt. Mao Mao's weight was at least 3 times heavier than when he was born. At a young age, he has quite a lot of talents. The scene of Li Chang'an summoning his pet beast was seen by many people and caused a lot of noise. A girl who just passed by Li Chang'an's table shook subconsciously and ran away quickly. I'll go, it's a fire beast. The beasts contracted by the new beast masters of Donghuang Kingdom are not like those in the TV series. The first one they contract is a cool initial pet beast such as thunder, fire, and ice. Then reach the peak of life. When choosing a pet beast, a beast master in this world must consider not only compatibility and intimacy, but also the impact of the pet beast itself. For example, if a fire-chasing dog with a flaming tail flicks its tail inadvertently, it may burn the animal master or ignite objects in the home, causing a fire. The flame chaser dog is quite gentle, but many fire-type pets have bad tempers and attack at every turn, causing many injuries. Another example is when facing thunder beasts. You need to pay attention to the problem of electric shock. There is also the problem of poisoning of poisonous beasts. If the beast master is not careful, he may end up in the hospital or die suddenly on the spot. Not to mention other pet beasts with special attributes. The characters of light and dark pet beasts are not only weirder, but also bring higher risks. Things that require attention, such as the soul system, death system, life system, and dragon beasts are not something that these underage high school students can deal with. After all, if you want to increase intimacy with a pet beast, you can't wear an insulating suit to approach a thunder beast. You have to touch the poisonous pet beast without gloves, etc. Therefore, most new beast masters, when choosing their initial pet beasts, will choose water, wood, and earth pet beasts with more docile personalities. It is safer and less difficult to cultivate. Anyway, when you get stronger, you can contract pet beasts with powerful attributes in the future, so there is no rush. When Miaohua stared curiously at the red cat sitting quietly in Li Chang'an's hands. It seems to listen to you. It doesn't look like a fire pet at all. Li Chang'an smiled and said, Mao Mao is indeed very good, but only in my hands. When Miaohua nodded with great approval. The one in my family also has the same temper. Although when Miaohua coveted Mao Mao's furry head, she also clearly realized that this was impossible. After all, she still refuses to let her mother and the others touch her lazy worm that sleeps every day. The way Mao Mao eats obediently attracts the attention of many high school students and adolescents. Girls are obsessed with the cuteness of Mao Mao, while boys care about Mao Mao's fire attributes. But no one dared to step forward to observe. When Miao Hua is still here, after eating and drinking, Mao Mao obediently returned to the beast-controlling space. This time, more students also saw the scene of Li Chang'an's contract formation unfolding, and some showed bitter smiles or looked forward to it with longing. But in general, they have distanced themselves too far from the male and female evil spirits in Hongyan No. 1 Middle School. Not only academic performance, but also achievements in the field of Beastmaster. Constructing a soul contract and opening up a beast-taming space are all obstacles that stand in the way of the beast-taming master's door. Without any one of them, it is not considered a true beast master. Li Chang'an invisibly filled a large cup, although he didn't notice it himself, because in his opinion, it is not too difficult to construct a contract and open up space, and it does not cause any obstacles to him. Instead, the sudden appearance of the hunting notes, the sinful temptation that penetrated deep into his soul, made him fearful for several days. The high school students watched the male and female evil spirits leave, and the food in their mouths tasted like wax. It is said that during the geography and bestiality exams in the afternoon, many students came out crying and their mentality was so bad. Part of the reason is that this year's animal language is a bit difficult. Of course, this has nothing to do with Li Chang'an. Mao Mao is also part of his strength. The first day of the final exam ended like this. After Li Chang'an returned home, Mu Qingqing cooked a big meal to reward her son. Your father will be back the day after tomorrow. We will discuss your matters then. Li Chang'an nodded to indicate that he understood. Mu Qingqing didn't teach him anything new today, so he went to the kitchen to review the preparation of pet food for tomorrow's test. In the final practical exam of the second year of high school, each student makes a basic pet food and is graded according to the final quality and effect. The students of Hongyan No. 1 Middle School decided on the direction for the sophomore exam during their summer internship in their freshman year of high school. Everyone will then decide which attribute of the basic pet food to make. This choice is very important because after passing the test, the people from the Hongyan Ecological Research Institute will arrange for the students to choose which attribute pet according to the attributes of the food they make. If you choose to make water-based food, choose the initial water-based pet beast. At this time, some people will say that what if a student awakens the talent of the fire element during the awakening ceremony in the first semester of high school, and the initial pet beast selected is the water element? The answer given in Xiao Chang'an's memory is don't care at all, because the beast master chooses the initial pet beast not for its powerful attributes, but for which practical abilities he can inherit from the initial pet beast. After all, before the king-level beast master, only the initial pet beast could provide 100% ability inheritance. Therefore, those awakening pet beasts with a single practical skill and good racial talents have become hot commodities. For example, the water-type bubble turtle will most likely only have one skill during its awakening period, clear water healing. It has two racial talents, water therapy with the highest probability of appearing, or turtle breath with a very small probability of appearing. The hydrotherapy talent is in a water attribute environment and can provide continuous healing effects. The turtle breath talent is even more outrageous. The effect of this talent is to reduce the passage of lifespan. In short, it has a life-extending effect, which can probably extend your life by 100 to 150 years. Therefore, the price of bubble turtles is several times more expensive than some dragon pet beast eggs. There are many examples, such as bubble turtles. Many new beast masters with strong backgrounds do not go for powerful initial beasts, but for abilities that are not good on pet beasts but shine on humans. Nowadays, it is commonplace that a beast master with a talent in the fire element would choose the water element as his initial pet. Xiao Chang'an originally planned this. He planned to contract a wood pet beast, preferably a wood pet beast with the talent of plant affinity. Unfortunately, this vision cannot be realized. Li Chang'an chose Mao Mao as his initial pet beast. The power of the ancient dragon is enough to overwhelm all powerful abilities. Not to mention, What if he inherited an ability unique to ancient dragons? In short, there are many benefits. However, Li Chang'an still became interested in the pet animals provided by the Institute of Ecology. As the only son of the deputy director of the Institute of Ecology, he naturally knows how unique the pet beasts inside are. Even if you can't inherit the ability, contracting a wood-type pet beast that can heal is still very good. The comprehensive biology exam ended on Tuesday morning, and it was time for the pet food preparation exam in the afternoon. The sophomore students gathered at the entrance of the gymnasium and entered in batches to take exams. The playground is occupied by senior high school students, and today is also the day for their practical exam simulation. In a few days, they will take the college entrance examination. For students who take the path of Beast Masters, the practical examination is the top priority. Li Chang'an was the third batch of students to enter the examination room, and when Miaohua was lucky enough to be among the first batch. By the time the girl came out, Li Chang'an had already entered the gymnasium to take the exam. After the second batch of students finished their exams, he came to the position marked for him to draw lots. The basic pet food preparation exam is about to begin. Dear candidates, after the teacher in front finished explaining the exam precautions for more than 10 minutes, when the exam bell rang, everyone, including Li Chang'an, started working intensively. Li Chang'an had 3 ingredients for fresh salad in front of him, and so did everyone else, all with 3 ingredients. This means that everyone only has 3 chances. 20 points are awarded for successful preparation once, and 60 passing points can be obtained by making 3 portions of food. The cooked food will then be sent to a testing instrument, which will be scored based on the life energy, element content, material fusion, and other factors in the food. Each piece of food also has 10 points for judging, for a total of 30 points. The last 10 points are based on how quickly the students make the food. You can get at least 5 points by making a meal in 10 minutes. Li Chang'an makes it very quickly. Others can make 1 meal in 10 minutes, but he can make 3 in 10 minutes. 3 fresh salads were made at the same time, which made the invigilator on patrol look stunned for a moment. Ah, is there still such an operation? The timepiece directly above the gymnasium was at 9 minutes and 10 seconds, and a crisp bell sounded in the quiet gymnasium. All productions for candidate number 33 have been completed. Li Chang'an pressed the bell in front of the workbench. After the invigilator confirmed that it was correct, he took away the 3 fresh salads. It is promptly sent to a testing instrument in front of the stage. Taking into account the freshness of the food, this is the only exam with on-site results. 9.6 points. 9.7 points. 9.7 points. The comprehensive production time is 9 points, and the final score of candidate number 33 is 98 points. The mechanical electronic sound reported Li Chang'an's results, which made all the students in the audience tremble. It was also the first time for several invigilators to see such high scores. At least in the past few years they have been teaching, Hongyan number 1 middle school has not achieved such high scores in the animal food preparation exam. One of the invigilators was a little confused. He asked his colleague beside him, "Old G, you're a history teacher. Have you ever received such a high score in this subject in our school?" The middle-aged, bald teacher named Lao Ji thought for a while and said in a solemn voice, "No, the highest score for this subject since the school was founded was 96.8 points. The last score exceeding 95 points was 20 years ago." In other words, they witnessed history. Some students with sharp ears in the audience also heard the teacher's chat. They made a sudden movement in their hands and almost ruined a piece of food. Fortunately, they reacted in time and saved it. The gap between humans is sometimes even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Many students who knew about it unanimously said silently in their hearts, "Li Sheniabi." After the 2-day final exam, Li Chang'an settled down to weeding in the community and occasionally practiced Mao Mao's skill, fire spirit rapping, in the yard. He has not yet obtained the apprentice Beastmaster qualification certificate and does not even have access to the most basic training ground, so he can only stay at home. Since it was summer vacation, Li Chang'an felt much more relaxed. Not only did he uproot the white flowers and grass in his own community, he also made a contribution to the community next door. Finally, when the sun was about to set, the mark of white flowers and grass on the Thorn Collection room lit up again. Sure enough, it takes 32 copies of the same skill stone to break through to the perfect level of proficiency. Li Chang'an's face was full of excitement. First, he determined the cost of proficiency breakthrough, but also determined that the upper limit of the skill was not the perfect level. Judging from the requirements for breaking through the concealment technique, a skill requires 2 copies of the same skill stone to break through from the contact level to the master level. It takes 4 copies from a master level to the proficiency level, 8 copies from the proficiency level to the mastery level, and 16 copies from the proficiency level to the perfect level. And now he has determined that 32 copies are needed to break through to the perfect level. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao looked at each other and entered the 10% beast control resonance state in tacit understanding. Following Li Chang'an's mental instructions, the white flower mark on the Thorn Collection room quickly darkened and turned gray. Tiny tornadoes rolled up around Mao Mao. Meow. Oh, this feeling is so comfortable. Life energy is pouring in. Mao Mao's excited voice made Li Chang'an a little worried, fearing that the hunting notes would contaminate Mao Mao. But after the vision ended, Mao Mao looked okay and asked Li Chang'an what he had for dinner. Apparently, Mao Mao's appetite is higher than hunting notes at the moment. Li Chang'an relaxed and immediately checked the fluffy panel through the soul contract. Name: Ryan Descattle Mao Mao. Race: Hellfire Dragon. Attributes: Level: Juvenile stage. Potential: Natural ability. Low-level skills: Hellfire, contact level. Flame Claw, contact level. Ambush, domination level. Intermediate skill: Flame Spirit Coil, master level. Status: a little hungry. Dominant level: above the perfection level is the dominance level. Li Chang'an immediately asked Mao Mao, "What's so special about the current concealment technique?" Mao Mao felt it for a while and said, "Meow. Yes, a big change." Immediately afterwards, the aura on Mao Mao's body floated back and forth 3 times between the pure blood dragon species, the sub-dragon species, and the mixed blood dragon species. At this time, a hint of understanding appeared in Li Chang'an's eyes in the dominant level. So this is what domination means. Feel free to control the strength of your skills. For Li Chang'an and Mao Mao, this discovery is of great significance. A very simple truth. You can easily take a tone-deaf person and change it from unpleasant to not so pleasant. But it is extremely difficult for those singers who are proficient in music and can sing well to sing tone-deaf. Even if the final effect is achieved, it will be very awkward and lose the spirituality of a tone-deaf person. The effect of the dominance level is to turn a top student pet into a top student who can control points at will. Li Chang'an is very satisfied with this effect. In many battles, he needs to watch others take action. Facing pet beasts with ordinary births, the pressure of the hybrid dragon species is enough to deter them. But if it encounters a stronger pet beast, Mao Mao can only release its original breath, and it is difficult to release a slightly weaker breath. It takes time to adjust, is very confusing in battle, and is very impractical. Now it's better, Mao Mao can switch at will, and use whatever level of coercion he wants. No time adjustment is needed at all. During the battle, the enemy originally faced the pressure of the hybrid dragon species, but at the critical moment, it suddenly turned into the pressure of a higher-level sub-dragon species. Li Chang'an could recall the expression of constipation on the face of the opposite beastmaster or monster at that time. This is a skill that creates a sure win opportunity. Li Chang'an was very satisfied with today's harvest and plucked out a few remnants on the way back. Fortunately, I gained another hidden technique skill stone. Then Li Chang'an's relaxed steps suddenly paused. He looked up at the unpolluted starry sky of the blue planet. It turns out that there are levels beyond domination, level proficiency. The mark of white flowers and grass on the Thorn Collection room glows with a faint light, which means there is still room for improvement. Li Chang'an clenched his fist. It seemed that I was destined to be the man who became the king of white flowers and grass in Hongyan City. Mao Mao looked confused, Why did Chang'an's blood suddenly boil? Oh, I know. This is a common symptom called chunibyu in human cubs. Mao Mao suddenly realized when she heard Li Chang'an's solemn words. Mao Mao, just now I felt that my pure personality was contaminated by the hunting notes, and I need to use the beast-controlling resonance to calm down. Mao Mao. It seems not. After a shot of beast-controlling resonance, Li Chang'an felt refreshed and canceled his plan to become the king of white flowers and grasses. Back home, Li Chang'an found a young man in the living room. A little less handsome than me, but also a little more mature. This man is Li Chang'an's father, who is the deputy director of the Hongyan City Ecological Research Institute. The Li family lives in Jiahai Jinliang, a frequent customer of the spiny crab washboard, and a loyal fan of Banyao instant coffee. The angel investor of Tianshan's sleeping bag, Li Mingxian. Li Mingxian drank the tea made by Mu Qingqing, and after Li Chang'an came in, his eyes were fixed on the Mao Mao on Li Chang'an's head. This fiery gaze was like glue, and he refused to move away no matter what. Li Chang'an calmly put Mao Mao into the beast-controlling space, without even looking at Li Mingxian, and walked straight into the kitchen to help Mu Qingqing prepare food. Meow? Chang'an doesn't like your father? Li Chang'an communicated through his soul and said helplessly, he is most likely thinking about how to study this precious species like you. Mao Mao lay down in the beast-controlling space, shrank her head, and said, Meow. Well, I don't like him either. The atmosphere at the Li family's dinner this time was very dull. Due to Xiao Chang'an's memory, Li Chang'an did not have a good impression of Li Mingxian, far less favorably than Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing was happy to watch the show, but she would not speak up for her husband, because it was indeed his fault. Li Mingxian couldn't bear the silent atmosphere and said, I heard that your first pet animal is called Mao Mao. Li Chang'an took a bite of the dish and responded calmly, Yes. Do you have any skills? Li Chang'an scooped up a bowl of soup, drank it slowly, and took a breath. Those who didn't know this scene thought it was Li Mingxian answering Li Chang'an's question. Then he said calmly, Hellflame, Flame Claw, Flame Spirit Coil, and a breath-condensing skill. So much? Li Mingxian raised his eyebrows. The father and son had exactly the same reaction at certain times. Except for Hellflame, the rest of his skills are not special. Flame Claw and Flame Spirit Coil are also on the skill list of other pet groups. Hellflame. It is written in the information left by Hongyan City that this is a growth-type skill that can be advanced to the top-level skill according to the strength of the pet beast. It's very important for Mao Mao to practice this skill well. Li Chang'an nodded slightly, but had no other reaction. Li Mingxian opened his mouth, holding back 1,000 words in his heart, and finally gave Li Chang'an a business card. I'm angry about the call from the director of the Hunters Union in Hongyan City. You could go directly to him when the time comes. Li Chang'an took the business card and said, So you agree? A smile appeared on Li Mingxuan's face. You are willing to make progress and pursue better opportunities. I am not even happy enough. How could I disagree? Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, he asked again, A week later, are you still willing to go to the ecological park to pick up a second pet animal? Certainly. The second pet beast is not like the initial pet beast. It does not need to consider race and attributes. I saw that you chose the wood type. Do you have any wishes for the pet beast? Li Chang'an swallowed the food in his mouth and said solemnly, It is best to be a wood pet beast with healing skills. Li Mingxian nodded with satisfaction, not because of Li Chang'an's choice, but because of Li Chang'an's serious attitude. Many beast masters have gone astray and only pursue pet beasts with high potential and strong bloodline. Little do they know that the bond between humans and pet animals is the strongest and most precious thing. How many geniuses suddenly realize it and regret it when they are about to break through to the king-level beast master? Li Chang'an has this attitude, and he is very happy. I recently heard from Xiao Wang that there have been a lot fewer casualties in battles between pet beasts in the Wood System C area. After speaking, Li Mingxian left the table. Li Chang'an pouted. He was still doing this at home. Area C? The results of the final exam will not be released until a week later. During this time, Li Chang'an worked hard to meditate and practice. The reason is that he hopes to be promoted to the level 2 Beast Master in a week. It's a pity that things like Realm cannot be rushed, let alone that Li Chang'an has just become a beast master. Without the aid of medicine and Kongming stone, the cultivation effect is not satisfactory. According to Li Shengange's estimation, with his talent, it would still take 3 months to fill 500 cubic meters of beast controlling space with mantra. He was still in Mu Qingqing's studio and used a simple mental power tester to test his side. His current mental power was about 16 talisman. There is still a certain distance between the limit of 20 spells of spiritual power for a second-level beast master. This was due to his constant resonance with Mao Mao on how to control the beasts and indirectly exercising his mental power to achieve this increase. In terms of mantra power, there is no such good treatment. Comrade, Lao Li specifically warned. Low-level beast masters of levels 1 to 3 are best not to use potions to assist their training. It can easily affect the purity of the mantra and the sensitivity to life energy. After Li Chang'an reaches the intermediate level of Beast Master, he can start to use some pharmaceutical aids. Because the mid-level Beast Control Master has experienced a great level of improvement, his body has initially transformed into extraordinary organs and has become resistant to the impurities contained in the medicine. The body can metabolize these impurities on its own after a period of time, provided the impurity content is not high. Once you reach the high-level beast control level, you will be much more relaxed. As long as you don't use the medicine as food, taking a lot of medicine is okay. Therefore, low-level beast masters should not think about using drugs to practice, as it will easily destroy the body. The mantra practice could not see results in a short period of time, so Li Chang'an decided to focus on Mao Mao. As long as Mao Mao is trained to the awakening stage, the racial talent will be awakened. Li Chang'an relied on the energy fed back from the soul contract and the new abilities he inherited to complete most of the training of a level 1 beast master. At that time, it only takes a few weeks of practice to successfully break through to the level of a level 2 beast master. For this reason, Li Chang'an has been pestering his mother Mu Qingqing during this time to learn new fire-based spiritual food. Originally, Mu Qingqing was still very surprised, hoping that Li Chang'an could calm down and master the first few spiritual foods to the point of mastery. But when she heard that the food that was most suitable for Mao Mao was created based on Mao Mao's inherited memory, Mu Qingqing was ignited with fire. Customizing a recipe for a pet beast with the blood of an ancient dragon might be a good inspiration for her currently stuck spiritual food skills. Before every meal, Mu Qingqing and Li Chang'an began experimenting with new spiritual food recipes. The main job is Mu Qingqing, while Li Chang'an is responsible for being a mouthpiece, telling Mu Qingqing how Mao Mao feels. Sometimes he will give his opinions from the perspective of a human beast master. Finally, based on Mao Mao's description and the guidance from inherited memories, Mu Qingqing and Li Chang'an spent 5 days and finally customized a new spiritual food set meal. It's called Lava Package. The level of this set meal can be upgraded to the level of high-end spiritual food, but this is not the upper limit of this series of recipes. Due to time issues and Mu Qingqing's new inspiration, this series of spiritual food has not been completed yet. According to Ms. Mu, who is always 18 years old, she has digested all the inspiration after she studied in seclusion for a period of time. This series of Gesher Lava Package will usher in the king-level version. Li Chang'an watched her mother hurry to the tea house research room. It seemed that this recipe development had inspired her a lot. Maybe in the near future, there will be a second-level spiritual food master in my family. The levels of spiritual food blenders and blenders in other directions are similar, divided into lower levels. Intermediate and high-level mediators respectively correspond to the levels of beast masters. Once you reach the realm of a king-level beast master and create a king-level spiritual food package, you can be called a spiritual food master. Note that it is a set meal, not a separate king-level spiritual food. Therefore, when reaching the king-level level, the assessment of the master blender is particularly stringent, and one must be able to independently complete the king-level spiritual food package to be evaluated successfully. Mu Qingqing is a first-level spiritual food master. Thanks to chatting with Mu Qingqing during this period, Li Chang'an finally understood the realm after the king-level beast master. After the king level, there are throne level and heavenly king level beast masters, corresponding to the second level and third level spiritual food masters respectively. The skill training of a blender is different from that of a beast master, and its improvement is very slow. Therefore, it often happens that the strength of a first-level harmony master is at the throne level, and his strength exceeds the realm of skill. There are too few examples of people like Mu Qingqing who match their strength and skills. That is the realm of genius. Therefore, once Mu Qingqing succeeds, her identity and status will be top-notch even in Province C. I have to say it's great to have a master blender at home. Li Chang'an lamented his mother's career as a genius, and when he met Mao Mao, a cunning smile appeared on his lips. With the continuous feeding of fire spiritual food during this period, Mao Mao has reached the threshold of breaking through to the awakening stage. Unlike ordinary beasts that take time to digest and grow, the Hellflame dragon grows extremely quickly in the early stages. As long as the energy is in place, the Hellflame dragon can rely on its own terrifying digestive ability, as well as the unique physical condition between the elemental body and the flesh and blood body that the Hellflame dragon had when it was young. It can grow quickly and get rid of the weak period between the infancy and awakening stages, ensuring the chance of survival in the wild. This is the case with Mao Mao now. For the upcoming awakening period, Li Chang'an specially gave Mao Mao a day of rest so that she could grow up with peace of mind. Li Chang'an stroked Mao Mao, who was sleeping soundly, with a look of pity on his face. This rapid growth only occurs when the Hellflame dragon is young. When it reaches the extraordinary level and enters the growth stage, the Hellflame dragon will completely stabilize its flesh and blood body, and the passive ability of body elementalization can only be achieved through skills. Naturally, it is impossible to use the gap between the elemental body and the flesh and blood body to achieve the effect of rapid growth. This can be regarded as a unique ability evolved by the ancient dragons in order to reduce the mortality rate of their cubs. After a day's rest, Li Chang'an got up early and made 5 low-level lava packages. The low-level lava set meal only includes the staple food, lava jelly, and the drink fire essence liquid. Lava jelly is a jelly-like food made by fusing liquefied, low-level fire crystals and rock berries. The crystal clear red jelly is sprinkled with a layer of fine particles, which looks like high-quality volcanic rock after being cooked. It not only adds energy and necessary minerals, but also improves the taste. Fire essence liquid is much simpler. It is an extract of fire essence grass and crystal peach, with some sugar added to enrich the taste. 5 lava meals are enough for Mao Mao to enter the awakening stage twice. Li Chang'an wore high-temperature protective clothing, came to the yard, and activated the protective formation. In order to prevent others from being frightened, he also specifically mentioned the highest level of the formation, added optical camouflage, breath masking, and sound insulation. All is ready except for the opportunity. At Li Chang'an's instruction, Mao Mao ate 2 portions of the lava set meal. 10 minutes later, dark red hellfire continued to appear from Mao Mao's body, and the terrifying temperature of the hellfire distorted the air. At this time, Mao Mao seemed to have a doppelganger, with a twisted figure emerging from it. As the surrounding temperature gets higher and higher, Li Chang'an has retreated to the protective fence 3 meters away and opened the temperature isolation cover. As soon as the temperature isolation cover was opened, Li Chang'an suddenly felt a rare coolness. Mao Mao growled in pain, as if something in his body was preventing him from entering the awakening stage. Li Chang'an frowned. It shouldn't be. According to Mao Mao's inherited memory, it wouldn't be so difficult or painful for the Hellflame dragon to enter its awakening stage. Is there something missing compared to the wild Hellflame dragon? Meow. Chang'an, I still need energy. Li Chang'an was startled and resolutely opened the temperature isolation cover and sent 2 lava meals inside. He also used the energy diversion array that he had used once before. This thing can only be used 3 times for 10,000 yuan. What a profiteer. After Li Chang'an came out, the protective clothing on his body was already melting, which showed the horror of prison inflammation. If he stayed there any longer, this protective suit would probably be completely scrapped. At this moment, Mao Mao, who had eaten 2 more lava meals, roared, and the surrounding hellfire gathered around him and enveloped him. The awakening has begun. We haven't gotten down to business yet. Naturally, Mau Mau knew what was important and immediately moved away from Li Chang'an. Ever since humans on Blue Star gained the ability of contracted beasts, every time a new beast master cultivates the initial pet beast to the awakening stage. As the mother star, the Blue Star will provide a special life energy, also known as the mother's gift. This energy can deepen the connection between the beast master and the pet beast and greatly increase the probability of the beast master gaining abilities from the pet beast. This is also the reason why, after cultivating the initial beast master to the awakening stage, you can gain the ability to pet the beast. At the same time, because the soul contract is two-way, the pet beast will also receive gifts, and the pet beast whose potential is not at the elite level will have its potential raised to the elite level. For pet beasts with potential greater than or equal to the elite level, any one of the three racial talents, basic physical fitness, and race-specific skills will be strengthened. This makes those ethnic groups whose racial skills or talents are of great benefit to mankind more expensive. Mau Mau sat obediently on the side, while Li Chang'an sat cross-legged and immersed himself in the brain space. The soul contract imprinted on the beast-controlling space was constantly stimulated with mantra power. Finally, activated by a large amount of mantra power, the soul contract began to emit gleaming starlight. Li Chang'an's consciousness was also brought into a mysterious space by starlight. In this space, Li Chang'an looked up and looked around, but there was nothing in it. Until he lowered his head, an emerald green planet continued to enlarge his eyes. The vast, ancient, and vibrant atmosphere filled his mind, until he saw a majestic figure whose face was unclear. This majestic figure seemed to be separated from him by countless years. A gentle and kindly whisper came, and a fleeting shadow appeared in front of Li Chang'an's eyes, and his journey came to an end. The scenery in the courtyard returned to his field of vision again, and then Li Chang'an felt a sting all over his body, and then this slight sting gradually evolved into a severe pain of the level of a violent storm. The next second, Li Chang'an's white and tender skin seemed to be half-cooked and turned extremely red. Having experienced life and death twice, he miraculously withstood the sudden severe pain. He felt that the bones in his body were undergoing transformation again and again. It was like a steamroller was constantly crushing his bones, and then they were spliced together by some force and crushed again. The heart in the chest was beating violently, and the beating frequency was no less than the last time the ancient dragon's heart awakened its talent. Li Chang'an fell into a tsunami of despair and pain, and Mau Mau was not much better. The newly born talent in its body also suffered repeated crushing. Both of them were unable to moan because the pain level was too high. They could only fall on the spot and gasp for air, letting the bodily fluids flow from their mouths and eyes. Li Chang'an didn't know how long it took, but his godless eyes caught the starlight falling in the dark night. Oh, it's night. Then he got excited, It's night. Li Chang'an stood up quickly, wiped the remaining saliva from the corner of his mouth, and looked around. I found that Mau Mau had already woken up and was still chewing lava jelly. How is Mau Mau? Meow. It's okay. No one is home and hasn't come back. I'm hungry, so I'll eat first. Li Chang'an, I'm asking how you are. However, Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the harvest with peace of mind. Name, Ryan Descattle Mau Mau. Race, Hellfire Dragon. Attribute, Purgatory. Level, Awakening Stage. Potential, Innate ability, Infernal Core. Low-level skills, Hellfire, Skilled level. Infernal Claws, Contact level. Ambush, Domination level. Intermediate skills, Fire Spirit Entanglement. Burning Hellflame Mark, Mastery level. Advanced skill, Red Lotus Breath, Contact level. Status, Hungry. Mau Mau's panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is the appearance of attributes, Purgatory. An attribute that has never been seen before. Generally speaking, the attribute of the Hellflame Dragon is fire. In Mau Mau's inheritance memory, even 10 generations of ancestors have never seen this attribute. Finally, Mau Mau said that he had read the 3-generation genealogy starting from the original Hellflame Dragon, and then he saw a few words about the attributes of purgatory. To put it simply, Mau Mau has returned to his ancestors. This is the ancient dragon's fur returning to its ancestors. This really makes people sigh at the magic of the world. As for the purgatory attribute, even Mau Mau doesn't know the specific information and can only rely on Li Chang'an and it to slowly explore it in the future. The second item is the emergence of innate abilities. If there is no accident, there will be an accident. The Hellflame dragon has 3 major talents: Hell's Heart, Hell's Blood, and Hell's Shadow. The only thing is that there is no purgatory core. According to Li Chang'an's guess, the core of purgatory should be the talent of the 3 generations of descendants of the original Hellflame dragon, because Mau Mau felt that there was a possibility of taking this talent further. Perhaps this step was a racial talent unique to the original Hellflame dragon. The effect of Infernal Core is very simple. It combines all the advantages of Hell's Heart and Hell's Blood and comes with high resistance and damage reduction. Purgatory Core. Purgatory skill power and energy recovery plus 500%, all attribute resistance and damage reduction plus 100%, own energy storage limit increased by 10 times. Any attack has a chance to add a red lotus mark. Analysis of red lotus mark. Carve a red lotus mark on the enemy, providing the enemy with debuff effects such as vulnerability and reduced healing. After seeing it, Li Chang'an called it abnormal. The damage increase and mark addition of Hell Blood, as well as the recovery and energy limit increase of Hell Heart have been raised to a higher level. There is also the noble resistance and damage reduction, which makes Gulong's already ridiculously high resistance even better. He could imagine that in the future, his opponent's pet beast would attack, and it wouldn't even be qualified to leave traces on its first scales. How bad would the other person be at that time? Mau Mau went further. Li Chang'an speculated that the last talent was missing, the fusion of the shadow of prison. Although it is a pity, Li Chang'an is still self-aware, and it is a great blessing to be able to awaken Purgatory Core. Finally, there are the changes in Mau Mau's skills. The proficiency of the Hellfire skill was directly raised to the proficiency level. Mau Mau demonstrated the Hellfire, and the trajectory of the Hellfire could turn in the air. The skill Fire Claw was converted into Purgatory Claw due to the influence of the Purgatory Core. The level remains unchanged, but it is more suitable for Mau Mau. The same goes for Fire Spirit Coil. Due to the influence of the Purgatory Core, it was converted into Burning Flame Scar. The level and proficiency remain unchanged. The effect is better than Flame Spirit Coil. Burning Hellflame Scar. The special Hellflame is materialized and imprinted on the Purgatory body in the form of flame scars to increase the power of the Hellflame and physical strength. There is an additional effect that increases the power of Hellflame, and it can also be used in reverse. Not only can Mau Mau continue to disguise, but her body shape can also change into the previous kitten state. Of course, the weight remains the same. As for the high-level skill, Red Lotus Breath, there is nothing special about it. It is very powerful, sprays Hellfire in a wide range, and increases the probability of adding the Red Lotus mark. Li Chang'an doesn't know the specific effect of Red Lotus Breath for the time being. He didn't dare to let Mau Mau use it. Firstly, he was worried about his own yard, and secondly, he was worried about damaging Mau Mau's foundation. After all, this skill is a high-level skill, and it is extremely difficult for elite-level pets to use it, let alone a cub in the awakening stage. Since then, this talent awakening conference has concluded. Oh no, I haven't seen Li Chang'an's own panel yet. After being reminded by Mau Mau, Li Chang'an finally remembered that he still had the ability to inherit. When he looked at himself, he realized how much this ability inheritance ceremony had improved him. The first is the improvement of physical fitness. Those painful experiences are not in vain. Even with Mau Mau's current weight, he can easily pick it up with one hand. What followed was a rapid increase in spell power and spiritual power. Good news, 9/10 of the original 500 cubic meters of beast control space have been filled. Bad news, the 500 cubic meters of beast control space has been expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard. Li Chang'an looked at the sky speechlessly. The benefits of expanding the beast's control space are of course great, and his own spell power capacity will far exceed that of the same level. The beast's control space can withstand stronger pet beasts. For example, Level 1 Li Chang'an can now withstand the pressure brought by Mao Mao's breakthrough to extraordinary 2 stars. At the same time, it lays a solid foundation for opening up the world of beast control in the future. But the disadvantage is that the realm that could have been broken through in 1 week was abruptly delayed until half a year later. The gap is indeed quite large. Secondly, the improvement in mental power is also considerable. Perhaps because he saw the whole picture of Blue Star, he felt that his mental power was cheering. Perception, detection range, and mental strength are greatly improved. Li Chang'an had a hunch that he might have exceeded the 20 mental power standard required for a Level 2 Beastmaster. Finally, Li Chang'an was surprised by the ability he inherited from Mao Mao. He didn't expect it to be this ability, Shadow of Prison. Shadow of Prison. Abnormal status immunity increased by 50%, agility increased by 50%, all attacks have a double strike effect. Double strike effect. 2 additional attacks are added after the attack, and each additional attack is half the power of the original attack. Rounding it up is doubling the power. The last piece of the puzzle from Mao Mao's talent transformation is actually in him. No, if it was inherited from Mao Mao, then Mao Mao's talent should have completely transformed. Why? This gift from the mother planet is not plundering, but copying and sharing. Li Chang'an remembered the last shadow that appeared in front of him in the previous picture. Masaka? Is that the innate ability Shadow of Hell? First the hunting notes, and then this inexplicable innate ability. Li Chang'an felt that he was being targeted by something. Seeing Li Chang'an frowning, Mao Mao thought he had inherited a bad ability and said a little guiltily, "Meow, I'm sorry, Chang'an. Is my skill too bad?" Li Chang'an laughed and touched Mao Mao's drooped head. "Why do you think so much? The most important thing is what is in front of him." "No. Mao Mao's ability is very powerful. I just think too much." Li Chang'an and Mao Mao talked about the Shadow of Prison. Mao Mao's eyes widened and he waved his little paws. "Meow, meow, meow. Chang'an, that. Li Chang'an wondered, which one? Mao Mao shouted excitedly. "Meow. Chang'an, your talent." "Talent? Which talent? Ingenuity? Heart of the Ancient Dragon? Wait, Heart of the Ancient Dragon." Li Chang'an immediately understood why Mao Mao was so excited. It is the talent of Heart of Ancient Dragon. It is 100% consistent with the passive effect of the Ancient Dragon, plus the resonance of the beast. If one day Li Chang'an can bear the burden of 100% perfect beast control resonance, maybe Mao Mao's talent transformation can gradually be realized. Li Chang'an had a glimmer of understanding in his heart. Perhaps that figure had given him the Shadow of Prison talent just for this ideal result. Li Chang'an grinned, stroking the mane on Mao Mao's head and chest, and said, "Mao Mao, you are so awesome. You found a reason right away." Mao Mao received Li Chang'an's praise, and she embarrassedly lowered her head and rubbed Li Chang'an's chest, giggling in the soul contract. One person and one dragon had a rough fight in the yard. Mao Mao shrank back to the size of a kitten and jumped onto Li Chang'an's shoulders. Even though Li Chang'an's physical fitness has been super enhanced, his head can't stand the current Mao Mao. So it settled for the next best thing and chose to stay on Li Chang'an's shoulders. Since Mao Mao was still hungry on the board, Li Chang'an made 5 more low-level lava meals this time, which satisfied Mao Mao's current appetite. Of course, this is just a normal phenomenon after Mao Mao awakens his talent. Although his appetite has increased, it has only increased to the point where he can eat 5 meals per meal. Well, it's a set meal for 3. Not much. Sunglasses.jpg. For the sake of Mao Mao's future, Li Chang'an is now preparing to practice the middle-level lava package. A few days after Mao Mao awakened his talent, Hanya No. 1 Middle School announced the results of the final exam. As expected, Li Chang'an still ranks first, followed closely by Wen Miaohua. The day after the results were announced, the school notified students who had passed the test to gather in front of the school gate. Some students who failed will take the makeup exam in a week. Only those who pass the makeup exam will follow the last batch of students from all high schools in Hongyan City to choose their pets. It's a small punishment. As for those students who fail the re-examination, unfortunately, they will lose the qualification to become Beast Masters. They will be assigned to regular classes in their senior year of high school to learn other life skills. They can fail even the most basic high school subjects, and they don't even have the conditions to pursue a scientific research path. The university they attended was also a vocational college similar to their previous life, which ensured that they could acquire a certain skill. Hanya No. 1 Middle School arranged a dozen buses to transport students to the Institute of Ecology. Not all of these dozens of buses are occupied by people, and some of them are prepared for contracting larger pet beasts and beast masters on the return journey. They were still students. They had just completed their sole contract, and the beast control space had not yet been opened, so they made these arrangements. Li Chang'an doesn't have this trouble. His beast control space is large and wide, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to squeeze it in. At this moment, his head was hanging on Wen Yaohua's shoulder, sleeping soundly. He practiced all night last night. To be precise, he practiced all night for a few days after Mao Mao's awakening period. The specific reason is also a matter of the innate ability, shadow of prison. Li Chang'an discovered that the word shadow in shadow of hell was actually a noun. When he was practicing, his own shadow was also practicing. After his body was tempered by the special life energy of his mother planet, his talent for cultivating spells has also been greatly improved. And now, this improved talent is multiplied by 2, allowing Li Chang'an to feel the pleasure of cultivation for the first time. The visible increase in spell power confused him, so he practiced day and night without eating or sleeping. If this progress continues, the originally expected half a year can be shortened to 2 months. When Miaohua's earlobes flushed with shyness, but her body still tilted towards Li Chang'an unconsciously, so that he could sleep more comfortably. Then, under the warmth coming from her shoulders, Wen Miaohua also fell asleep. The two of them were leaning against each other, shoulder to shoulder, head to head. If Mr. Driver hadn't reminded them, they might have missed the time to get off the bus. Why are you asleep too? Li Chang'an was very confused. He remembered that Wen Miaohua's life schedule was very regular, and there should be no lack of sleep. Wen Miaohua couldn't say that because Li Chang'an's body was too warm, he got addicted to it unknowingly. How could a 16-year-old girl say such things from her heart? So the girl said, I practiced late yesterday. Li Chang'an looked over sideways. Are you practicing too late? I do not believe. The girl lowered her head, burying the shy emotion deep in her heart. Students who choose what department come here. Water element students are here. The staff of the institute carrying the sign shouted loudly, and when the number of people was almost there, they called the names one by one on the list in their hands. Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua chose different attributes. One was the wood type, and the other was the ice type. They couldn't meet each other in the ecological park. After confirming that the personnel were correct, the 2 leading teachers and 3 research institute personnel of each attribute led their respective student teams to an altar. There's a silver formation engraved on the altar. A staff member explained, this is a short-distance space shuttle array. The Institute's ecological park covers an area of 500 square kilometers. Without the teleportation array, it would take a whole day to walk there. Now, let me ask you, does anyone have a history of space energy allergy? All the students shook their heads. If they were allergic to space energy, the beast control space would not be opened. There is no space for beast control, and there is no place to store a large amount of magic power. You will only be a level 1 beast control master for the rest of your life. So why should I be a beast master? I should change my major as soon as possible before it's too late. After repeated confirmations, the researchers safely opened the space teleportation array. After several rounds of teleportation, everyone arrived in a peaceful valley. The valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with many lush trees, and an endless plain in the distance. A few small black dots were sparsely moving on the plain. The staff member took out a large bag from the bag behind his back and distributed the bracelets inside to each student. This is a specially made smart bracelet that is supervised by the mechanical beasts in the Research Institute. This bracelet comes with a protective energy shield. It will be turned on when it detects that your life is in danger. At the same time, rescuers will quickly arrive at the location where the coordinates are sent by the bracelet. In addition, the selection of pet beasts this time is strictly prohibited by force, unless the pet beast takes the initiative to challenge. Otherwise, the selection qualification will be canceled. After that, you will probably have to buy pet eggs at your own expense. A strange smile appeared on the head of the staff's face, and he said, "Of course, I know some of you are not short of money, but I still want to remind you. If the above circumstances are judged to be serious, a record will be left on the file. You should know the consequences." Hearing this sentence, some people in the student team who originally didn't take it seriously stuck out their tongues. This was indeed a price they couldn't afford. People with stains on their files can go to college, but there is basically no chance at major universities. Although the rich second generation is rich, they are not stupid and will not risk their future by doing such a stupid thing as bullying a cub. After seeing the effect of the threat, the staff shouted loudly, "Disband now and come back here before 5 o'clock in the afternoon." If you don't know the way, you can use the markers on the smart bracelet to lead the way. As soon as they finished speaking, the two school teachers nodded, and more than 100 students turned into birds and beasts and dispersed, running towards the forests and plains in the distance. As for the risks in the wild, Dongwon Country has been teaching students wild survival-related training since junior high school. Those who cannot overcome this hurdle should give up the idea of venturing outside the city as soon as possible. Li Chang'an walked straight to the Mu Department C area. His father was already taking care of him, so no one was still wandering around slowly. The staff's eyelids jumped when they saw Li Chang'an's clear goal. He is indeed the son of the deputy director. His purpose is clear. Li Chang'an did not encounter any dangers along the way. It would be better to say that those dangers were subconsciously keeping away from him. How is this going? Li Chang'an was puzzled, and Mao Mao said in the soul communication, "Meow? Could it be because Chang'an didn't restrain his aura? Concentrate your breath? Where do I have any breath?" Thinking of this, Li Chang'an looked solemnly. He seemed to have the ability in this area, the talent of the prison flame dragon shadow of prison. Even if it only works on him, this is Gulong's talent. He is now like an ancient hybrid dragon wearing human skin, walking freely in the forest. How dare these monsters, which have lived in the ecological park since childhood, offend him? After thinking about this, Li Chang'an was really helpless. He had never considered using hunting notes to learn a concealment technique for himself. But Mao Mao can ignore the pollution on the soul when adding points to the hunting note skill. But he couldn't do it. As an adult who has walked through the big dive vat of society, the only thing Li Chang'an has learned is to be self-aware. Adding skills to yourself is like being an addict on drugs. Once you start, it's hard to stop. The remaining soul messages in the hunting notes all warn newcomers not to rely too much on the hunting notes. Attribute plundering is unavoidable in the process of becoming stronger, but adding points to your own skills is something you can do without. If you use it, be prepared to be enslaved. Therefore, Li Chang'an's original expectation for his second favorite suddenly disappeared. He cares more about his own future than his second favorite. Forget it, just walk around. Maybe you can meet a little guy who is not afraid of me. Li Chang'an completely relaxed and wandered around the wooden park. Although these pet beasts were avoiding him, with his good physical fitness, he still saw many wood-type pet beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world. Well, there are even pet beasts like flower vine snakes. The flower vine snake is purely wood-type and not poisonous. The scales on the body are covered with moss, and there is a flower growing on the head. There are different types of flowers, which are related to the environment in which the flower vine snake was born. The most popular thing about the flower vine snake is its ability to recover and shed its skin instantly. These two abilities are also its talents. When the flower vine snake receives a fatal attack, it will use its slippery moss scales to shed its skin to avoid a fatal attack. And when it runs out of oil, it will suck up the cherished flowers on top of its head and seize the energy stored inside to achieve instant recovery. No matter which ability it is highly sought after by humans. I wonder who this timid guy will take advantage of. Li Chang'an bypassed the little snake trembling in the cave and continued walking towards the plain. On the way, we also met a group of four-season deer. These beautiful creatures were grazing leisurely. This group of guys is not common. They belong to the category of protecting pet animals. That is to say, during the special period of selecting the initial pet beast, there's an opportunity to make a contract. If anyone else doesn't have enough authority, they won't have a chance with this group of treasures. The four-season deer is also a pet animal of the wood type. According to the time of birth, it can be divided into four types: spring-horned, summer-horned, autumn-horned, and winter-horned deer. The attributes of the four-season deer after advancement are also different, and they all have leadership-level potential that exceeds the elite level. The evolved form of the spring-horned deer, the spring-flower deer, is a pure wood type. The hair on its body is light green, and the antlers on its head are also covered with flowers. This is also the origin of its name. Spring-flower deer has strong healing ability, and a small number of individuals with strong vitality can ripen the plant. The evolved form of the summer-horned deer, the summer-flame deer, has dual attributes of wood and fire, and has fiery red fur. His temper will be a little more violent than other evolved types, and the antlers on his head that will fall off have also turned into flame horns that are extremely difficult to fall off. This has also resulted in the high price of Xianlu's horns in the medicinal market. The evolved form of the autumn-antlered deer, the autumn fruit deer, has both earth and wood attributes. Its body is light yellow, and some fruits are regularly hung on its antlers. The type of fruit is determined by the spiritual fruit material taken by the autumn fruit deer when it evolves. It is a rare resource-based pet beast. Beast masters who are often short of money can try to cultivate one, provided that you have enough contribution. Finally, there is the rarest winter-antlered deer. Because there are not many fawns born in winter, there are really very few pet animals of this type. Although the four-season deer are an extraordinary group, their breeding season is in summer and autumn, and individuals born in winter are an exception. In Li Chang'an's impression, only 5 winter-antlered deer were born in the Institute of Ecology in the past 20 years. The winter-antlered deer is not only rare, but its strength is also among the best among all-season deer. It has 2 evolved types, the winter crystal deer and the winter wood deer. The former has both wood and ice attributes and is very powerful, while the latter is still a wood-attributed beast, but has a powerful king-level evolved snow giant wood deer. This is also the only pet beast among the four seasons deer that can evolve to the king level, possessing the potential of a high king. The conditions for the Snow Wind Giant wood deer project are demanding, and there are currently only a few examples of successful evolution. One of them is in the hands of Lin Fia, the Snowman Bao, one of the 8 pillar kingdoms of Donghuang. Meow. Chang'an, something good happened. The group of deer with long horns chatted and said there was a pair of very special pet beasts ahead. Mao Mao, who shares the soul vision with Li Chang'an, issued a reminder. Li Chang'an, you actually understand deer language. Mao Mao. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk. Q. Similar to other monsters, the four-season deer herd also stopped eating grass when they saw Li Chang'an. However, since there were still evolved leaders in the herd, the remaining deer did not escape immediately. Li Chang'an left a few low-level wood crystals on the spot as a thank-you gift, and then rushed towards the place where he heard it. After Li Chang'an left Shiladi, the four-season deer herd started eating again. The leader, Xia Yanlu, lowered his head to pick up a few pieces of wood crystals left by Li Chang'an, placed them next to the newly born calves, and looked up at the direction in which Li Chang'an left. Li Chang'an walked for half an hour and saw many new wood-type monsters. But I have never seen the wooden house that Shijiliaka mentioned. After walking for another 10 miles, Li Chang'an finally found a giant tree in the distance. There were many ordinary trees beside the giant tree. Although this small forest is not big, it is still quite tricky. The trees are fine. The problem is the thorn bushes all over the place, which plagued wood-type monster planted so many thorns here. He couldn't let Mao Mao use Hellflame to open a way. Otherwise, when the cigarette smoke starts, others will probably be sitting on the iron bench, and the smart bracelets on their hands will seamlessly switch to silver. Just when Li Chang'an was helpless, a ray of fire came from behind him, opening a path for him into the woods. Li Chang'an looked back and saw the leaving figure of a Xiaoyan deer. Sure enough, the commander-level monsters already possess a considerable degree of intelligence and will not rely solely on instinct like the extraordinary-level monsters. Li Chang'an sighed and walked into the woods from the trail opened by Xia Yanlu, extinguishing many sparks along the way. When he came to the foot of the giant tree, there was indeed a hole under the giant tree, which could accommodate the entry and exit of a two-person-tall monster. There is also a clear spring near the cave entrance. There is indeed an awakening thorn bear in the tree hole, but unfortunately this thorn bear seems to be unable to resist the aura on his body. Li Chang'an sighed deeply. He couldn't even bear the breath on his body, let alone fighting alongside Mao Mao. Just when he was about to return the same way, he seemed to catch a white figure out of the corner of his eye. A rabbit with a snow-white body and green limbs was holding a wooden spoon and fetching water near the spring. This rabbit's ears are very special. They are green leaf-shaped. Li Chang'an thought for a moment, green leaf-shaped rabbit ears, which are the characteristics of the extraordinary monster double-leaf rabbit. But the fur of the double-leaf rabbit is green, and this rabbit only has green limbs. Mutations? These two words appeared in Li Chang'an's mind. Judging from the appearance of the little rabbit, it seemed that he was not frightened by the aura on his body. The most important thing is that he is very intelligent and knows how to fetch water with a wooden spoon. Li Chang'an quietly approached the little rabbit. After the little rabbit finished fetching water, he looked back and saw a large shadow hanging over his head. Li Chang'an's back was facing the sun at this time, and the vague aura on his body highlighted the thick shadow on his face. Little rabbit, Sigma A. Li Chang'an, upright arrow. The little rabbit kicked off and ran away. Li Chang'an, with quick eyes and quick hands, pinched the little rabbit's neck and picked it up. The little guy didn't flinch even when he was lifted in the air. Instead, he hit Li Chang'an's arm hard with the small wooden spoon in his hand. Unfortunately, Li Chang'an, who had strengthened his body, only felt that the little rabbit's attack was very light and gentle. When the thorn bear in the tree hole saw that the little rabbit was caught, he quickly came out of the hole with a grin on his face, seeming to threaten Li Chang'an to let go of the little rabbit. Then Li Chang'an released Mao Mao, and the hybrid dragon-level pressure made Thorn Bear roll his eyes and fainted on the spot. The performance of the little rabbit was much better than that of the stupid Thorn Bear. Although Li Chang'an could clearly feel that the little rabbit's body was constantly shaking, but the little guy's eyes were fixed on Li Chang'an. Not bad, very brave. Li Chang'an put the little rabbit on the ground and asked Mao Mao to act as the translator. Mao Mao didn't expect that it was a majestic ancient dragon. After contracting with Li Chang'an, it was not fighting that played the most, but translating. With inherited memories, Mao Mao can be called an encyclopedia in the world of Warcraft. For Li Chang'an now, the knowledge that Mao Mao possesses is much more useful than its combat power. Under Mao Mao's translation, Li Chang'an successfully chatted with the little rabbit. This mutated double-leaf rabbit was raised by Thorn Bear's mother, and he and Thorn Bear are considered siblings. Perhaps this lineage of Thorn Bears is a vegetarian. It is gentler, but also more timid than its kind. The thorn bushes outside the woods were planted by this Thorn Bear. Although it lost the powerful body of the Thorn Bear, it also gained stronger with energy control capabilities. Successfully transferred from melee warrior to forest shaman. This little rabbit is responsible for finding food for the timid Thorn Bear. It also makes rough spiritual food on weekdays. This creates a more flexible form. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he explained the purpose of his visit to the little rabbit. Not surprisingly, the little rabbit refused. The reason is that he can't worry about this stupid big guy like Thorn Bear, and is afraid that he will starve to death after he leaves. Li Chang'an thought thoughtfully. According to Little Rabbit's description of the loser Thorn Bear, this situation is really possible. Because the Institute of Ecology does not interfere too much in the ecological park, they focus more on observation and recording. The mentality of the monsters in the ecological park that trusts and fears humans is also the result of generations of researchers working hard to add sweet dates to the stick. That is to say, as long as I help this stupid guy find a good home, you'll be willing to come with me, right? After Mao Mao relayed Li Chang'an's meaning to the little rabbit thought about it and nodded. Seeing this, Li Chang'an's evaluation of the little rabbit's intelligence rose to a new level. Mao Mao, go call the thorn bear who is pretending to be dead. Mao Mao received the order and came to the thorn bear. She hit him with 2 cat punches. The pain was so painful that the thorn bear sat up in shock as he was dying. Jumped 3 feet high. It's hard to imagine that this stupid bear, which is more than 2 meters tall, has such strong jumping ability. Mao Mao shook his head and growled, signaling the thorn bear to follow him. Thorn bear came to Li Chang'an coquettishly like a wronged little daughter-in-law. Li Chang'an unexpectedly captured the emotions of hatred and grievance in the eyes of the little rabbit and the thorn bear respectively. Little rabbit, no, the intelligence of these 2 monsters is far beyond that of ordinary awakening monsters. Only the previous commander-level Xia Yinlu could rival them. Li Chang'an asked the thorn bear, show all your abilities. Mao Mao growled dutifully, and the hair all over the thorn bear's body trembled. But under Li Chang'an's calm eyes, he still chose to do it. In front of the thorn bear, yellow beams of light, green light spots, and a slowly growing thorn appeared in turn. Solar beam, slow catalysis, and this. There was a hint of wonder in Li Chang'an's eyes. If this thorn bear hadn't been so timid, he would have wanted to take it home. He felt the growth on the slowly growing thorn. This is an aura skill that can increase the attack power of nearby friendly units. Unexpectedly, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually has the qualifications of a forest shaman. The talent of Thorn Bear's awakening is totem amplification, which enhances the effect of aura skills. Okay, this bear's talent is too good. The best situation for the contractor is to inherit the talent of the Thorn Bear and perform double enhancement with the Thorn Bear in the future. The last one is also a solar beam, which adds some attack methods. Slow catalysis is one of the most suitable abilities for students who want to find a good job in the future. However, it is really difficult to find a candidate to introduce to the Thorn Bear. If you find someone more ordinary, it will bury its talent. Who to look for? The face of a cheerful boy slowly appeared in Li Chang'an's mind. Oh, I almost forgot about you, Lao Bai. After deciding on the candidate, Li Chang'an also wanted to see what the skills of this little rabbit were. After all, it's hard to find a suitable pet animal for him these days. Just the fact that he can withstand the scent of Mao Mao during the awakening stage is enough for Li Chang'an to value this smart little rabbit. Show me what skills you have. The little rabbit received Mao Mao's message and consciously showed off his abilities. 2 would attribute energy blades cut through the weeds not far away. A fragrant breath of vegetation rushed from Li Chang'an's nose to his forehead, which immediately made him feel much more relaxed. Blessings of leaf blades and green grass. Li Chang'an finally understood why Thorn Bear wanted to adopt this little rabbit. Blessings of green grass. Intermediate with skills, but more effective than high-level skills. It is one of the favorite auxiliary skills of turret pets and mediators. Blessing of green grass. Clear away some fatigue and improve mental recovery. No wonder this Thorn Bear was able to plant a protective bush of thorns in this forest just by relying on the power of its awakening stage. Love is aided by the blessings of grass from little rabbits. With this skill alone, Li Chang'an will not lose money if he consumes 1 contract slot. After completing these 2 skills, the little rabbit began to show its talent. I saw it pick up the small wooden spoon in its hand, crush some berries and grass in the stone pit, stir it a few times, and finally sprinkle it with spring water. A magical scene appeared. Li Chang'an's eyes widened, and he could actually feel the sense of coordination belonging to spiritual food from these juices. As if that's what these humble things should do. Li Chang'an felt like shit. Although he didn't know what kind of talent this was, he knew he had found a treasure. But on the surface, he still pretended to be nonchalant, dipped some juice into his fingertips, took a sip, and said to the little rabbit, "Not bad." When the little rabbit heard Li Chang'an's approval, he shyly pulled down his green leaf ears with his front paws, covering half of his face. Mao Mao and Li Chang'an have the same mind. Of course, she knows how excited Li Chang'an was before. Seeing Li Chang'an's indifferent expression of filling the cup, a rare tremor appeared in his sky-blue eyes. He actually took advantage of the fact that Little Rabbit had never seen the world and even coaxed and deceived him while pretending to be reluctant. So despicable. I like. Mao Mao also imitated Li Chang'an's appearance, as shown in the TV series, raising her head slightly and nodding towards the little rabbit to express approval. It can only be said that like a master, like a favorite, the proud ancient dragon has also been polluted by the evil eyes of humans. After the discussion, Li Chang'an left the woods with Mao Mao on his shoulders, a little rabbit in his arms, and a simple and honest thornbear behind him. The siblings didn't go out much, so there wasn't anything valuable in the tree hole. Thornbear also wanted to take some garbage with him, but was stopped by Mao Mao's kind words. On the way back, Li Chang'an gave all the wood crystals he carried to the Four Seasons deer group, and also left 2 fresh salads. The Cheyenne deer nodded to Li Chang'an and planned to give him a fallen flame horn, but Li Chang'an refused. Except for pet animals, students are not allowed to take away anything related to the ecological park. Li Chang'an reluctantly rejected this small goal and continued walking back. On the way, 2 of the 3 fresh salads left in his bag were swallowed whole by the thorn bear. After the little rabbit finished the other portion, he asked Li Chang'an with bright eyes to teach him how to make this food. Li Chang'an said we would talk about it later. He also learned that the thorn bear lineage was already the 23rd generation of a single generation, and its mother warned it before she died that she must have children before going out to wander the world. It is precisely for this reason that this stupid big guy is so afraid of death. In this regard, Li Chang'an once again underestimated the wisdom of the thorn bear. Based on the fact that the previous generation of female bears had the awareness to continue the family line, it can be seen that the thorn bear family has wisdom that is no less than that of mature humans. This is extremely rare among the thorn bears whose brains are only as big as walnuts. Fortunately, there is signal in the ecological park, and Li Chang'an found the suitable candidate through a private chat on his mobile phone. Lao Li, you have to pay for the time I wasted. It's just a few hours, and it's unethical for you to let me stay here for just 1 hour. At least 3 barbecue meals. A swarthy young man with a fleshy body put his arms around Li Chang'an's neck and made a 3 sign with his hands. This boy, who is a head taller than Li Chang'an, is named Bai Wenshan. His family works in ranching. He has a cheerful and enthusiastic personality. Li Chang'an also has a pretty good relationship with him. Nonsense, I recommended this guy to you. You have to pay me for 5 barbecues, and it must be Lao Wang's barbecue on Wuhan Street. Li Chang'an slapped Bai Wenshan's hand away and gave him 5. Bai Wenshan walked down the slope and said, "Okay, then I have to take a closer look at how awesome the pets you recommend are." Li Chang'an chuckled lightly and said, "I won't say it's awesome, but it's absolutely impossible for you to refuse." Bai Wenshan's eyes flickered, and there was a hint of expectation in his heart. He knew that Li Chang'an's character would never be aimless. Moreover, given Li Chang'an's family background, his vision for pet animals is not that bad. Li Chang'an pointed behind him and said, "No, this is the pet I recommend." Bai Wenshan, Thornbear? Are you kidding me? Thornbear is very good. Apart from being brainless, he is very strong in other aspects. But the last thing Bai Wenshan wants is this kind of pet beast. There was a hint of helplessness on the dark boy's face. "That's it. Are you kidding me?" Li Chang'an smiled and commented casually, "It can play dead." Playing dead? Bai Wenshan's expression was a little solemn. The grumpy bear who fought without caring about his life or death would actually pretend to be dead. This means that even in battle, the opponent will be different from other members of the same race and still retain a trace of rationality. The evolutionary potential of the thorn bear is good. There are 2 king-level evolutions. Each one is a battlefield meat grinder, but they all have a shortcoming. They can easily lose their minds. How terrifying is a battlefield meat grinder with reason? Bai Wenshan slightly reversed his stubborn prejudice. This bear was not incapable of contracting. Li Chang'an's mental power had already noticed the boy's emotional fluctuations, and he secretly smiled in his heart. "Young man, you're not being manipulated by me." Then Li Chang'an signaled the thorn bear to use the thorn's totem, skill. A green thorn grew slowly from the ground, emitting light green light within a 3-meter radius. Along with it came Bai Wenshan's green glasses. He just grabbed Li Chang'an's shoulders and said excitedly, "Old Li, please let me contract this thorn bear. I'll treat you to 5 meals. Oh no, 10 Din Lao Wang's barbecue." Li Chang'an knew that as long as Thorn Bear showed the skill, Thorn Totem, Bai Wenshan would definitely kneel down and worship him. Because Bai Wenshan comes from a beast-controlling family, the Bai family. The Bai family has a close relationship with the military, and the family is rich in shaman-type pets. Therefore, many armies in Z province will have 1 or 2 Bai family members. But although the Bai family is rich in shaman-type pet beasts, with such a large descendant of the Bai family, it is lucky for everyone to get one. Bai Wenshan's father is the son-in-law, but his mother is the sister of an elder in the Bai family's core circle. So Bai Wenshan has the quota of a shaman-type pet beast. But as a member of the Bai family, who doesn't want to have a similar pet beast in his team, Li Chang'an showed an expression that was half smiling, and Bai Wenshan's expression suddenly changed with excitement, like a wilted flower, and said, "Be gentle." Li Chang'an said with a smile, "Give it food and shelter, and find more wives for it in the future, so as to break the curse of being passed down alone for 23 generations in the family." Bai Wenshan groaned, "That's all. Otherwise? The few copper coins in your trouser pocket are less than a fraction of my monthly pocket money." Bai Wenshan was a little surprised. Although his mother was rich, it didn't mean that he was rich. He was indeed very poor. The Bai family has a military style and maintains the tradition of raising children in poverty and raising daughters in wealth. Bai Wenshan is indeed extremely poor. The 5 barbecue meals he can afford are all his savings over the years. Bai Wenshan chuckled, punched Li Chang'an in the chest, and said, "I owe you one." Li Chang'an rolled his eyes in return. After getting Li Chang'an's permission, Bai Wenshan attacked the thorn bear like an idiot and was so frightened that he backed away and hid behind Li Chang'an. If Bai Wenshan hadn't taken out the low-level spiritual food from the bag later, the Thorn Bear would really have been unwilling to let Bai Wenshan touch it. After Thorn Bear found his home, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Chang'an and Bai Wenshan returned to the space teleportation array, where many students had already returned with their favorite pets. Therefore, the valley at this time is more noisy and vibrant. It was not until Li Chang'an laid out the cushions, took out his lunch, and put out Mao Mao to eat that the noisy valley suddenly became silent. Except for the Thorn Bear and the little rabbit, who were already prepared, the pet beasts chosen by the others were all lying on the ground shivering, as if they had seen some terrifying demon king. Bai Wenshan cursed. "Damn it! When did you contract the initial pet beast? Is it a dragon pet beast? And you opened up a space for beast control." Li Chang'an calmly fed the lava jelly to Mao Mao, took out a sandwich and took a bite, saying, "Your information page is so outdated. Many people should know that I contracted a pet beast." The surrounding students' mouths went dry when they heard Li Chang'an's complaints. They knew it, but they were not beast masters before and had no pets. Where can I detect the terrifying suppression of ordinary pet beasts on Mao Mao? Dragon-type beasts that can exert pressure on humans at this stage must be at the sub-dragon level. Ordinary dragons only have this kind of power after reaching the king level. Mao Mao has always been in a state of restrained breath, so these people can't feel anything except pet beasts. It was only now that some students who had signed the contract felt the terrifying power of Mao Mao from the pet beast. Bai Wenshan took a deep look at Li Chang'an, and some words were stuck in his throat. The little rabbit hugged by Li Chang'an was also looked at by Bai Wenshan several times, and the excitement of getting the thorn bear suddenly dissipated. He was certain that this little rabbit was more special than the thorn bear, otherwise Li Chang'an, who has always been picky, would not be so precious. But as Li Chang'an said before, the most suitable one is the best. Bai Wenshan was lucky enough to get the thorn bear. No need to think about what is there and what is not. So Bai Wenshan put aside the distracting thoughts in his heart and chatted enthusiastically with Li Chang'an. After finishing 3 lava meals, Mao Mao yawned and consciously returned to the beast-controlling space. It is also in the awakening phase, where energy replenishment and lots of sleep are a must. As soon as Mao Mao disappeared, the little pet beasts around him breathed a sigh of relief, glanced in Li Chang'an's direction with fear, and ran to the Beast Master's arms to cry. Some students had a look of despair on their faces. They were contracted with large pet beasts like thorn bears. Even in the awakening stage, this kind of pet beast is not much smaller. Rather than saying that the pet beasts seek comfort in their arms, it is better to say that the pet beasts pick them up and use them as hand towels to wipe their tears. Bai Shan asked curiously, Lao Li, you haven't reached level 2 yet? It will be Li Chang'an's turn to be desperate. Well, it will take another 2 months. Bai Shan was shocked. So long. You must know that after the beast control space is opened, it is quite fast for a level 1 beast control master to break through to a level 2 beast control master. The fastest is 1 week, and the slowest is only 1 month. 2 months is indeed a bit long. Li Chang'an said with a distressed look on his face. The space for controlling the beast is a bit bigger. Bai Shan, he hoped he would have this trouble tomorrow too. Today is the day for the initial pet beast of the contract, and tomorrow is the day for the school organization to jointly open up a space for beast control. The researcher who just walked over heard Li Chang'an's distress and took a few deep breaths to calm down his ups and downs. As a master's degree from a key university, his vision is not as narrow as Bai Shan's. It takes 2 months for a new beast master to break through to level 2. The size of this beast master space is at least 400 cubic meters. You must know that for more than 80% of newcomers, the space for beast control is less than 100 cubic meters. The precise data is 25 cubic to 70 cubic, which is still far from 100 cubic. Those whose initial beast control space exceeds 100 cubic meters are all talents worthy of vigorous cultivation, accounting for 15% of the total. Less than half of the geniuses can exceed 200 cubic meters. A very small group of monsters can carve out more than 300 cubic meters of initial beast controlling space. Unfortunately, he just met a monster from Donghuang Kingdom complaining about his talent. The complexity of this can only be understood by adults who have experienced social beatings. So for the sake of his own psychological balance, the researcher sent a message to the research group of his institute. Don't be bald. It's better to have fun alone than to have fun together. I just heard a student complaining that it would take him 2 months to break through to level 2 Beast Master. Autumn wind bleak. One glance, it's fake. Lao Na uses Qing Liang. Let me see which brat is bragging. Don't be bald. Li Chang'an's photo.jpg. Spiny crab black powder. Deputy Director Li Mingxian. 6. Lao Na uses Qing Liang. Withdraw statement. Lao Na uses Qing Liang. Director, I was wrong. Bleak autumn wind. A thimble a glance. Full-time wife. Taste a person's loneliness. Fried potatoes with ginger. Good luck all the way. Lao Na Yong Qing Liang has been banned for 72 hours by the administrator, full-time wife. The researcher smiled with relief, put away his mobile phone with satisfaction, and walked towards the space formation with brisk steps. This group of students was gathered and sent back to the institute. Li Mingxian was sitting in the office and accidentally learned a piece of gossip about his son. Half of his face was immersed in darkness, making the other half look particularly gloomy. Kick, kick, kick. The darkness is swallowing. Li Mingxian turned behind him helplessly and said, Shaolin, don't play music while I'm thinking, and don't open the curtains. The office is already airtight, and this time will be even more uncomfortable for you. A humanoid beast wearing an apron and a headset decorated with headphones covered his chuckling mouth and turned off the stereo in his hand. Then he opened the closed curtains, and the summer afternoon sunlight shone directly into the dull office. This is a rare soul-based pet beast, a musical performer. Nana? Is it about Shaolin? Li Mingxian rubbed his eyebrows and replied tiredly. Part of it is. I just know why Shaolin came to ask about the auxiliary medicine some time ago. The musician carefully rubbed Li Mingxuan's temples with both hands and asked, Nah? What's wrong? It will take Shaolin 2 months to advance to level 2 Beast Master, which means that his initial Beast Master space will be at least 400 cubic meters. The musician covered her mouth in surprise. Nah, there are actually 400 cubic meters. It understands what 400 cubic meters means. Not only will pet beasts live more comfortably in the beast-controlling space, the huge mantra aura can also provide them with a better cultivation environment. In addition, the large space for beast control also means that Shaoan can learn some space-based beast master abilities in the future, which will greatly increase his strength and survivability. It learned from its seniors that Li Mingxuan's initial beast controlling space was only 230 cubic meters, and it had already been taken away by the boss. And Shaoan is better than his predecessor, almost twice as much. What will it be like? Speaking of which, it has not seen Shaoan for a long time. There was a hint of softness in the eyes of the musical performer. Compared to Li Mingxian and Mu Qingqing, it was the one who accompanied Li Chang'an the longest. The Li family's parents are very busy at work, and Li Chang'an has been taking care of her since she was in elementary school. Li Mingxian patted the musician's arm and said softly, "As long as you survive this period of time, you will be able to meet Shaoan. He will definitely be surprised by then." The music player thought about the future scene, and her already crisp laughter became more and more pleasant. Li Chang'an returned to the research institute, moved tables and chairs from the adjacent research room very familiarly, and watched the show silently with several teachers. The first priority for these students who came back from the ecological park is to sign a soul contract with the initial pet beast. There is no safer place than the Institute of Ecology, because even if something fails and something happens, the doctors here are the best and the closest. Students who can obtain the Apprentice Beast Master qualification issued by the school must have a mental power of more than 5 talisman. But there is no shortage of accidents in this world. In the hour Li Chang'an watched the show, more than a dozen students had already failed in their contracts. There was also an unlucky guy who suffered mental backlash during the contract process. Even if he was treated by a doctor, he had to rest for a day or two before trying the contract again. During this period, Li Chang'an named the little rabbit Li Yao, nicknamed Yao Yao. Yao Yao was very quiet in his arms. Only when Thorn Bear and Bai Shan formed a contract, her body felt a little nervous. The small green paws were tightly clasped on Li Chang'an's arm. After seeing that the Thorn Bear was successfully contracted, he relaxed. "Guji, will it be so thrilling if I sign a contract with you in the future?" After Mao Mao finished translating, Li Chang'an explained, "This will only happen the first time. I have already signed a contract with Mao Mao, so it will be very easy when it is your turn." Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief and quietly watched the show on Li Chang'an's arm. After a while, Li Chang'an discovered that Yao Yao had fallen asleep without knowing it. No matter how mature Yao Yao is, she is still a cub in the awakening stage. After experiencing so many things, she is already very tired. After informing several leading teachers, Li Chang'an carried Yao Yao to the lounge of the Research Institute. At this point, most of the researchers had already started working, so naturally there were not many people in the lounge. This is convenient for Li Chang'an himself. Not long after, another figure walked into the lounge, and it was Wen Miaohua. "You are indeed here." As a relative of Li Chang'an, Wen Miaohua is also very familiar with the Institute of Ecology and knows where Li Chang'an often visits. "What pet animal contract did you choose?" Li Chang'an motioned to Yao Yao on the table, and Wen Miaohua's eyes lingered on Yao Yao's snow-white hair for a while. Then he asked, "Mutated?" Li Chang'an nodded and said, "I don't know. I'm more inclined to think it's a mixed race." "Mixed race?" When Miaohua's eyebrows moved and her eyes were bright. The person Li Chang'an could take a liking to must be a hybrid of a powerful rabbit-like monster. "Any clues?" Li Chang'an shrugged, spread his hands flat, and said, "Obviously not. Yao Yao's ability is a bit complicated. It has the leaf blade of the double-leaf rabbit and the blessing of the grass of the lucky grass rabbit. That talent is also outrageous. A few simple common fruits and grass, plus a little clear spring water, turned out to be a simple spiritual food." When Miaohua learned that Yao Yao would be blessed with green grass, she was already amazed. When she heard the last sentence, even she didn't know what to say. Yao Yao was born specifically for the profession of spiritual food blender. Such a pet beast, even if it does not have healing abilities, can guarantee the logistics of an entire team of pet beasts. It belongs to the logistics category of pets that can only be found but cannot be found. As for Yao Yao's current low potential, She only has extraordinary and low-level potential, which is nothing to Li Chang'an's family. Not to mention that Li Chang'an's father Li Mingxian is a senior scientific research boss, so it is not too difficult to customize a suitable evolution ceremony for Yao Yao. What matters is Yao Yao's talent and skills. Many high-level pet beasts are just like that. They have not awakened key skills, and their own value is far less than those low-level pet beasts that have awakened core skills early. From the perspective of humans, things like racial potential can be changed as long as you pay enough price. There is a saying in the scientific research community that there is no limit to the evolution of pet animals, but we have not yet found a suitable method. Congratulations on choosing a pet beast with extraordinary potential. When Miaohua looked at Li Chang'an with some envy, and Li Chang'an asked, "Hua, what second favorite did you pick?" When Miaohua was a little embarrassed. Compared to Yao Yao, the second pet she chose was indeed a bit unattractive. An icy blue contract formation unfolded under Wen Miaohua's feet, and a round figure appeared in Wen Miaohua's palm. It's the ice-type snow twanner. The color of the Beast Master's contract formation has nothing to do with the level, but is related to the pet beast the Beast Master has contracted with. It is usually bright white. If there is a pet beast that far exceeds other pet beasts, or if most of the pet beasts have the same attribute, then the color of the contract formation will become the color of that attribute. It was obvious that when Miaohua's mysterious initial pet beast was of the ice type. What concerned Li Chang'an the most was that 3 star swords were extended from Wen Miaohua's star carving formation, which meant that the quiet girl in front of him was a level 3 Beast Master. One step away from being able to advance to the ranks of intermediate Beast Masters. Good guy. It turns out that you are the most hidden person in Hongyan number 1 middle school. A 16-year-old level 3 Beast Master. If nothing else goes wrong, when this snow twanner catches up with its progress, when Miaohua may be able to directly break through to the realm of an intermediate Beast Master with the feedback from the contract, completely distanced himself from the general public. When Miaohua saw Li Chang'an's shock, and her knees wrapped in white knee socks rubbed uneasily. "I just practiced a few years earlier than you. I'm not fast at all. You see, it took me so long to reach level 3 as a Beast Master." After talking about it, I didn't forget to belittle myself. Li Chang'an didn't know what to say. When Miaohua's parents would never let her practice medicine many years early. That has a very bad impact on the physical development of children. When Miaohua has been practicing for at most 2 years, not more. Could he have said that last sentence as unnecessary? Cannot. The little girl will be even more upset. Simply, Li Chang'an made Wen Miaohua even more uneasy. He suddenly approached Wen Miaohua and stared into her ethereal eyes for a long time, seeming to savor this unique clarity. Wen Miaohua felt the warm breath exhaled by Li Chang'an, and her little head was instantly overloaded. Before she lowered her head, she felt Li Chang'an pinch her cheek with his fingers. Sure enough, that piece of flesh on your face feels good. A burst of pink steam suddenly came out of the girl's head. She lowered her head and stopped looking at Li Chang'an. The snowball on Wen Miaohua's palm shouted loudly at Li Chang'an, as if to strongly condemn Li Chang'an for bullying its owner. As soon as Li Chang'an's eyes fell on Shui Tuaner, the invisible pressure on her body made by Tuanzi shrink into Wen Miaohua's palm, moaning for comfort. Shui Tuaner's bullying and shy character reminded Li Chang'an of the teddy dog in his previous life. The strange man who originally planned to tease the little girl received a message. Li Chang'an frowned. Comrade Li would actually look for him at this point. In desperation, Li Chang'an could only give up his original plan, spoke to Wen Miaohua, and walked to Li Mingxuan's office. Wen Miaohua looked at Li Chang'an's leaving figure and fell into a dilemma. Why did Chang'an become so proactive? Does the initial pet beast have such a big impact? However, when Miaohua held her face happily and smiled stupidly, while the black leather shoes under her feet were swinging in the air. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Is there anyone in there?" When Miaohua immediately calmed down and responded coldly, "Is something wrong?" The people outside the door were very surprised. "Hey, is this voice the squad leader?" "Ah, it's okay. I'll leave first." The flower of jailing in Hongyan number 1 middle school will only show other expressions to the person she likes. Li Chang'an turned left and right and came to an ordinary office door. On the door was a sign with Li Mingxuan's photo and job title. Li Mingxian, it's me. Li Mingxian. Call Daddy. Li Chang'an. Although what you said is reasonable, I feel that you are understanding me. Dad, open the door. Come in. Li Chang'an opened the door and walked in with a speechless expression. He glanced at the room and asked, Sister Lin, isn't there? Li Mingxian tidied the table, took out a small box from the drawer, and said, Xiao Lin is still busy with something. I always feel that you're doing some bad research on Sister Lin. Don't rush to deny it. You have a criminal record. Li Mingxian looked at the traitor in front of him with pain, and he felt his stomach hurt even more. Sure enough, he should have had another daughter with Qingqing in the first place. Sooner or later, he would be angry to death from this rebellious son. Li Mingxian asked Li Chang'an symbolically, Shaoan, how big is your beast control space? Li Chang'an picked it up and said, 500 cubic meters. Li Mingxuan's hand holding the small box paused, and then with an indifferent expression, he handed the box in his hand to Li Chang'an. It's not bad. This is for you. It will help you practice your magic power. Li Chang'an was very surprised. Didn't it say that low-level beast masters should not use auxiliary medicines to practice? It is correct for ordinary people who have not even opened up 100 cubic meters. Li Mingxian picked up the suit on the hanger and put it on, arranged his clothes, and said, For people with more than 300 cubic meters of power, the process of filling the gap in spell power is too torturous. Besides, what's inside is not a potion. The specific usage instructions are written in the box. Take a look for yourself. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Li Mingxian didn't give Li Chang'an time to ask questions, and he opened and closed the door in one go. Li Chang'an felt that Comrade Li didn't look like he was in trouble, but looked like he was on a run. Li Mingxian walked out of the office and came to an empty rack, waving his fists in the air excitedly. Yes, my son is a genius. Li Chang'an came inexplicably and left inexplicably. He returned to the lounge, where when Miaohua was still teasing Xue Tuaner. Uncle let you back so soon? Seeing Li Chang'an's appearance, Xue Tuaner immediately moved closer to Wen Miaohua's palm. Li Chang'an shook the box in his hand and said, Just give me this thing. Wen Miaohua looked over curiously. What is this? I don't know. Let's wait until I open it. Li Chang'an sat back on the stool and opened the box given by Li Mingxian. A piece of crystal glowing with 7 colors of light lay quietly in the center of the box, with a piece of paper stuffed beside it. When Miaohua saw this crystal flake, his face showed the same expression. Chang'an, your beast control space is very large. Li Chang'an opened the piece of paper and said without raising his head, Well, 500 cubic meters. The girl opened her moist lips slightly, took a few quick breaths, and said silently, This is a fragment of the life crystal. It has pure life energy and a trace of space energy. It is very suitable for beast control masters to accumulate magic power and stability. The beast controlling space. Li Chang'an combined the note with Wen Miaohua's statement and determined that this was indeed a fragment of the life crystal. I just said, how could the extraordinary world not have anything to assist low-level beast masters in their cultivation? Isn't this what happened? Why haven't you heard of this before? When Miaohua explained, First, life crystals are very precious and can only be mined in a few mineral veins in Dongwang Kingdom or deep in the life-restricted area. Second, the life crystal was originally used to assist king-level beast masters in their training and is not suitable for use by level 1 to 9 beast masters. Even if it is a fragment, only those geniuses with a large initial beast-controlling space can use it. Ordinary people can easily burst the beast-controlling space using life crystals. There was a hint of surprise in Li Chang'an's eyes. No wonder Li Mingxian didn't give him this thing before. It turns out that there are also rigid requirements for beast control space. As soon as Li Chang'an's fingertips touched the surface of the life crystal fragment, a suction force came from the depths of his soul. The bloody thorn symbol on the hunting note appeared, and in an instant, the life crystal fragments on his fingertips turned into fly ash. A strong breath of life flowed down his body into the hunting notes. Li Chang'an could clearly feel the longing emotions coming from the hunting notes. Kill that girl, she still has it. The darkness in Li Chang'an's eyes became colder and colder. The more tempting the hunting notes urged him to be, the calmer the anger in his heart became. What? How dare you show up so blatantly? There is no technical content at all. That's right. The mysterious darkness of the hunting notes was completely shattered in Li Chang'an's eyes. The hunting notes not only stole his life energy, but also didn't give him any benefits. To describe it in one sentence, it's a big deal. Li Chang'an's lips moved slightly, and a dark red flame appeared on his body. And as time went by, the shadows of the flames became clearer and clearer, and these flames carved out the lines of hell scales on his exposed skin. One brown eye also gradually changed into a sky blue dragon eye. The manic, angry, and ancient atmosphere filled the lounge. Shui Tuaner whimpered and fainted gorgeously in the palm of Miaohua's hand. When Miaohua took back the snow Tuaner in time, and a frosty lotus appeared behind him, and a single horn appeared, isolating the surrounding atmosphere from Miaohua. Xiaobai, what's going on in Chang'an? Hey, he has murderous intentions towards you. When Miaohua said firmly, it's impossible, Chang'an won't do this. Hey. The murderous intention came from his body, and he and the monster were busy suppressing it. When Miaohua nodded and said, that's it, noob. At this time, Yao Yao, who was sleeping, was also frightened and woke up. Fortunately, when Miaohua protected her, Mao Mao released the fighting form in the beast control space, and the purgatory core was running crazily in the body. The beast controlling resonance soars all the way to the 50% limit of deep resonance. After crossing this boundary, the shadow of hell ability hidden in Li Chang'an's soul and Mao Mao's purgatory core began to resonate. An invisible deep force was initially born, penetrating the bloody thorn marks and the hunting notes. The blood color patterns on the cover of the hunting notebook dimmed for a moment and finally fell into silence helplessly. But this deep power didn't intend to let it go, as if it wanted the hunting note to pay the price for offending it. The hunting note screamed unwillingly, like a ghost, which was breathtaking. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao's beast control resonance was almost interrupted by this shrill soul cry. But fortunately, the deep power directly shattered all the bloody light on the hunting notes. A dim bloody thorn mark floated out from the hunting notebook and was imprinted on the star-carved formation in the beast-controlling space. In an instant, the star-carving formation changed drastically. There are patterns surrounded by thorns on the edge of the complex formation. The star in the center of the formation has shrunk a lot and is guarded by a bloody thorn flower on the stamen. Like a shining pearl, the star sword representing the level of the beast master transformed into a dark crack, appearing on the star pearl like a god or a demon. At the moment when the star-carved formation transformed completely, Li Chang'an and Mao Mao released the beast-controlling resonance. If his physical fitness hadn't been strengthened before, this deep resonance would have been enough to kill Li Chang'an. Solved. Li Chang'an slumped weakly on the chair in the lounge and murmured. The atmosphere that filled the lounge gradually dissipated with the contact with the resonance of the beast. When Miaohua helped Li Chang'an up worriedly and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Chang'an waved his hand and said it was okay and apologized to Wen Miaohua. "I need to be quiet for a while. Help me take care of Yao Yao." After saying that, they entered a state of deep meditation. When Miaohua and Yao Yao looked at each other, and Xiaobai acted as a feather, translating Li Chang'an's words to it. Yao Yao was very sensible and lay quietly on the chair next to Wen Miaohua to rest, her eyes fixed on Li Chang'an. As soon as Li Chang'an entered deep meditation, he began to restore the power of the spell. The wave of face writing output just now not only destroyed his body, but also almost drained his magic power. He needs to slow down. No wonder his beast control space was doubled after Mao Mao awakened his talent. According to the power output just now, without the support of the 1,000 cubic meters of beast control space, he really couldn't bear it. After recovering some of his magic power, Li Chang'an began to study changes to his contract formation. The conclusion is that no abnormality has been found for the time being. The only discovery is that he absorbs life energy and refines the magic power faster. In other words, his cultivation talent has been improved. Li Chang'an suppressed his excitement and carefully explored the culprit of this change, the hunting notes. At this time, the hunting notebook seemed like an ordinary book. The bloody thorn flower on the cover of the book was very dim and not as beautiful as before. When Li Chang'an opened the hunting notebook, the blood-thorn star carving formation shot out a bloody brilliance. A message appeared in his mind. The identity changes from a temporary holder to a possessor. The conditions for becoming a controller are cut in half. As long as the 5-page function is activated, you can become the true owner of the hunting notes. And such good things? Li Chang'an was surprised. He didn't believe that pie would fall from the sky. It doesn't seem to be a pie-in-the-sky pie. It's the result of Mao Mao and I fighting tooth and nail. Because the hunting note gave up half of the marks, the above-mentioned condition changes were made. The piece of life crystal fragment that was swallowed at the same time also became the introduction to the activation of the 3rd-page function. The function Chaotic Blood Feast on the 3rd page of the hunting notes is activated. Chaotic Blood Feast. Gluttonously eat all inedible things. Return to the origin. The feast has begun. Devour it to your heart's content. Compared with the previous 2 functions, this newly activated function is obviously more powerful and more evil. According to the explanation of this function, Li Chang'an can choose to obtain skills and attributes by killing an extraordinary creature, or plunder the source of life on the opposite side and turn it into the most primitive life energy to replenish yourself. There is only one sole message on the 3rd page, and that is the only boss among the 7 predecessors who has activated the hunting note to the 7th page. It says, "Don't get caught up in the pleasure of devouring life energy." It seems that the other party died because of this. Li Chang'an originally thought that he could use this function similar to a vampire knife in the future, but this message gave him a reminder. It's best not to do this until you become the true owner of your hunting notes. Owner? In an instant, a flash of inspiration flashed through Li Chang'an's mind, and he thought of a possibility. Is this function a function of page 7? I was afraid that the 5 middle pages were destroyed by myself, so I just activated the remaining 3 pages. But the hunting note still reminds me that there are 10 pages. Doesn't that mean that you can create your own 5-page ability? Thinking of this, Li Chang'an suddenly felt motivated. But I also reminded myself that the ability of hunting notes is weird, and every time I use it, I will be affected by negative emotions. This thing is just like women's clothing. There's only a difference between 0 and countless times. Once he tries it for the first time, Li Chang'an is not sure whether he can control himself. Before you are truly sure, it is best not to take risks. Just leave it all to Mao Mao. What a little genius I am. Mao Mao, I'm not a human, but you are such a dog. Li Chang'an exited the meditation state and said to Wen Miaohua with an apologetic face, "Sorry for making you worry." Wen Miaohua was still worried and said, "Are you sure you're fine? It's better to see a doctor." Li Chang'an refused. He hugged Yao Yao back and explained, "Just now, one of my abilities caused a riot. Every time I use it, there will always be great negative emotions." Xiaobai's eyelids twitched wildly behind Wen Miaohua. Hey, the way you looked just now, you almost stabbed me in the face with a knife. You must know that I have been staying in the beast-controlling space before, and the murderous intention that can penetrate the beast-controlling space is not something that can be explained to a great extent. The look of worry on Wen Miaohua's face became even heavier, and he said, "If not, let Uncle Li find a doctor in Yujing. They will be able to solve the problem no matter how troublesome it is." "No need, I've found a way." Wen Miaohua and Xiaobai looked puzzled, and Li Chang'an smiled warmly and said, "When facing malice, use greater malice to crush it." As soon as he said this, the boy's face twitched, but thinking about his own guess, there was really nothing wrong with this boy's words. After all, the greatest malice in the world is to instinctively not think that you are malicious and call it goodwill. It just so happens that there is such a group of unconscious, powerful monsters in this world. If the last malice in this kid hadn't been too pure, it would have thought that this kid had fallen into the embrace of the evil god. When Miaohua was a little confused about Li Chang'an's method, and it did sound somewhat reasonable, but something feels wrong. Xiaobai rolled his eyes and almost laughed out of anger. "My cabbage has been taken away from the root." Instead of expecting this little girl to notice anything abnormal, it's better to hope that Li Chang'an can keep his peace in the future. After Xiaobai concluded that this kid is fine, he returned to the beast-controlling space to sleep. Li Chang'an looked at the time and found that more than 2 hours had passed. So he took Wen Miaohua back to the room where the students gathered. Fortunately, it was working time and there was no one near the lounge. Otherwise, the aura spreading from Li Chang'an's body would be enough to put the Institute into a level 2 alert state. Return to the lobby where the Institute is used for conferences. Because it is a large space, it is most suitable for settling students during this period. Teacher Lin, Teacher Fu, what are you doing? As soon as Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua walked in, they saw 2 teachers commanding the beasts and suppressing a white-armored rhinoceros with red eyes. The younger teacher Lin saw the return of the only 2 geniuses in the second year of high school and explained kindly. Ding Jia's beast master entered the awakening period after the contract and then accidentally awakened his bloodline. Another teacher, Fu, answered. Ding Jia couldn't control it, so we suppressed the white-armored rhinoceros and waited until it awakened its bloodline and regained its sanity. Entering the awakening period and awakening the bloodline? This kind of fun doesn't happen often. Li Chang'an has the impression that Ding Jia, a girl, is a boxer at home, so she is more boyish. He is quite popular among high school sophomore girls and is known as Brother Ding in the world. If it weren't for her slightly sobbing voice at this moment, just by virtue of her steel plate, others would have thought that some young master was being bullied. When Miaohua also poked her head out from behind Li Chang'an, took a step with her straight and round white silk legs, and her chest rose and fell. It looked like when Miaohua's head was resting on Li Chang'an's shoulders, making him look very intimate. Ding Jia noticed the arrival of Li Chang'an and the 2 men, and the charming expression on his face became much stiffer. Apparently he noticed the difference between himself and Wen Miaohua. The white-armored rhinoceros, whose bloodline had improved again, tried to struggle again, and the 2 pet beasts responsible for suppressing it also had a headache. This mighty little beast could neither be hurt nor allowed to escape. What a hassle! Li Chang'an brought 2 stools and shared the spiced melon seeds he specially brought with Wen Miaohua. It's a pity that Wen Miaohua doesn't eat it. She prefers light food on weekdays, and stir-fried shrimps are good. Li Chang'an is proud to enjoy this must-have delicacy. The sound of cracking melon seeds sounded in the silent lobby. The fragrance of the 5 spiced melon seeds made both teachers Lin and Fu a little overwhelmed, so they joined in the melon-crushing process. Seeing this, the white-armored rhinoceros became even more angry. The cub had little wisdom and a sense of expansion that increased its strength. Help it understand that you don't respect me. Come on, F***** me if you dare. The white-armored rhinoceros stared angrily, and his eyes accidentally met Li Chang'an's. The little rhino instantly fell into the endless bloody black tide. What does that feel like? The purest malice and the most chaotic killing intent are like 2 distinct spheres, mixed together without any sense of beauty. And this sense of chaos is so harmoniously integrated into one person. And it is responding with malice to this man. The awakening blood in the white-armored rhinoceros suddenly stopped, and then retracted at a faster speed. "Nye maid, you wouldn't bring yourself to die like this." The so-called awakening of the bloodline is essentially to obtain a strong spiritual memory of the ancestors, and the descendants will keep the ancestors of that time in their own bodies. The ancestral will of the white-armored rhino dissipated at the fastest speed in his life after touching the 2 remaining auras of Li Chang'an. It is afraid that the 2 willpower behind Li Chang'an will find them along the network cable and kill them offline. The red eyes of the white-armored rhinoceros suddenly became extremely clear. Without the power brought by the awakening of the bloodline, the little rhinoceros did not even have the courage to look at Li Chang'an. Huddled under the protection of the forelimbs, shivering, Teacher Lin put the melon seeds in his hand into his pocket, with a trace of pity in his eyes, and said, "It seems that the bloodline awakening has failed." Ding Jia, who was still sat at the side, was confused. Did he fail? Is my hot mother's white-armored rhinoceros with dragon blood gone? The girl's sixth sense told her that the failure of white-armored rhinoceros was inseparable from Li Chang'an. When he noticed that the bi-rhinoceros was escaping in the same direction as where Li Chang'an was sitting, Ding Jia became even more convinced that Li Chang'an was the culprit. Suddenly, an unknown anger rushed into the tomboy's heart, breaking through her remaining sanity. Ding Jia wiped away the tears on his face and shouted angrily at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, are you the one who caused this? You don't want to see me get a powerful pet beast, and you are afraid that my little boy will affect your status. So you're going to kill me to prevent my little boy from awakening his bloodline. Ding Jia's voice was so loud that all the students in the hall focused their attention. Li Chang'an, huh? Was this little girl's brain sprayed with water from the Blue Lagoon's water gun? The best people should be Ding Jia, GMO, Lu Haisheng, and Bai Shui. The two boys, GMO and Lu Haisheng, didn't have that in mind and were addicted to playing cards. The girls Ding Jia and Bai Shui each formed a small group. They're the female boxing group and the White Flower Club. Without Wen Miaohua, the small group of these two people should develop very well. But there happened to be a better Wen Miaohua. In terms of strength, he crushed a group of high school girls represented by Ding Jia, and in terms of appearance and temperament, he surpassed the clean and beautiful Bai Shui Shibaji. The problem came when Miaohua didn't form any small group, which made the two of them very embarrassed. Strong people don't do evil things, which makes Ding Jia and Bai Shui look like a green onion stuck in a pig's nose, pretending to be garlic. There are many girls with big ideas, but there are very few girls who are capable and have big ideas. Ding Jia and Bai Shui are obviously not included in this. Therefore, Li Chang'an, who is close to Wen Miaohua, is considered to be the only member of Wen Miaohua's small team. Li Chang'an is a troublemaker, while Ding Jia and Bai Shui comfort themselves and make up for their mistakes. That's why there was a scene where Ding Jia's emotions broke out. Li Chang'an noticed that many people were watching the excitement, and what he was thinking about was a popular joke from his previous life. I'm having fun. Those who eat melons will eventually be eaten. Li Chang'an took out a pair of headphones from his bag and put them on Yao Yao. What he said next was not good for children. Then he shook the melon seed peels off his body and said calmly, "Where's the evidence?" Ding Jia bit her lips tightly. At this moment, she had lost her mind, and the daily gossip was constantly torturing her heart. Then the white-armored rhinoceros failed, and this emotion exploded. It's you. We don't need evidence. My little darling doesn't even dare to look at you. Does this even need to be said? Li Chang'an spread his hands, stared at the little girl who looked like a shrew in front of him, and said, "That means there is no evidence." Ding Jia became anxious and said, "My little boy was frightened to death. Doesn't this count as evidence?" Hearing this, many students who were watching the excitement couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time for them who had not entered society to hear this reason. Refreshed the outlook on life. Li Chang'an seemed very patient, and all those negative emotions had just been exhausted. At this moment, he was like a sincere teacher, saying, "Can you ask your little boy if he dares to look at Wen Miaohua?" This sentence automatically turned into, "You don't even see who is covering me," in Ding Jia's mind. Ding Jia was so angry that she started to speak fluently. "What are you so proud of? You're just a pretty girl raised by Wen Miaohua, a licking dog next to her." Li Chang'an had no reaction to this, and Wen Miaohua beside him became angry. The cold breath directly broke through the teacher's blockade and pressed heavily on Ding Jia's body. The temperature in the lobby suddenly dropped a few degrees. The cubs held in the hands of the students whimpered and trembled in their master's arms. Several teachers quickly used spells to block Wen Miaohua's aura, thus preventing a tragedy in which the cubs were feces and urine. Li Chang'an held Wen Miaohua's hand, and the warmth of his palm made Wen Miaohua dissipate the cold power unconsciously. The white jade-like earlobes are coated with a layer of pink crystal. A moment of death chill allowed Ding Jia to regain some sense, and she actually scolded Li Chang'an in front of Wen Miaohua. "It's over. Wen Miaohua's success in Hanyin No. 1 Middle School has never been based on her good looks, but her absolute strength in ruthlessly crushing students of the same class." Li Chang'an asked again, "Since you said it was me, what vicious method did I use?" Ding Jia shook his head. If he knew, he would have reported it earlier. Li Chang'an turned to the teachers around him and asked, "Teacher Lin and Teacher Fu, did I use any magic power when a white-armored rhinoceros awakened its bloodline?" Teacher Lin said, "No. Where's the mental power? I didn't notice any fluctuations in mental power. What about the pet beast's energy fluctuations?" Teacher Lin shook his head. Li Chang'an's kind eyes fell on Ding Jia. This shows that I did not carry out the evil plan you mentioned. Ding Jia was trembling all over. Suddenly she remembered a rumor, so she immediately said, "You still have the initial pet beast. Maybe you have some weird abilities." The smile on Li Chang'an's face became warmer and warmer. The blood-red contract formation under his feet flashed quickly, and a lazy kitten appeared on his shoulder. The red kitten yawned, seemingly dissatisfied with Li Chang'an calling it out at this point. In an instant, the cubs who had just recovered from the fright fell into deeper fear again. The moment Mao Mao appeared, even the pet beasts of Teacher Lin and Teacher Fu trembled inadvertently. Not to mention Ding Jia and by Rhinoceros, who were even closer. A dragon species. Ding Jia reacted and showed the level of knowledge expected of a top student in Hongyan No. 1 Middle School. This kitten does not have the characteristics of a pure-blood dragon. It has dragon scales, but its aura can affect humans. That can only be the Yalong species. That's right, before Mao Mao came out, Li Chang'an specifically asked Mao Mao to adjust his breath to the subdragon level. With a flash of light, Mao Mao was taken back by Li Chang'an. Lin and Fu, two high-level beast masters who led the team, took a deep look at Li Chang'an. He was such a good boy. He had deep enough. Everyone in the lobby breathed a sigh of relief, but there were still many people whose original pets peed their pants, and in more serious cases, there was a cup of freshly baked hot rice. Ding Jia's head was empty. She already understood what Li Chang'an meant when he mentioned Wen Miaohua. Your pet doesn't even dare to look at Wen Miaohua. How dare it look at me? The remaining dignity of the young man made her say harshly, "Your contract formation is blood red. Maybe it came into contact with something that it shouldn't have come into contact with." Hearing this, Li Chang'an said speechlessly, "I doubt how you got your 5th grade result." The description in the 3rd paragraph on page 27 of Basic Knowledge Summary of Beast Controllers does not need me to say more. Li Chang'an gave full play to the character of the academic master, and a string of precise text positioning completely shattered Ding Jia's sophistry. Many of the students who returned the exam to the teacher checked their mobile phones, and some even thought deliberately. The color of the Beast Master's contract formation is related to the strength, quantity, and attributes of the pet beast, which is divided into. Every word was knowledge that Ding Jia had learned, but these words were used as words for others to laugh at her. Teacher Lin and Teacher Fu, who led the team, had expressionless faces. If they had known this, why did they do it in the first place? A level 1 Beastmaster brazenly attacks your pet? Are you looking down on the strength of our high-level Beastmasters? Regarding this farce, Teacher Lin, who was responsible for recording, had already made a mental decision for Ding Jia. However, specific records must be negotiated with the Institute's record-keeping staff and the principal. But the noisy Ding Jia couldn't escape the comment, "Poor mental endurance and unstable mental state" left on the file. Even if Ding Jia is admitted to a key university, those popular majors will have nothing to do with her. On a more serious note, Ding Jia's life was completely ruined and she had no chance of going to university. After ending this farce, the leading teachers gathered the students and prepared to leave. On the way out of the institute in line, many students were whispering, which Teacher Lin and Teacher Fu couldn't hear. A student said, "Ding Jia will be in trouble now. She has been making trouble unreasonably for so long. She will probably be criticized when she goes back. But her family is rich, so she doesn't have to worry about her future." Another student shook his head and said, "You still have a future after being scolded, but where are you now? Ding Jia is useless." How to say? You know, our qualification assessment this time is composed of 2 parties, the school and the research institute. I know. Then do you know the name of the deputy director of the Institute of Ecology? How do I know this? Professor Li Mingxian. Li Chang'an is his only son. Ah, it's so awesome. Why haven't I heard of it before? The student sneered. You know that Miaohua's family is very rich, but do you know what her family does? Have no idea. That's right. The student pointed at the lost Ding Jia and said, "This is the difference between the nouveau riche and the big family. The real rich second generation keeps a low profile." Oh, that's it. Teacher Elian. He seemed to have heard some incredible gossip. Teacher Lin and Teacher Fu looked at each other. If it was true, then the student Ding Jia was indeed useless. There is no place for her Ding family in the huge Hongyan city. In front of the deputy director of Hongyan City Ecological Research Institute, he framed and abused his only son. So brave. It seems that I need to confirm it when I go back and write a report. A dark-skinned student in the student group chuckled, hiding his merit and fame. In the office of the deputy director of the Institute of Ecology, Li Mingxian looked at the surveillance video provided by his subordinates with a solemn expression. The protagonist of the video is none other than his son Li Chang'an. But what he cared about was not the girl named Ding Jia, but Li Chang'an's temperament at the moment he summoned Mao Mao. This feeling of disregard for everything made the young and promising deputy director fall into memories. He remembered this temperament when, during a college internship, he participated in a teacher's project. A being with a similar temperament appeared in front of them. Just passing by, he took away half of the lives in their team. It has nothing to do with good or evil. Just eating and digesting food is a burden that most living beings cannot bear. Li Mingxian remembered Li Chang'an's introduction to Mao Mao. Mao Mao is just a dragon-born red-maned lion who inherited the bloodline of the Hellfire Dragon. Are you sure this isn't Gulong's disguise? Li Mingxian picked up Mao Mao's portrait and compared it with the picture of Prison Flame Dragon. Well, plus the dragon horns, dragon wings, and dragon tail. Isn't this very similar to the Hellflame Dragon? Sister Lin, who made tea for Li Mingxian, gave him a look like a snakehead. These things are not the characteristics of the elemental life, but the flesh and blood of the Hellflame Dragon. They can be disguised by a cub and a new beast master. Li Mingxian sighed. He didn't know that these were his delusions and had no scientific basis. The Hellflame Dragon is a creature of flesh and blood. This is the conclusion drawn by the Dongwang Kingdom after killing the Hellflame Dragon several times and dissecting the Fire King. Li Mingxian put this speculation behind him and continued his research. But he also failed to notice that although the bosses of the Donghuang Kingdom had gone to great lengths to kill several Hellfire Dragons, the Donghuang Kingdom had never obtained the body of the Hellfire Dragon cub. There is no specific information about the infancy of the Hellflame Dragon, and naturally we don't know what is special about the Hellflame Dragon in its infancy. As for Ding Jia, Li Chang'an doesn't care, and Li Mingxian doesn't care even less. After symbolically saying lenient treatment to the subordinate responsible for the matter, he went about his own project. In the principal's office of Hongyan No. 1 Middle School, the old principal with gray hair saw the report sent by the Research Institute on his computer. With an expression that showed that it was true, he said to Teacher Lin and Teacher Fu, "The report from the Research Institute has been sent. The evaluation is relatively objective, and the other party is very gentle." This sentence means that the matter ends here. The two leading teachers looked at each other, and the old principal asked, "What evaluation are you going to write for Ding Jia?" Teacher Lin took out his conclusion from the bottom of the report in his hand. The psychological quality needs to be improved. There is a lot of room for improvement, and the personality is impulsive. The old principal chuckled and said, "You're doing Tai Chi very well. I'll add another sentence to order you to correct it." So Ding Jia's comment changed to, "The psychological quality needs to be improved. There's a lot of room for improvement, and the personality is impulsive. I am ordered to correct it." The two teachers walked out of the principal's office. Teacher Lin said, "This girl Ding Jia is done." Teacher Fu nodded. The last sentence of his comment was a bit harsh. The word order rarely appears in the files of high school students. When the college admissions department sees these two words, they will definitely be curious about the reason behind it. Then I looked at the video provided by the institute and thought, haha, which university dares to recruit this girl? As for Ding Jia's parents, they should be busy deciding which street their family will sleep on tomorrow. The company founded by Wen Miaohua's parents was the leading enterprise in Z province. If the Ding family, a small and run-down temple, dares to criticize the eldest daughter of the one family, being banned from the industry would be the lightest consequence. Li Chang'an doesn't know how the Ding family thrives, but his own situation is very painful. The day after receiving the royal beast, when Miaohua's mother, Feng Sisi, brought Wen Miaohua to his home as a guest. The most terrible thing was that Mu Qingqing, who had announced that she wanted to retreat, was at home, and the two best friends started talking about Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua. This scene reminded Li Chang'an of the memory of being forced to get married in various ways in his previous life. PTSD committed. So Li Chang'an took Wen Miaohua and left the Li family as if fleeing. Feng Sisi and Mu Qingqing watched them leave with awny smiles on their faces. When Miaohua asked, "Where to go?" Li Chang'an also looked confused. "Yes, where to go? I came out in such a hurry that I forgot my brain and Yao Yao at home." Mao Mao in the beast-controlling space reminded, "Miao, Chang'an note." "What note?" A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Li Chang'an from the void. "Yes. A business card from Dad." Li Chang'an then remembered that Li Mingxian had given him a business card of the Hunter Union director not long ago. "How could I forget that thing?" Li Chang'an took out his mobile phone and took a photo of the business card. "Wah, are you interested in the Hunters Guild?" When Miaohua was a little curious. For some reasons, she had no chance of joining the Hunter Guild. "Yeah, I'm curious, but I haven't seen it." Li Chang'an then made a decision and said, "Okay, then let's go to the Hunter Guild to have a look." Noob. It was the first time he went on a date with a girl and went to the Hunter Guild. When the two of them took the subway and arrived near the Hunters Guild, they were dumbfounded when they followed the map navigation to the door. "Is this the Hunters Guild?" In front of Li Chang'an is a small shop of only 20 square meters. The old wooden door creaks in the wind. When Miaohua also had a look of astonishment on his face. The legendary Hunters Guild actually looked like this. Their artistic taste was quite unique. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall man with a sturdy back appeared behind them and patted Li Chang'an heartily on the shoulder. Even with Li Chang'an's enhanced physique, he almost fell forward. "Ha ha ha! Are you surprised that the Hunter Guild looks like this?" When Miaohua turned around and glanced at the strong man. Well, he had a very standard hunter body shape, with a big waist and arms that could run a horse. Li Chang'an groaned and noticed the man behind him. The strong man laughed loudly and said, "My little brother is in good physical condition. It's just that his center of gravity is too bad." Li Chang'an was surprised that this man could actually see his physical fitness at a glance, considering that he had never shown his strength before. After hearing the second half of the sentence, he smiled helplessly. Although he is a level 1 beast master, he is also an ordinary person without professional training. In the eyes of professionals, he is indeed no different from a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. "Excuse me, old man, how do you register the Hunters Guild?" The strong man stared at Li Chang'an, then touched his chin with his finger and said, "The assessment of the trade union is much more difficult than that of the Beast Control Association." Li Chang'an responded, "I'm not afraid of difficulties." The strong man waved his hand and said, "It's not a matter of difficulty or hard work, it's a matter of talent. Do you understand? The talent of skill is much rarer than the talent of beast control." Li Chang'an said firmly, "I want to try." The strong man raised his chin forward, pushed open the rickety wooden door, and motioned for Li Chang'an and the others to follow. When Li Chang'an entered the store, he found a young man wearing a green leather uniform sitting at the front desk and dozing off. There's a black wooden door deep in the house that can accommodate 2 people. The strong man slapped his hand on the wooden table, making a loud noise. The young man was so frightened that he jumped up from his stool. When he saw the strong man's face, he cursed. Why is Duan Bai, who has been stabbed 1,000 times, using so much force? Sooner or later, this table that has been passed down for hundreds of years will be smashed to pieces by you fools. Li Chang'an heard the young man's name for the strong man and thought to himself, so his name is Duan Bai. Duan Bai didn't seem to hear the young man scolding and smiled boldly. "If the photo is broken, just ask the president to replace it." The young man's face turned red with anger. "Change, change, change. Just change. If changing can solve the problem, what will happen to the door behind you that was just replaced last month?" Li Chang'an specifically looked back at the creaking wooden door behind him. It turned out to be a new door that was only used for a month. Duan Bai didn't take it seriously and said, "President, why don't you use an alloy door? That thing can't be photographed." Seeing Duan Ben's depleted appearance, The young man fell limply on the table, as if his whole body had been ripped out. Weakly said, "If you have the ability, go to the president and ask her to change it." As soon as he heard that he was looking for the president, Duanbai changed the subject very seriously and said, "It's done. It's done. Let's register the newcomers." The young man glanced at Li Chang'an and the two at the door and said, "Name? ID number." Li Chang'an, ID number is. The young man entered his name and number into the computer, glanced at the file that popped up, and said without surprise, "Oh, another young man looking for excitement." Afterwards, the young man printed out a file and handed it to Li Chang'an. $10 fee. Li Chang'an looked at Duanbai, who nodded. Li Chang'an immediately understood that this was the registration fee. Before and after handing over, the young man asked Xiang Wenmiaohua again, "Name?" When Miaohua coldly refused, "I will not join the Hunters Guild." The young man added, "Little girl, the status of the Beast Mastering Association does not conflict with the Hunters Guild." When Miaohua answered very seriously, "Conflict." The young man stood up solemnly, took a picture of Wen Miaohua, and then searched the files. Seeing the permission requirement on the computer, the young man's eyelids jumped. Sure enough, the young man took a temporary pass, handed it to Wen Miaohua, and said, "You can't go to the second floor of the Union and the storage room. You can go to other places." Wen Miaohua took the temporary pass and walked into the black wooden door inside the store with Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an noticed that the corner of his clothes moved and saw that it was Wen Miaohua, who looked cautious. "I can't tell you now. You will know later." Li Chang'an grabbed Wen Miaohua's little hand with his backhand and said, "It's okay. Since his parents haven't stopped communicating with the Wen family, it means everything is fine." Duanbai saw the two little ones holding hands and touched his empty belly. "Damn, I'm full." After passing through the black wooden door, the space inside is completely opposite to the shabby outside. The area inside is at least 1,000 square meters. When you walk in through the wooden door, there's an open tavern of several hundred square meters directly opposite. On the left side of the wooden door is the reception hall, and on the right side is a pair of 10-meter-high doors, only one of which is open. Through the door, Li Chang'an seemed to see a wider space. Duanbai patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder and laughed and said, "How to raise it? Our hunter tavern is pretty good." Li Chang'an fell into silence as he looked at the drunken men on the benches in the tavern opposite. Duanbai coughed sheepishly and said, "It's not like there are guys drunk until dawn here every day." Seeing that their impressions of the Hunter Guild were somewhat broken, Duanbai quickly changed the subject. "By the way, I'll take you to register as a hunter student." With that said, he pulled Li Chang'an and walked toward the reception hall. Li Chang'an asked, "Hunter student?" Duanbai explained, "Hunters do not become successful overnight. They need to practice skills and become familiar with various ecological knowledge from the beginning of hunter students. Then you can pass the final exam to become a trainee hunter, and then complete a bronze 1-star hunting mission to become an official hunter." A look of surprise appeared in Li Chang'an's eyes. No wonder his father said that it is not easy to become a hunter. It turns out that it requires so many processes. What does that bronze 1-star hunting mission mean? While there was still time, Duanbai patiently explained, "The bronze color represents the level of the hunter, and 1 star represents the difficulty of the hunter's mission. Bronze stars 1 to 9 correspond to level 1 to 9 Beastmasters. Silver stars correspond to elite hunters above king-level Beastmasters, and above that are master hunters with gold stars." Understood. Li Chang'an temporarily understood the hierarchy of hunters. Before Li Chang'an officially registered, Duanbai kindly reminded, "The hunter's job is not as easy as you think. Do you know why the welfare of hunters far exceeds that of the Beast Control Association?" Li Chang'an shook his head, not knowing. For example, if you want to successfully register as an official Beast Master in the Beast Mastering Association, you need to defeat an extraordinary 1-star pet beast. Then what the hunter has to face is not one, not a few, but a group. Every hunter must have the strength to defeat the same level of monsters. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked, "Does this mean that the mission of the Hunters Guild is basically to hunt a group of magical beasts?" Duanbai was a little confused about Li Chang'an's reaction. Normally, Shouldn't he show an expression of uneasiness or fear after being told that he needed to face an entire group of Warcraft? Why does this kid look so excited that he wants to roll up his sleeves and do it? It's not all about annihilating a group of monsters. There are also tasks to hunt down Lord Monsters. Since you are a student of Hongyan No. 1 Middle School, you also know the difference between Lord Monsters and ordinary monsters. Li Chang'an nodded. The difference between Lord Warcraft and ordinary Warcraft is like the difference between Shadow Tiger and Ground Tooth Rat. The former requires a hunting group composed of veteran beast masters to attack, while the latter only needs a new beast master who has just debuted to solve it. Duanbai added, "Let me remind you, if a bronze hunter wants to advance to 7 stars or above, he must have a record of hunting Lord Warcraft multiple times." Duanbai chuckled and patted Li Chang'an on the back. "Come on, newcomer." The receptionist at the reception desk had already entered Li Chang'an's basic information while he was chatting. The receptionist with dyed blue hair asked in a very formulaic manner, "May I ask your level as a Beastmaster?" Li Chang'an answered truthfully, "Level 1. How big is the initial beast control space?" "Do you still need this information?" In order to prevent Li Chang'an from misunderstanding, the receptionist explained, "Every hunter needs this information, and of course it only needs to be entered once. The Hunters Union is different from the Beast Control Association. The requirements for union management are stricter, just like regular workers and contract workers. Hunters also have better welfare benefits." Speaking of this, Li Chang'an understood the difference between inside the system and outside the system. 500 cubic meters. The receptionist's fingers on the keyboard trembled slightly, and Duan Bai, who had just returned from ordering a glass of wine, almost spit out the contents of his mouth. Xiao Bai, who was in Miaohua's body, snorted and said, "You're too young." This kid falsely reported the beast control space. Can 500 cubic meters of his curse power be contained? The receptionist took out a cylindrical testing instrument and said, "As usual, please cooperate and pour the magic power into this instrument." Li Chang'an was a little curious. He had never seen this kind of instrument in the Research Institute. Is it a black technology of the Hunter Guild? What's this? Without waiting for the receptionist to answer, Duan Bai said, "The instrument that detects the size of the beast controlling space measures the size of the beast controlling space based on the output of the spell power over a period of time. It is similar to the lung capacity test during physical examination. Doesn't this instrument have several color areas? White means within 100 cubic meters, and then blue means within 200 cubic meters. Things less than 300 are green. Those less than 400 are purple. Those less than 500 are orange, and those above 500 are gold." After saying this, Li Chang'an understood. He took the test port of the detection instrument. A large amount of mantra came out of his hand, and the colors on the cylindrical detector were changing rapidly. White, blue, green flashed by. It was a little slower when we reached the purple area, but we still crossed it easily. Finally, the orange light gradually darkened. An array of golden light appeared firmly in the horrified eyes of the receptionist and Duan Ben. Li Chang'an quickly put down the test port and looked breathless. Duan Bai smacked his mouth. "Hey, it's really 500 cubic meters." His old man finally saw the world today. The receptionist's formulaic face showed a hint of emotion. "Okay, your beast control space has been tested. Please show your initial pet beast. In addition, every time you contract a pet beast in the future, you need to come to the guild to update the information. Otherwise, the hunting ground detection device might not let you in." Li Chang'an summoned Mao Mao and let it slightly release a breath of subdragon. Duan Bai is already numb. What kind of configuration is this? The initial pet beast is still a subdragon. Xiao Bai snorted coldly in Wen Miaohua's beast control space, pretending. Only this group of ignorant humans still believe that this monster is a subdragon species. When Miaohua reminded in her heart, "Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai responded dissatisfiedly. "Okay, I understand. Just don't say anything anymore." When Miaohua, "You are not allowed to tell others either." Xiao Bai, "Oh, okay. Registration here has been completed. This is your student ID. Please keep it. You can go to the training ground through the door at the back to practice." There is a school near the training ground. Classes start at 9 a.m. and end at 12 o'clock every day. The rest of the time is free time. After the receptionist finished talking about a bunch of things that needed attention, Duanbai took Li Chang'an to the training ground to get familiar with the environment. Passing through the huge wooden door is a lively street market. On both sides of the Kingship Avenue are shops where families come and go, the most distinctive of which is the steaming forging workshop. Duanbai proudly introduced Li Chang'an and the two of them. This is the Hunter's Trail, a place opened up using space expansion technology. You can apply for forging talismans here, and you can also buy rare resources from the outside world. By the way, the quality of the resources here is higher than that of the Beast Mastering Association. Hearing this news, Li Chang'an was no exception. Hunters are elite units, and they face the same ethnic group or elite monsters, so the resources they encounter are naturally not much different. Coupled with the information revealed between the lines of Duanbai's words, it is not difficult to see that the hunter is more of a lone ranger. Compared to the hunting groups of the Beast Mastering Association, the hunters have much more wealth per capita, and they are more casual in disposing of unnecessary resources. This leads to the fact that the items sold on the hunter trail are better and rarer, and there are all kinds of weird things. After passing through the hunter's trail, there is a huge square. There were many weapon racks on the edge of the square. There were iron weapons on the weapon racks, but none of them were fired. This is the training ground, and the big bungalow is the school. The students attend classes there. Then Duanbai rubbed his hands excitedly and said to Li Chang'an, "Let me see which weapon you are more suitable for." Duanbai's voice was not loud, but the hunters around him were obviously not simple people either. They focused their attention on Li Chang'an. The intra-level process of selecting weapons for newcomers was naturally a lot of fun. Li Chang'an felt a little uneasy in his heart. He should be fine. In this spacious training ground, many strong men wearing talisman and armor have gathered. More or less, they looked at the scene here from a distance with an expression of interest. Li Chang'an had several black threads hanging from his head and said, "Are you hunters so idle?" Duanbai laughed and explained, "Don't worry, there's nothing malicious. It's just that this Hunters Union branch hasn't had a newcomer for a long time." Li Chang'an was surprised. This is the Hunters Guild. How come there are no new members? There was a trace of loneliness on Duan Ben's bold smile, and he said, "I can't help it. Life has been a lot more peaceful these years. Many parents are unwilling to let their children face danger. You know, hunters have to face many more dangers than the Beastmaster hunting group. Wherever the hunting group goes, the hunters will go. Where the hunting group dares not go, the hunters will also go. At some point, someone always needs to pass the information to the city." Li Chang'an understood that he was prepared for danger when he was in peace. Now he was only in peace, and he was much less prepared for danger. This is also the reason why these people from the Hunter Guild are so weak. "I understand. So how do you choose the type of weapon that suits you?" Duanbai returned to his carefree state and pushed out a beast puppet more than 4 meters high from the hut next to the training ground. This is the way to select. People can only unleash their potential in dangerous situations. The same goes for hunters. It depends on how long you can hold on to this puppet with a weapon. Li Chang'an's face was stiff, and he asked, "Can I use a pet animal?" Duanbai showed an evil smile. "What do you think?" Fortunately, Li Chang'an was not asked to go up to the test without any foundation. Duanbai handed Li Chang'an a bracelet. There are a dozen switchable light spots on the bracelet. This is a temporary memory projection bracelet. Each switchable key represents a weapon. After switching, the basics of using the weapon will temporarily appear in your mind. Then just go up and test it. See how you feel and how long you last. I will be watching. Of course, a reminder, don't think about using this bracelet to sneak away in skills. Although it is a standard basic skill, everyone's body and habits are different, and you need to adjust it to the skill that best suits you during training. Li Chang'an said he understood and took a look at the types of weapons on the bracelet. Heavy melee weapons include great swords, war hammers, heavy axes, and spears. Melee light weapons include tachi, one-handed sword, double-edged sword, and long stick. Long-range weapons include heavy crossbows, light crossbows, and hunting bows. Li Chang'an started with the big sword in order, easily picked up an iron big sword the size of a door panel and 2 fingers thick, and swung it, almost missing his waist. Duan snatched the big sword from his hand in time and said regretfully, "It seems you don't have the talent for heavy weapons." Li Chang'an was puzzled. Duan pointed at his and Li Chang'an's bodies and explained, "Do you see the gap between you and me?" Li Chang'an raised his head slightly and looked up at Duanbai's head. As smart as he was, he immediately understood the reason. The strength is enough, but the size difference is too big. He is 1.7 meters tall, and Duanbai is 2.1 meters tall. Although he is not a thin bamboo pole, compared with the hunters, he could be called slender. Compared with Duanbai, his center of gravity when using the sword is unstable, and he can easily be carried away by the sword and hurt himself. Duanbai pointed to another weapons rack next to the heavy weapons rack and said, "Try close quarters light weapons." Li Chang'an took the Tai Dao. Even though it was a light weapon, the size of the Tai Dao was very different from that in his previous life. This sword is taller than him when it is standing upright. Other light weapons are not much better. The one-handed sword is about the same size as the two-handed sword in the previous life. According to Duanbai's description, there are the most double-edged styles, but most of them look like swords. When he heard the name Double Blade, Li Chang'an thought it was 2 daggers, but he didn't expect it to be 2 one-handed swords the size of his previous life. It is indeed a weapon for hunters. One word stands out big. Li Chang'an held the Tai sword and activated the temporary memory projection function of the bracelet, and a basic usage of the Tai sword appeared in his mind. Duanbai activated the beast puppet, and the wooden puppet moved slowly and jitterily. Suddenly, a stream of water shot out from the wooden puppet's mouth. Li Chang'an quickly turned his head, and the water ray broke several of his hairs. Li Chang'an's eyes widened. "Do you call this a newcomer test?" Before he had time to think too much, the wooden puppet's next attack came. Tail flick attack. There is a prelude. The speed is not fast, but the momentum is powerful. If he was hit, he would have to lie in bed for several days, even with the help of a healing beast. Li Chang'an quickly blocked the sword in front of him and took the blow forcefully. There was a clang, and there was a violent trembling sound from the blade. Li Chang'an's hand went numb, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. Unable to continue like this, Li Chang'an avoided a hit from a puppet and began to use the basic techniques of Tai sword. Vertical chop, upward chop, cassock chop, left and right, thrust. Every time Li Chang'an used a slash to dodge the wooden puppet's attack, he would always gain some insights in his heart. The knife in your hand will also be more stable, and the knife can be drawn faster. Duanbai, who was watching, felt his scalp numb. What the hell kind of monster is this? From Li Chang'an's initial performance, it is not difficult to see that he has not been exposed to professional training before. The steps are frivolous, not solid, and the moves are chaotic. But I can't help but make rapid progress. How long has passed? The sword is already in shape, and the steps are well organized, as if you have already started. How many times had you been beaten when you were choosing a weapon? Duanbai looked up to the sky and sighed. The gap between people in this world is too big. Not only Duanbai felt this way, but the hunters surrounding him also had this idea. As Li Chang'an's understanding deepens, there is something vigorous and ready to be accumulated, as if it urgently needs to break out of the ground. Li Chang'an didn't know what to do, and the memory projection didn't record any relevant matters. This feeling he was holding back in his heart became more and more uncomfortable. Some sharp-eyed hunters saw Li Chang'an stayed at this time and took the initiative to remind him, "Keep your mind strong, infuse the blade, and then release it." Li Chang'an was reminded, but he didn't know how to do it specifically. He could only send the thing into the sword in his hand again and again according to his feeling. The more you fail, the more insights you accumulate in your heart. Finally, while making a vertical slash with one step, a white light popped out from the blade of the sword. Following the slash, a shallow mark was left on the beast's wooden puppet's steel-like body. Then 2 pursuits fell from the void onto the beast puppet. Breaking blade strike. A double blow from the shadow of prison. There was silence on the training ground. Duanbai opened his mouth wide and looked in disbelief at Li Chang'an. who was sitting there looking very happy. At this time, a hunter asked in a low voice, "Is there any instruction on breaking the blade in the memory projector?" "How is it possible? It's an advanced teaching. The instructor won't teach it until you understand the basics of Tai sword." The hunter who reminded Li Chang'an was also surprised. He hadn't seen such a talented newcomer in a long time. With just a reminder, you can figure out how to use the advanced technique breaking blade strike. Duanbai quickly stopped the beast puppet and gave Li Chang'an a thumbs up. "You are this. I am ashamed of myself as an old man. It seems that there is no need to test. You are more suitable for Tai sword." Li Chang'an still rejected the offer, having determined why his parents recommended him to be a hunter. The talent of ingenuity is really useful. As long as Li Chang'an can get started with something, he will continue to gain insights through training. When insights accumulate to a certain level, there will be an eruption period, achieving an effect similar to epiphany. The appearance of that blow just now was the result of an explosion of inspiration. And because of this epiphany, his mental power has increased a lot. The surrounding life energy is constantly gathering on him, and the speed of mantra power accumulation is far faster than ordinary meditation practice. According to this progress, with 2 more epiphanies, he will be able to break through to level 2 Beast Master. Therefore, other light weapons that can be used cannot be let go. Looking at Li Chang'an's embarrassment and shining eyes, Duanbai couldn't refuse, so he could only let Li Chang'an save his money and test it out. "I have tried one-handed swords, double-edged swords, and long sticks, and the results are good." Then Li Chang'an sat down cross-legged in front of Duanbai. The surrounding life energy gathered in large quantities from the void, blowing up waves of breeze. He looked like he was about to break through the realm. Now not only Duanben was numb, but all the onlookers were also numb. They have seen people who have broken through the realm in battle, but they are all high-level beast masters. I have never seen a level 1 beast master start to break through after touching a few weapons and teaching. As the life energy merges with the spiritual power in the beast controlling space, life, void, and soul are intersecting, and a large amount of mantra power continues to pour out, filling the wide beast controlling space. Didong! The sound of water drops sounded in Li Chang'an's heart, and a dark crack appeared again on the star pearl in the soul contract. The beast control space expanded rapidly, 1,100 cubic meters, 1,200 cubic meters, 1,500 cubic meters, until it expanded to 2,000 cubic meters in size, and then the space evolution stopped. Level 2 Beastmaster achieved. What a breakthrough! Everyone was amazed again. When Miaohua had a rare smile of surprise on his face, and his ethereal eyes were filled with confusion. Xiaobai in her beast-controlling space said, "It is his talent that can cause the effect of enlightenment, which allows this kid to quickly accumulate spell power in a short period of time, thus breaking through the realm." Tisk, even though this kid looks like a black-hearted maggot, I have to say that his talent is indeed top-notch. It's fitting that he should take the path of a hunter. Only then did when Miao understand why the 2 months of breakthrough time mentioned before had inexplicably turned into 2 hours. It turns out to be talent. No, when Miaohua realized what kind of talent could achieve the effect of enlightenment. The girl understood that this had touched Li Chang'an's bottom line, so she buried the idea in her heart. "Xiaobai, what are you worried about? It's not like no one can see it. This kid dares to break through in public, which means he doesn't care about the exposure of his talent. He won't let go of the things he really cares about. This kid is so good." When Miaohua suddenly had a subtle feeling. Why did Xiaobai know Li Chang'an better than her childhood sweetheart? She was obviously the one who came first. When Li Chang'an broke through, good news came from Mao Mao. Then Mao Mao received feedback from the vortex of life energy brought about by Li Chang'an's breakthrough and officially advanced to the extraordinary level, becoming legally qualified to fight in the Dongwang Kingdom. "Mao Mao, I made a breakthrough in Chang'an. Extraordinary 1 star, and 1 more skill." Li Chang'an was overjoyed. Logically speaking, Mao Mao, who had just broken through the awakening stage, would most likely not gain skills again. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected harvest this time. Then Mao Mao broke through, and a large amount of life energy was also fed back to Li Chang'an, used to increase his spell power and the physical strength he was most concerned about. With one person and one pet promoting each other, he has taken a solid step towards the realm of Level 2 Beastmaster and Extraordinary 1-star. Judging from Li Chang'an's current cultivation speed, this collaborative breakthrough saved half a year of cultivation time. He only needs to work hard for another year and a half before he can be upgraded again and become a Level 3 Beastmaster. Of course, this is just normal practice. Now that Li Chang'an has the path to skill enlightenment, the time to break through to the third level of Beastmaster will be much faster than imagined. The initial pet beast in the body also took the opportunity to break through. The two counterattacks worked together to break through. This kid's luck is really good. He saved a lot of effort. The hunters who were watching were astonished. It's not like they haven't seen such a thing before when the main pet cooperates to break through, but combined with Li Chang'an's previous feats, it's a bit scary when combined. The movement here still attracted people from further away. For example, near the training center, the semi-employed student mentors were attracted. Seeing the beast puppet next to Li Chang'an, the middle-aged man who looked like a scholar couldn't help shouting, "Damn it, new student." As soon as Li Chang'an finished breaking through, the scholar grabbed Li Chang'an and brought him into the school. When Miaohua also followed, and all the hunters looked at each other in confusion. No one dared to step forward to stop him, mainly because the memory of the makeup exam was too deep. None of the macho men holding dragon carriages with their big swords dared to move. "My name is Zhuo Shuei, and I am the theoretical instructor of the hunter students. Just call me Teacher Zhuo." Zhuo Shuei saw when Miaohua come in and nodded to tell her to find a place to sit down. Li Chang'an greeted me politely and said, "Hello, Teacher Zhuo." Zhuo Shuei nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he had a good and knowledgeable student. Then let's get straight to the point. Let's take a test here first to see how your foundation is. Li Chang'an's face twitched. He didn't expect there would be exams during the summer vacation, but he still finished the exam paper honestly. When Miaohua didn't write anything, she just gave Zhuo Shuei a badge. After Zhuo Shuei saw it, he just smiled politely and never mentioned the exam. After breaking through the Level 2 Beastmaster, Li Chang'an's physical fitness and mental strength have been greatly improved. This test paper only took 10 minutes to answer. Zhuo Shuei picked up the test paper and glanced at it quickly. Everything is correct? Look again, yes. This damn test paper is for graduate students. Full marks. Zhuo Shuei glanced at Li Chang'an complicatedly and asked, "Where is your origin, and what is your relationship with the little girl behind you?" Li Chang'an answered honestly, "My father, Li Mingxian, the one behind, is my friend." Understood. The middle-aged scholar understood it completely. He thought that a good student was coming, but he didn't expect that he'd turn out to be a shallow water shark. Okay, Zhuo Shuei took out a piece of paper from his drawer, wrote a few strokes, stamped it, and handed it to Li Chang'an. "You have graduated from theory. If you want to read other knowledge, you can borrow it from the reading room on the second floor." After Li Chang'an and when Miaohua left, Zhuo Shuei lay on a chair and lit a cigarette. In the smoke-filled room, Zhuo Shuei stared at the ceiling blankly. How could this student's teaching be so empty? When Li Chang'an came out of the school with his graduation certificate, he happened to meet Duan Bai, who was going back to drink. Why did teachers will let you back so quickly?" Li Chang'an shook the graduation certificate in his hand, and Duan Bai fell into a daze for an instant. "Is that a graduation certificate for a theoretical course?" This strong man was messy in the wind. He had spent so much effort to pass the test. It only took 10 minutes to finish. Duan Bai's mood suddenly dropped, and he said, "You're going to the actual combat instructor. I'll take you there." With Duan Bai's kind guidance, Li Chang'an and others were naturally happy. Practical course instructors are similar to theoretical course instructors. They are also semi-employed. However, the practical course instructor is also a hunter, and his life is not easy. Li Chang'an came to a small house. There was a small yard behind the small house, just enough for a few people to exercise inside. There are also bamboos planted nearby, which looks particularly cool in this summer. "Old Moo, come to the academy." Duan Bai's loud voice made the surrounding bamboo leaves tremble, and an old man with some gray hair walked out of the hut. He cursed and said, "It's calling the soul." It's not like I can't hear it. Lao Mu saw Li Chang'an behind Duan Bai at a glance, and immediately understood Duan Bai's purpose. Hey, what time is it? And Lao Zhua is actually willing to let him go. Duan Bai said proudly. This little brother passed the final exam in only 10 minutes. The tone was as if he was the one who passed the exam quickly. Lao Mu glanced at Li Chang'an in surprise. With this talent, you should become a scholar or a hunter. Duan Bai didn't waste any time and said concisely, I have an excellent talent in melee combat with light weapons. Without training, I can master the blade strike by myself with just a reminder. When Lao Mu heard this, he was surprised and asked, Is it true or false? Why am I lying to you? Many people at the training ground have seen it. If you go out and ask around, you'll know everything. Lao Mu nodded, half-heartedly convinced. He also knew that these hunters liked to see newcomers in trouble. Just like university seniors always like to hold ice quoleo and watch the military training of freshmen at the beginning of the semester. The intentions are sinister and the psychology is very distorted. Lao Mu grabbed Li Chang'an's arm and touched his whole body under Li Chang'an's horrified gaze. Have you had a series of breakthroughs recently? Li Chang'an nodded. Lao Mu added, breaking through too frequently. Your physical fitness may seem to be improving quickly, but your foundation will not be solid. In addition, you are deficient in calcium. Li Chang'an didn't believe his ears. He was suffering from calcium deficiency? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He always eats well. Lao Mu could see Li Chang'an's disbelief and explained. From an ordinary person's perspective, you are not considered calcium deficient. But you are a hunter. Hunters have very strict physical requirements. In my eyes, you have a serious calcium deficiency. Before going back, go to the store on the hunter's trail to buy calcium tablets and nutritional bars. If you have conditions, buy dragon bone calcium tablets. If you don't, just buy ordinary bone powder calcium tablets. If you have difficulties, go to the reception desk to apply for hardship subsidies. There are no requirements for the energy bar. By the way, how big is your beast control space? It used to be 500 cubic meters, but now it's 1,000 cubic meters. Li Chang'an is a Huxiao person who likes to compromise. Old Mu Duanbi, when Miaohua covered her mouth and chuckled. She especially liked Li Chang'an's expressionless expression when he said some shocking words. Lao Mu, what kind of genius have I not seen? Isn't it just doubling 500 cubic meters? I really have never seen such an animal. Is the breakthrough of young people's beast control space now calculated as doubling? Aren't low-level beast masters always stacked with dozens of cubes and dozens of cubes like this? Lao Mu felt that it had been too long since he had been living with ordinary people. Well, that must be the case. Lao Mu quickly adjusted his mentality and recommended a B-grade nutritional bar to Li Chang'an. Above B level, there are a level and S level. If you want to supplement your nutrition, you can only eat the hunter's spiritual food package provided by the tavern. What weapon is the best for you to get used to? Lao Mu asked Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an answered truthfully. Tachi, followed by one-handed sword, double-edged sword, and finally long stick. Lao Mu directly picked up 2 wooden swords and threw one to Li Chang'an. Then practice Tai sword and don't think about anything else. When facing a strong enemy, mastering a little bit is far more effective than mastering all weapons. Besides, the derived skills behind each weapon are as numerous as the stars, which cannot be learned. Li Chang'an was very interested in the subsequent derivative skills and asked, Are there many of these derivative skills? Lao Mu took a deep look at Li Chang'an. Past experience told him that if he didn't tell these curious students about these things and shortcomings, things would easily go wrong in subsequent training. All weapons have basic techniques and advanced techniques. After learning these, you can use your merits to the Union to exchange for the inheritance of hunting skills. Hunting skills can be divided into 3 major levels of inheritance: low, medium, and high. On top of these, there is also the inheritance of the king level. But you'd better create your own king-level skills before passing on the king-level hunting skills. This is advice given to you by someone who has experienced it. Li Chang'an nodded seriously. One thing about him is that he never uses his own imagination to challenge other people's expertise. Seeing how knowledgeable this newcomer was, Lao Mu became even more enthusiastic about teaching. He picked up the Tai sword and taught Li Chang'an the basic skills of Tai sword. The basics of Tai sword are chopping. Whether it is upward pick, cassock slash, or other advanced skills, they are all derived from this. As for thrusting, it can only be said to be the icing on the cake. If you really want to learn thrusting, you might as well learn to spear. Lao Mu explained the key points of the basics of Tai sword to Li Chang'an in detail. Li Chang'an listened very carefully, and the movements of his hands became more standardized. After a while, he entered the state, and his talent of ingenuity and sleight of hand continued to operate and play its role. The more Lao Mu taught, the more frightened he became. What happened to this student? Once you get started, you'll be good at it, and after a while, hey, it becomes your own thing. This talent made Lao Mu's eyelids jump wildly. It was so abnormal. So I couldn't help but ask, what's going on with your learning speed? Are there any side effects? Li Chang'an didn't mind explaining his talent. So he said, this is my talent, dexterity. According to my practice, I can quickly master any skill that I can master, and then I will have some insights in my heart. Over time, I will learn faster. Lao Mu and Duan Bai, who were watching, had only 4 words in their minds. What a foul. And are you accumulating it over time? It took only 10 minutes to completely master the basic skills, and by the way, I became proficient. Xiao Bai said in Miaohua's heart, hey, I guessed it was a spiritual talent. Generally speaking, this kind of passive ability to improve understanding is basically the top talent in the spiritual field. When Miaohua asked, isn't it the soul realm? Xiao Bai, although the soul realm also has the talent to improve understanding, is not as exaggerated as the spiritual realm. Such talents in the spiritual realm are absolute intuition. At a glance, you feel that it is the right thing to do. Gifts in the soul realm are about perceiving things in detail, catching a glimpse of something, and knowing the whole situation from just one point. The synonym for spiritual talents is unreasonable, foul. When Miaohua. Asterisk. I see. Xiao Bai also thought. The upper limit for possessing such talents is very high, but without good means of protection in the early stage, people with ordinary talents will die faster than those with ordinary talents. It is better to strengthen the talents. But Xiao Bai thought of the cute kitten that Li Chang'an contracted with. This time it was different. There were very few creatures in the world that could escape the protection of that monster. If necessary, wait for it to grow up, and hell will be broken for you. When Lao Mu learned about Li Chang'an's unreasonable talent, he let go and didn't mention anything about proficiency. The advanced sword techniques were also handed over to Li Chang'an. The realm techniques of Tai sword are air blade slash and broken blade slash. As for the subsequent air blade burst and broken blade combo, we can wait until you master the momentum skillfully. Li Chang'an also learned that the level of skill is different from the proficiency of Pet B skills. The realm of skills is divided into 4 realms: obtaining form, penetrating into details, clarifying meaning, and seeing spirit. Mastering a skill belongs to the realm of obtaining its form. Mastery, as Lao Mu said, is the realm of getting into the subtleties. Converting skills into something of your own, with its own charm, is clear meaning. This is the basis of Li Chang'an's Tai sword. The final, seeing the gods, is sublimation, a miracle, and breaking through the upper limit of a hunter. According to Lao Mu's description, if the basic skills of Tai sword reach the realm of seeing the gods, its power is no less effective than any mid-level hunting skills, and it will be of great benefit to hunters in learning high-level hunting skills in the future. Lao Mu specifically asked Li Chang'an to practice the basics of Tai sword and strive to reach the state of seeing gods. If he reaches the state of seeing God before the end of the summer vacation, he will give Li Chang'an a set of gifts. Li Chang'an agreed. Then Li Chang'an said goodbye to Lao Mu. At this stage, he has learned everything he should learn, and the only thing left is continuous practice. Duan Bai saw incredible scenes one after another today, so he generously treated Li Chang'an and went Miaohua to a meal. It is red braised dragon loin, taken from the waist position of the leader-level, thin-blooded dragon species, bee-eyed flying dragon. Not only was the dragon loin meat not good at cooking, but it was also very chewy. Coupled with a thin layer of fat, Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua's appetites were whetted. In the end, 2 large pots full of red braised dragon loin were eaten cleanly, and Duanbai laughed happily. After exchanging communication numbers with Li Chang'an, Duanbai took a task after dinner and left. Li Chang'an and Wen Miaohua also hurried home. If it were later, the 2 mothers would probably have to cook red beans and rice. But before going back, he still bought nutrition bars and calcium tablets at the Union Logistics office. After returning home, Li Chang'an opened the door and saw Yao Yaxing helplessly in the arms of Ms. Mu Qingqing, being rubbed wantonly by her. As soon as she saw Li Chang'an return, Yao Yao immediately broke away from Mu Qingqing's restraints and jumped into his arms, tearfully accusing Ms. Mu Qingqing of atrocities. Li Chang'an had a guilty look on his face and glared at his unattractive mother. Mu Qingqing didn't take it seriously and even winked at Li Chang'an, as if he had to take care of me. He was very tired looking at it. So Li Chang'an said to Yao Yao, "Open your mind and don't resist." With a finger pointed at Yao Yao's forehead, the bloodthorn formation instantly unfolded, and Yao Yao was immediately taken into the beast-controlling space. Mu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, unable to react, and said, "Son, have you broken through to level 2 Beast Master?" Li Chang'an was still checking Yao Yao's information at this time. When Miao Huadi Li Chang'an opened his mouth and explained many things that happened today, the more Feng Sisi listened, the brighter her eyes became, and the look she looked at Li Chang'an became more and more satisfied. Mu Qingqing didn't expect that she had underestimated Li Chang'an's talent before, and she didn't expect that her son's talent was so strong. Xiao's talent cannot be wasted. Mu Qingqing immediately thought of this problem. Although the Hunter Guild's instructors were qualified, they were only ordinary geniuses. A person of Xiao's level would be a waste of resources. It seemed that he needed to use his husband's connections to find a famous teacher for Xiaoan. Li Chang'an not only looked at Yao Yao's talent, but also looked at Mao Mao's new skills. Mao Mao's skill proficiency has not changed much. The new skill is a high-level skill, Lava Field. As you can tell from the name, it is a field skill which increases the power of Mao Mao Sanqing's Hellfire and can also cause a slight suppression effect on the opponent. As for Yao Yao's panel, it is somewhat not up to the standards of ordinary pet beasts. Name, Yao Yao. Race, Double Leaf Rabbit. Attribute, Wood. Level, Awakening Stage. Potential, Elite Low. Innate abilities, Moonlight Affinity, Potion Breaking. Low-level skills, Leaf Blade, Mastery Level. Intermediate skill, Blessing of Grass, Proficient Level. Status, Scared Confused. Dual talents, potential that does not meet the qualifications of Futaba Rabbit, and those 2 awakening cubs whose skill proficiency exceeds 99%. Yao Yao is indeed the illegitimate daughter of that high-level monster. Li Chang'an saw Yao Yao's state and immediately knew that Yao Yao might have accidentally touched Mao Mao in a relaxed state. But he didn't faint. Well, there was progress. Li Chang'an immediately summoned Yao Yao. The little guy was still in a state of shock, his body trembling as if he had been frightened. Li Chang'an comforted Yao Yao and asked Mu Qingqing on the other hand, "What kind of talent is medicine making?" In an instant, the heated conversation between Mu Qingqing and Feng Sisi stopped abruptly, and the entire family fell into silence. Mu Qingqing stiffened her face and asked, "Shaolin, what did you just ask? I really want to hear something terrible. What type of talent is potion making?" The expression on Mu Qingqing's face immediately became serious, and she asked, "Where did you know how to make medicine?" Li Chang'an pointed at Yao Yao and said, "Yao Yao's talent. Isn't Yao Yao a mutated double-leaf rabbit?" "Looks like it." Mother and son fell into silence. After a while, Mu Qingqing took the lead in explaining, "Farming is the unique talent of the Medicine Rabbit clan. How come I haven't heard of magical beasts like medicine rabbits?" The medicine-making rabbit tribe is strictly controlled by the Dongwang Kingdom, and ordinary people are naturally unable to access it. Moreover, the evolutionary form of the medicine-making rabbit is related to the mythical tribe, so the relevant information will not be recorded in the textbooks. Li Chang'an suddenly realized that this was the case. Mu Qingqing asked again, Are you sure Yao Yao has the talent to make medicine? Li Chang'an dropped another depth charge and said, I'm sure. Yao Yao not only has the talent for making medicine, but also the talent for moonlight affinity. This sentence completely convinced Mu Qingqing that Yao Yao's bloodline was that of the medicine rabbit, because the evolved form of the medicine rabbit was indeed as bright as the moon. Gee, she would be jealous of her son's luck. Yao Yao was obtained from the Institute of Ecology. Li Mingxian was afraid that he might have a myocardial infarction after hearing it. As a researcher, he didn't notice Yao Yao's specialness. When Mu Qingqing thought of that scene, the rosy smile on her face became even brighter. Li Chang'an knew very well that he could not interrupt his mother's imagination at this time. Otherwise, he would be the one who would suffer early. Xiaobai was also shocked when he learned about Yao Yao's special nature from Miaohua. Xiaobai, damn it, with moonlight affinity and potion, this little rabbit is born to evolve in the direction of the Taiyin Jade rabbit. According to you humans, it is one of the strongest harmonizer groups. In addition, Xiaobai also encouraged Miaohua to get along well with Yao Yao and try to help her make a moon toad cinnamon cake in the future, and also add a piece of Taiyin Jade cinnamon dew. That thing is so old in its heritage memory. When Miaohua ignored Xiaobai's nagging and instead recorded Xiaobai's swear words in a notebook today, it turns out that auspicious beasts can also say dirty words. Noob. Feng Sisi and Mu Qingqing chatted for a while, then took Miaohua and left. After the two left, Mu Qingqing grabbed Li Chang'an and came to the studio at home. While guiding Li Chang'an on the shortcomings of the intermediate lava package, he also focused on teaching Yao Yao on the basics of blending. According to Mu Qingqing's explanation of the medicine-breaking talent, this skill can not only increase the success rate of blending, but can also sublimate the quality of the blended product when developed to a deeper level. Make it break through its own limitations. Li Chang'an also compared the soul contract's explanation of poisoning and said with deep approval that it was too small. Mu Qingqing's situation has become smaller. Where is the need for development? Yao Yao's potion-breaking talent has the effect of sublimated concoctions from the beginning. Pounding medicine increases the success rate of blending by 10% and has a 0.1% chance of sublimating the quality of the blend. Is the probability very low? Not low. You must know that this is the talent effect of the awakening cub. The pet beast's talent will continue to improve with its strength and its own development. Yao Yao's probability is already very good, especially the subsequent sublimation effect. You must know that in many cases the difficulty from 0 to 1 is much greater than the difficulty from 1 to 99. Yao Yao has completed the transformation from 0 to 1. After learning that Yao Yao's talent already included the effect of biochemical quality, Mu Qingqing's envy, jealousy, and hatred almost overflowed the screen. When I heard that Yao Yao still mastered the magical blender skill of green grass blessing, Ms. Mu Qingqing has gone completely crazy. What kind of magical beast is this? She hasn't yet. So the petty Ms. Mu Qingqing kicked Li Chang'an out of the studio, claiming that she wanted to live with Yao Yao. Li Chang'an smiled helplessly, but this was not a bad thing. Under the loving guidance of Mu Qingqing, Yao Yao will be more helpful to Li Chang'an in the future. Only then did Li Chang'an realize that his mother was paving the way for his future. Mu Qingqing specially put aside the precious retreat time to advance to the second-level Harmony Master to teach the basics of his pet beast. I would like to ask, will a being who is about to break through to the second-level Harmony Master lack the best blending beast assistant? Poor parents in the world. Li Chang'an felt warm in his heart. And Mu Qingqing's answer is lack, very damn lack. While guiding Yao Yao, Mu Qingqing saw with her own eyes that Yao Yao accidentally triggered the entire process of sublimating spiritual food quality. This kind of process is very rare. If there is no contract with the Medicine Rabbit clan, it can only be seen in scenes where the Reconciliation Master goes all out. Not to mention watching the whole process so close. This touched Mu Qingqing so much that he made a second-level spiritual food meal in the studio that night. Conveniently, I upgraded the lava package that Li Chang'an needed to the upper limit of the king level. Mu Qingqing, originally from Tianheng City in Province Z, became the youngest second-level blending master in Province Z at the age of 39 in July of the year 5531 of the Eastern Huang calendar. Li Chang'an learned the good news the next day and sincerely blessed his mother. Mu Qingqing's face was glowing today, and she specially cooked a feast for Li Chang'an, Mao Mao, and other pet animals. After giving Li Chang'an a large food box and a ring, he hugged Yao Yao and kicked Li Chang'an out of the house. Li Chang'an was carrying a food box and Mao Mao was squatting on his shoulders, looking helplessly at the closed door of the Li family. Mao Mao didn't care. It also had ancient memories, and its thoughts were similar to Xiao Bai's. They quickly trained Yao Yao well, so that she could eat and drink well in the future. I am envious of the large number of solitary fellows. Li Chang'an had no choice but to go to the Hunter Guild's training ground to practice his memory and use the Union's energy drainage formation. Especially near the school and Lao Mu's cabin, the life energy is very strong. On the way to take the subway, Li Chang'an discovered that the ring Mu Qingqing gave him turned out to be a space storage device. It is a space ring that is often seen in novels. It is not too big, about 20 cubic meters in size. Similar space storage devices are not uncommon in Blue Star, because among the group of beast masters who are space-friendly per capita, it is not too difficult for a king-level beast master to create a small space. High-level beast masters can also use pet beasts and instruments to create space storage equipment. Although it is quite a lot, the space ring is still very expensive. At least it is a luxury item that Li Chang'an cannot afford with his 10 years of pocket money. After getting off the car, he found an empty toilet. Li Chang'an used his mental power to recognize the main space ring, put the food box in, and then walked to the Hunter Guild with ease. The young man sitting in front of the Hunter Guild has been replaced by a cute girl wearing glasses. According to her, this front desk position is on rotation, and it happened to be her turn today. Passing through the black door, Li Chang'an now went to the reading room on the second floor and checked out relevant information about hunters and hunting skills. I gained a lot from it and got a lot of comments and sarcastic comment from my seniors. I can't learn the latter part, and Li Chang'an doesn't have this kind of personality, so I should expand my knowledge. In addition to these, Li Chang'an also borrowed books about ancient dragons. To his surprise, the information about ancient dragons that was strictly blocked outside could be read at will here. Not at all defensive. Then Li Chang'an's question was answered on the opinion page of this book. It turns out that compared to Beastmasters, the probability of a hunter encountering an ancient dragon is probably several times higher. Therefore, in order to improve the survival probability of hunters, some unnecessary blocked ancient dragon information is naturally released here. Of course, it can't be spread to outsiders. The contract Li Chang'an signed had confidentiality regulations. In addition to the 4 ancient dragons in Xiao Chang'an's memory, Li Chang'an also learned about a dozen other ancient dragons from book. It was an eye-opener for him. The Lord of the Abyss who controls tsunamis, the Phantom Light Crying Sea Dragon, the Sacred Life of Walking in the Rainforest Fairy Banyan Dragon, the Violent Axe that crosses the Sand Sea, Xuansha Axe Mountain Dragon. The 4 ancient dragons in Xiao Chang'an's memory are actually known to everyone in Dongwang Kingdom. At the beginning of spring, everyone in the Dongwang Kingdom will hear the thunder, the purple thunder zun, Yu Jian Xianglong. Each summer represents the arrival of typhoons, Songfeng Zun, Rainbow Dragon. Every autumn, the harvest god, the 6-winged golden dream dragon, sprinkles golden dreams in the sky. And the Jade Linlong is a beautiful existence that blows cold wind from Tianzhu Mountain in winter. They are all existences closely related to people's lives, and they cannot be hidden even if they want to. Seeing that Li Chang'an was so fascinated by Gulong, Mao Mao also looked anxious. Meow, meow. Chang'an, look at me. I'm also very powerful. When you grow up, no one here can beat me. Li Chang'an chuckled softly, hugged Mao Mao lovingly, and said, well, of course I know you're the most powerful. You are the original dragon of the future. Hearing this, Mao Mao rolled happily in Li Chang'an's arms. Li Chang'an knows that Mao Mao is not bragging, because the ancient dragon recorded here is not the original dragon, and Mao Mao has a high probability of becoming the original Hellflame dragon in the future. To this day, he still remembers the scene of the Phantom burning the planet. That is Mao Mao's future. After leaving the reading room, Li Chang'an went straight to the training ground to start today's training. On the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground, pick up a tachi and practice the basic techniques a few times. After you have some insights in your mind, you can then start practicing the advanced techniques. The basic technique of Tai's sword in Li Chang'an's hand is to quickly accumulate sword power. The book in the reading room says that for a general Taito user to accumulate one level of power, he needs to attack about 15 to 20 swords effectively. Li Chang'an is much less powerful, and he can accumulate a full level of potential with 10 swords. There are many such characteristics in the history of hunters. The real difference is the realm of seeing gods. The realm of seeing the gods is to make a leap on the original basis to achieve effects that are impossible to achieve. For example, in the Mingyi realm similar to Li Chang'an, some hunters have reached the god-seeing realm of basic skills, and the effect they exert is that one sword can satisfy the accumulation of a level of sword power. Some are used repeatedly with rapid accumulation of sword power and seamless switching of blade-breaking strikes. Li Chang'an still doesn't know how he will develop in the future. Now he's a newbie among newbies. I have seen too little and had too little experience with hunters. Even with the blessing of talent, it will be difficult to reach the state of seeing gods in a short period of time. Therefore, he needed to read more and learn more. So Li Chang'an usually focused on the practice of advanced techniques. There are two advanced techniques of Tachi, breaking blade attack and air blade slashing, corresponding to the two aspects of potential, release, and accumulation. Blade breaking strike is to release the sword wielder's accumulated sword power at once, causing considerable damage. Li Chang'an also saw the specific effect, and it was quite impressive. He could leave an obvious slash mark on a puppet that was as good as steel with a sword that had not been sharpened. No, 3 and 2 additional attacks also left traces. Air blade slash continuously consumes the sword power accumulated by the Taito user, but during the consumption process, the sword power on the Taito user will be gradually refined. Make it purer and sharper. After it is consumed, the sword power on the Taito user will start to accumulate again from a higher starting point. The sword power at this starting point is terrifying enough to be observed by the naked eye. At this time, a layer of inconspicuous white light will be attached to the sword. After the second cumulative purification, the sword power looks like a yellow light. After the last cumulative purification, Tachi will turn into a scarlet blade. This is why the Tachi wielder is called the maniac with a bloody blade. The power of a Taitoji in the red blade state is extremely terrifying, whether it is a flat A or a broken blade attack. It is said to be enough to break through the dragon scales of a pure blood dragon of the same level. You must know that the dragon's bloodline seems to increase linearly, but in fact it is a cliff-like improvement. The strength of pure blood dragons is extremely terrifying. From high to low, the dragon bloodline can be divided into pure blood, subdragon species, mixed blood dragon species, mixed blood dragon species, thin blood dragon species, and the lowest dragon beast. With the same strength, each level in terms of bloodline has absolute suppression on the level below. It is basically impossible for a thin-blooded dragon to defeat a hybrid dragon of the same level, unless there is a beast master using beast control resonance to assist the thin blood dragon species against the ownerless hybrid dragon species in the wild. Otherwise, there are no exceptions. The attack of the Taitoji can break through the pure blood dragon's defense, which is enough to show the power of the Taitoji's attack. But if you want to master the skills of the red blade, you need to be proficient in the control of the sword. Although Li Chang'an's current advanced skills are at the subtle level, it stands to reason that he can initially superimpose the second level of the yellow blade state. But he had just used the air blade slashing skills to condense the white blade, and he was already exhausted, and he almost couldn't stabilize the white blade. Li Chang'an tried it several times with the same effect, so he chose to ask Lao Mu the reason. After Lao Mu learned about Li Chang'an's current predicament, he burst out laughing and said, "The accumulation of sword power and skills are different. Even if your skills are magical and you haven't experienced the baptism of actual combat, you will still be the flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. How can the power of the sword condensed in this way be strong? For example, if you compare it with a formal sword wielder's sword, yours is cotton, beautiful but useless. As for the sword wielder who has experienced bloody battles, his sword is like white steel condensed into a single tendon. It will break as soon as you touch him. How can it be the same? To achieve success in sword fighting requires not only proficient skills, but also murderous aura, murderous intent, and an absolute will without fear of life or death. Li Chang'an sighed deeply. He was only a student and was not qualified to take on hunting missions. How could he enter actual combat? Lao Mu knew Li Chang'an's current predicament, so he picked up his cigarette rod and hit Li Chang'an on the head. "Hey!" Li Chang'an cried out in pain. Lao Mu took a puff of cigarette and said, "You are so stubborn that you can't turn around. Just because you are not qualified in the Hunter Guild does not mean that you are not qualified in the Beast Control Association. Don't you know? Hunters from the Hunter Guild can also register as an official Beast Master with the Beast Mastering Association. Your kid's realm and the strength of your pet beast have reached the standard. Just go to the Beast Mastering Association to take the exam to become an official Beast Master, and then accept the mission. Others use pet beasts to fight, so why don't you use a sword to fight? The Beast Taming Association doesn't care what method you use to complete the task, as long as it's legal." Li Chang'an's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, there is also this way to exploit loopholes. He also remembered that the young receptionist had mentioned before that the identity of the Hunters Guild did not conflict with the Beast Mastering Association. Mao Mao has already achieved extraordinary 1-star strength, which is enough to complete the official Beast Master's assessment. Li Chang'an thanked Lao Mu and promised to bring some good wine next time. Lao Mu pretended not to care on his face, but the look in his eyes was very satisfied. Before Li Chang'an left happily, he reminded, "Remember to use a wooden sword. An iron sword will kill you instantly, and it will have no effect on experience at all." Li Chang'an waved his hand without looking back and shouted, "Got it!" At the Hunter Guild's logistics office, Li Chang'an purchased 10 wooden training swords and put them into the space ring. The receptionist at the logistics office glanced at Li Chang'an, who still had a look of anticipation on his face, and pointed to a medicine name on the purchase list. He said, "Buy some more healing potions. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected. Even if you have confidence in yourself, you must be prepared." Li Chang'an was a little surprised because he realized that the receptionist had no intention of taking the opportunity to bring goods. At this time, I heard the receptionist say, "I have met countless young people like you over the years." "Oh, forget it. There are indeed some omissions in the regulations between the two organizations. But I still have to remind you that there are many students who have lost their lives due to carelessness. You'd better be mentally prepared." Li Chang'an's expression became solemn, and he immediately ordered 10 bottles of healing medicine, using up all his pocket money this month. The logistics receptionist took out 10 bottles of light green healing medicine and said, "It can be used externally or internally. If there is infection and pus, remember to treat the wound well before applying the medicine." Li Chang'an thanked the logistics receptionist who had worked for more than 10 years. The Beast Controlling Association and the Hunters Union are not far apart. After leaving the Hunters Union, we took the number 11 bus, and after a few stops, we arrived at the Beast Controlling Association. Compared with the old wooden doors of the Hunter Guild, the Beast Mastering Association is much more elegant. The tall doors and white walls, and the polished floors alone surpass the bluestone tiles of the Hunter Guild. The popularity is also much higher than that of the Hunter Guild. People come and go inside and outside the gate, and there are many kinds of pet animals, such as blue lake dogs, white electric cats, Tianju orchids, and so on. Li Chang'an even saw a rare pet like a dark-scale horse, whose owner was still a high school student. He could only say that he admired him. Those who dared to contract with the dark element at the beginning of the beast control were all ruthless people. Without the relevant talents to resist, the invasion of dark elements alone will make the body weak, and over time, life will be shortened. The specific amount of life lost depends on whether you break through the realm quickly or your lifespan is consumed quickly. As long as he breaks through to the king-level beast master before his lifespan is exhausted, he won't have to worry about the intrusion of dark elements. The same is true for light beasts, except that the loss of life has turned into excitement. Due to the purifying effect of the light element, the Beastmaster's body will remain awake for a long time. Forced to be 007 every day, or even worse. If things go on like this, the probability of sudden death is extremely high, which is even more deceptive than the dark element. Li Chang'an doesn't dare to follow this fateful path, which is more dangerous than a hunter. This is why the school always emphasizes not to covet pet beasts with powerful attributes, because it will really kill people. Li Chang'an signed up and waited in his seat for a long time before hearing his number. The exquisitely dressed front desk lady asked, "Sir, what service do you want to provide?" "Register for official Beast Master qualification." The lady at the front desk very dutifully explained to Li Chang'an the requirements and precautions for registering as an official Beastmaster. After Li Chang'an registered the information, he took the assessment form and followed the address above to the assessment venue within the Beast Taming Association. The assessment venue is quite large, which is a few laps smaller than the Hunter Guild's training ground. Can assess 3 apprentice Beast Masters at the same time. Since high school students are just on vacation at this time, the proportion of students who come here for assessment is still relatively large. There are 9 people in front of Li Chang'an. 6 are students and 3 are adults who have entered the society. They have a strong atmosphere of social animals. The assessment indicator of the Beast Mastering Association is to use your own initial pet beast to defeat the pet beast released by the examiner. It's that simple. As for the written examination, having a trainee Beast Master qualification certificate means that your academic performance is qualified. Naturally, the Beast Taming Association will not waste manpower and material resources on conducting written examinations. In the waiting room, Li Chang'an discovered that the examiners were careful in choosing the pets they released. For example, if the candidate's pet animal is a weak tusk rat, the examiner will release a slightly stronger burrowing rabbit. If the candidate's pet animal is relatively strong, a blue lagoon, then the examiner will release a stronger chrysanthemum child. As long as you can command your pet beast and defeat the pet beast that is stronger than yourself, you can pass the level. During the entire assessment process, the examiner will not issue instructions. This is what hunters call the baby test. It's pretty simple. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. If it were more difficult, with his 3-legged cat's commanding ability, he probably wouldn't have to rely on Mao Mao's instinct to get through. 2.5 hours passed, and the assessment of the 9 people in front of Li Chang'an was finally completed. While waiting, there were about 10 more people waiting for the exam behind him. It seemed that at this time, the assessment business of the Beast Taming Association was quite busy. Candidate number 63, please come forward. Li Chang'an came to the command seat on the opposite platform and, in accordance with the regulations, took the lead in summoning Mao Mao. The contract formation of thorns and stars under his feet flashed quickly, and Mao Mao in the form of a kitten appeared on the battlefield. He exuded the aura of a hybrid dragon. This is what Li Chang'an specifically explained. Unfortunately, the master-level proficiency of Fuyin technique can only try to contain the aura to this extent. Of course, the hidden technique is only a low-level skill. Being able to do this is already considered the best skill among the best low-level skills. The examiner opposite felt the dragon aura exuding from Mao Mao, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Good guy. Let's go straight to the dragon pet beast. Look at the aura. It's not lower than the level of a hybrid dragon. Which young man came to take the exam? The examiner took a deep breath. None of the pet beasts given by the association were of this level, so he could only send out the strongest pet beast. A shadow leopard with purple and black spots, a dark-type pet that is very powerful in the early stage. Ever since Shadow Leopard was sent out, his elegant posture had changed on the spot. He calmly stared at the little kitten 10 meters away, lowered his body, bared his teeth, and was ready to go. Mao Mao yawned and changed from a squatting position to a standing position, which was a courtesy to the little kitten opposite. Mao Mao, Hellflame. After receiving the instruction, Mao Mao opened his mouth and spat out a dark red fireball of hellfire, which quickly hit the Shadow Leopard. The shadow leopard's pupils instantly turned into needle shapes. Just as it was about to use its racial talent to escape into the shadows, it was interrupted by a terrifying power. He froze in place for 2 seconds. These 2 seconds decided the outcome. The prison flames hit the shadow leopard, which had high attack and low defense, immediately making the little leopard lose its meaning. Mau Mau withdrew the hellfire burning on Shadow Leopard's body to prevent the fragile little leopard from burning to death. Chang'an said that accidentally killing an assessment beast would be equivalent to its food expenses for a month. The greedy Mau Mau couldn't bear this, so he lowered his dignity and removed the burning effect of hellfire for Shadow Leopard. The scene of instantly killing the Shadow Leopard fell in the eyes of the next few candidates, and they all swallowed their saliva. Instant kill. It's also the dark shadow leopard known for its agility. They realized how powerful the young man standing on the command seat was. However, some people couldn't see it and hummed in a low voice. Isn't it just relying on my family to buy a good starting pet beast? I have this family and I can do it. When the candidates near this person heard this, they quickly distanced themselves from him. They were desperate for their lives. They knew that the other person had a good background, and yet they dared to say this. Don't be afraid of being retaliated against in the future. Li Chang'an, who has sharp ears, naturally heard this sour sentence. He had no idea that such treatment as the villain in the novel would one day happen to him. Life is truly amazing. But what's the point? Li Chang'an hugged Mau Mau with both hands, stroking the soft mane on the little guy's head and praising its sensibleness in the soul contract. The examiner on the opposite side was a little stunned when he saw this scene, and his original idea was immediately given up. To be so close to a pet beast with dragon bloodline, this young man is not an evil person. The person in the audience snorted jealously before, but there were people behind who couldn't stand it. So he complained to the person, "What's so impressive about you? Look at your shield crab and your appearance. You rarely get close to it. Look at the closeness between this person and his pet beast. You are so far away from me." The man said harshly, "If I had a dragon pet, I would interact closely with it every day." Hearing the man's shameless nonsense, someone said angrily, "With your face, even if you lick the assholes of a dragon beast, no one will look down on you." The man was furious, but the others also had sneering expressions. A scumbag who doesn't even cherish his pet beast. Even if a pure-blood dragon cub appears in front of him, the cub won't even look at him. The high school teacher taught me very clearly that the more advanced the pet beast cub is, the more sensitive its perception is, and it can easily sense human emotions. Some can even sense human character. It is precisely because of this that it is so difficult to contract with the cubs of these advanced tribes. Not only do you choose your pet, but your pet also chooses its master. If you're not qualified, people will ignore you. Don't talk about this lemon-loving man. Li Chang'an didn't care about the farce, got the certificate, and went straight to the front lobby. After registering as an official Beast Master, Li Chang'an came to the mission hall with the Beast Master badge. The layout of the mission hall is very sci-fi, and all are intelligently operated instruments. The only human services are engineers who maintain the smart taskbar and volunteers who teach new Beast Masters how to use the equipment. The Beast Master uses the Beast Master badge to select the appropriate task on the smart taskbar. After the connection is successful, a projection screen will pop up on the Beast Master badge, recording detailed mission information. Li Chang'an easily found a task to remove the black-tusked wild boar. Unlike the Hunter Guild, there are very few single-player hunting missions here, and new Beastmasters mostly take on gathering missions, or choose those hunting missions that could be organized into groups. Although the money is less, it is safer. In today's society, young people are not stupid. Few people would recklessly choose dangerous solo combat missions like in the novel. If your life is gone, you are really gone. Forming a group is the best option, but Li Chang'an is an exception. He came to the Beast Mastering Association just to fight. This single-player combat mission is to clean up several extraordinary one-star black-tusked wild boars, and the rewards are generous. The reward of 5,000 yuan for a black-tusked wild boar is almost a month's salary of an ordinary wage earner, not to mention the meat collected from the black-tusked wild boar and the pair of black tusks. Based on this calculation, killing a black-tusked wild boar can yield about 7,000 to 8,000 Dongwon coins. After completing the entire task, if you move quickly, it will not be a problem to earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a day. This is also the reason why the family of a beast master is not short of money. The beast master makes so much money, but correspondingly, beast masters need to take greater risks. For example, Li Chang'an accepted the mission of the black-tusked wild boar. The black-tusked wild boar is a gregarious monster and usually travels in groups of 5 or 6. Ordinary novice beast masters can't defeat these rough-skinned, thick-flesh, and high-attack black-tusked wild boars. Although it is a task suitable for level 1 beast masters, those who take it are usually those who have started as level 3 beast masters. When Li Chang'an accepted the commission, a volunteer promptly reminded him, "This task is too dangerous. How about changing it?" Li Chang'an grinned and said, "It's okay. What I want is danger." Volunteer. After Li Chang'an left, the volunteer returned to his original place in confusion. When his companions saw his appearance, they couldn't help but ask, "What did that new beast master just do to make you look like this?" The volunteer told his companion what had just happened, and the companion suddenly understood. "That's right, well, people like this appear from time to time." The volunteers were even more confused. "Is there such a single-minded guy these days?" The companion asked with a smile. "Is the beast master, just now, a little different from the other newcomers?" The volunteer nodded and said, "It's a little different. I feel a little more capable." The companion clenched his fists, clapped his palms, and said with a smile, "That's right. You haven't been here long, and you don't know about this kind of thing. That boy is from the Hunter Guild." "Hunter's Guild? Why are the people from the Hunter's Guild here?" The companion told the volunteer clearly about exploiting loopholes, and the volunteer was so shocked that he could not speak. The assessment of the Hunter Guild is too difficult. No wonder there are hunter students coming here to train. The volunteer's complaint reminded his companion of something in the past, and he murmured, "But it is precisely because of these regulations that the hunters are stronger and our lives can be so stable, isn't it?" The volunteer didn't hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" The companion smiled and said, "It's okay. You can pay attention to that young man in the future and introduce some difficult tasks to him. But you must also filter out the tasks that are too difficult." The volunteer mused. After receiving the task, Li Chang'an used mobile phone map software to quickly find the task location and the fastest route. After leaving Hongyan City, walk 60 miles east to Anyang Village in the county-level city next door. Hongyan City is very large, a prefecture-level city. Now the Dongwon Kingdom is also very large. The entire Hongyan City is about 1/3 the size of the Northwest region in the previous life. And Province Z is several times larger than Europe in the previous life. Therefore, if Li Chang'an wants to reach the mission location, it is unrealistic to take a taxi and needs to take an aircraft. The aircraft industry in Dongwon country is very developed, and the cost of long-distance flights is cheaper than taking a taxi. Fortunately, there's a place that provides aircraft services right next to the entrance of the Beast Mastering Association. For a fee of more than 500 yuan, Li Chang'an booked a round-trip flight service package. A pilot piloted a car-sized aircraft and brought Li Chang'an to the mission site. "How long do you need?" the aircraft pilot asked Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an looked at the time, 12:15 noon. "Come pick me up at 1700 hours sharp." The aircraft pilot said that he understood. "I will pick you up at 5 o'clock. If you need to go early, contact the attendant with the number on the badge, and he will tell me." After saying that, the driver left. Li Chang'an came to the village committee, first took the Beastmaster badge, and used the projection function to show the village chief the proof that he had accepted the task. After seeing Li Chang'an's certificate, the middle-aged man said to him, "My name is Ma Jun, and I am the village chief of Anyang Village. Little brother, are you sure you want to do this task? It's really dangerous." The worry and distrust on village Chief Ma's face were very obvious, and Li Chang'an naturally knew the other person's concerns. If something happened to him, their village would also be affected. So Li Chang'an took out the hunter student certificate and said, "I am still a hunter student, don't worry about me. Seeing this, village chief Ma felt a little relieved. The older generation still had a lot of trust in hunters. But Li Chang'an was still a bit young, so village chief Ma decided to go with Li Chang'an. The two came to the vegetable patch where black-tusked wild boar often appeared, and Li Chang'an took out the wooden tachi. Village chief Ma looked at the wooden sword, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. What the hell? It's made of wood. Isn't this a joke? Just as village chief Ma was about to dissuade him, there was a loud noise in the forest opposite the vegetable field. Little brother, run. Village chief Ma wanted to pull Li Chang'an back, but Li Chang'an dodged him. Seeing this, village chief Ma could only stamp his feet angrily on the spot, and then hid behind a tree. If something happens to this baby, I can still collect the body for his parents. Li Chang'an's eyes were fixed on the direction of the sound, and his right hand was already on the handle of the sword. A 1-meter-tall, black-tusked wild boar emerged from the grass, followed immediately by 4 wild boars of the same size. Launched a charge towards the delicious buffet on the vegetable ground. Li Chang'an drew his sword out of its sheath. Facing these behemoths, he didn't even have the slightest fear in his previous life when he didn't even dare to kill a chicken. There is only boiling blood and a cold heart. Stride and slash. Li Chang'an slashed the leading black-tusked wild boar on the forehead with his knife. The leading black-tusked wild boar grunted in pain and retreated, grunting in pain. Several other black-tusked wild boars also reacted and charged towards Li Chang'an. Kasaya beheaded. Li Chang'an took advantage of the Cassic's ability to slightly change his position and nimbly dodged the charge of several black-tusked wild boars. Also because Kasaya's slash can cut diagonally left and right, Li Chang'an's sword power has been concentrated for most of it. At this time, the leading black-tusked wild boar slowed down, and its half-meter-long black tusks glowed with an earthy yellow light. It's time to release your skills. While dodging, Li Chang'an caught the movement of the black-tusked wild boar with his peripheral vision. To stab, a dozen 30-centimeter-long, earth-type spikes protruded from the ground below Li Chang'an. Using the length of the sword, Li Chang'an slashed a black-tusked wild boar with force, and with the help of the reaction force, he left the range of the ground thorn. The sword power has been gathered. Several other black-tusked wild boars also followed suit. Some had yellow energy teeth condensed on their black tusks, and some had white light glowing all over their bodies. Fong of Earth, impact. Naturally, Li Chang'an would not let these black-tusked wild boars use their skills. Defeat them one by one. Air blade slash. Li Chang'an swung his sword widely and performed large-scale horizontal cuts, and the breathtaking aura in his body was quickly consumed. That's the trouble with air blade slashing. The movement is too big. If you don't grasp it well, it's easy for the enemy to catch the flaw and catch you off guard. Li Chang'an thought secretly. However, with his good mental strength and spiritual talent, he is still very good at seizing the opportunity. The air blade slashed 3 times in a row, interrupting the movement of the black-tusked wild boar that gathered its teeth of earth. Then, with a roundabout slash, he used the reaction force to move a small step and avoid the collision of another black-tusked wild boar. The white blade is condensed. This thrilling and exciting scene stunned village chief Ma, who was peeking from a distance. Oh my God, this baby is so awesome. The eldest son of the second child's family, who is in college, isn't that good either. Immediately afterwards, the other 3 black-tusked wild boars also joined the battle. Collision. This group of black-tusked wild boars have found that the speed of condensing their skills is too slow and can easily be interrupted by this human. It's better to use your own powerful body and attack with the best collision skills. Li Chang'an also noticed this, but unfortunately the white blade had already been condensed. This attack is not just painful. A black-tusked wild boar was caught in a flaw, and Li Chang'an slashed its left front hoof with one knife, easily breaking its leg. The black-tusked wild boar had its front legs broken, and the impact of its body tore a deep and long dent on the ground. Seeing this, the other wild boars also became red-eyed and increased the frequency of collisions. Li Chang'an faced greater pressure, but the sword on him also became more powerful. The powerful slash that originally took time to prepare gradually turned into a level A under this kind of pressure. The talent of ingenuity is running at high speed, and countless inspirations emerge like a tide. Swing the knife. Swing the knife. Li Chang'an cut off the head of a black-tusked wild boar with a casual blow, and the wooden knife did not cause any damage. The white light on Tachibana's body became much stronger than at the beginning, and it was slightly dazzling. Strength +2. Good news came from the hunting notes. Li Chang'an felt that the muscles in his arms were getting tighter. When village chief Ma saw this light, his memory returned to his childhood. At that time, Anyang village was in its early days and was infested by many monsters. Once when I was peeing on a field ridge, I was attacked by a black snake-like monster. At that time, several hunters passing by rescued him. Village chief Ma clearly remembered that one of the hunters was holding the same weapon as Li Chang'an. It was much larger than the broadsword in the TV series, big and long, and it also had this dazzling white light on it. This kid is really a hunter. Village chief Ma murmured absently behind the tree. The remaining 4 black-tusked wild boars were shocked when they saw the tragic situation of their companions being beheaded. The fear of strength in their bones reminds them to run away quickly. The leading black-tusked wild boar subconsciously retreated, while the less intelligent black-tusked wild boar rushed forward. Li Chang'an swung his sword, and the sword drew beautiful white traces in the air. With one horizontal cut, all the limbs of the black-tusked wild boar were cut off, blood flew, and it died of excessive bleeding not long after. Bad luck, no attribute gains. Suddenly, the black-tusked wild boar could no longer bear the fear in his heart. The leader of the black-tusked wild boar ran away with the other 2 younger ones who had broken their front legs. How could Li Chang'an let them go? You must know that wild boar-like monsters have strong reproductive capabilities. In a few years, the mountains will be full of piglets running all over the place. And it's a warcraft. With a certain amount of wisdom, it's easy for the villagers to be retaliated against after he leaves. The roots must be removed. At this time, Li Chang'an released Mao Mao and shouted, "Mao Mao, stop the pig at the front." Li Chang'an was still able to catch up with the other 2 limping black-tusked wild boars. Even a car might not be able to catch up with the intact wild boar head and 4 trotters, let alone in the mountains and forests. This depends on Mao Mao. Mao Mao meowed excitedly, unfolded the dragon wings that transformed into the fire element state, and flew into the jungle. Li Chang'an secretly worried, "Don't set the forest on fire, otherwise I will have to drink tea." Under their desperate gazes, Li Chang'an cut off the necks of the remaining 2 black-tusked wild boars one by one. Boom! Boom! The dull sound of heavy objects hitting the ground sounded one after another. Strength +2. Strength +2. Li Chang'an was holding a 2-meter-long sword with a white glow on it. He stood in front of the carcasses of 2 wild boars, with a few bright blood stains on his trouser legs. This scene shocked village chief Ma, who rushed to see the situation. This, Li Chang'an smiled apologetically at village chief Ma and said, "Village chief, there's another one left. I'll go after it." Before Chief Ma could stop him, Li Chang'an tapped his toes a few times and quickly disappeared from Chief Ma's sight. Li Chang'an followed the soul message sent by Mao Mao and came to the last location of the black tusk boar leader. Mao Mao's tongue licked his front paws, and he squatted lazily on a black-tusked wild boar whose head was smashed. Judging from the smell of flesh emitting from the wound, Mao Mao should have been beaten to death with his hellfire claw. Ground thorn skill stone +1. Li Chang'an was a little surprised. He was not the one who killed him, but he could still explode gold coins? Then he realized that he and Mao Mao were perfectly compatible and had a soul contract connection. And now that half of the hunting notes are imprinted on his contract circle, it is not surprising that he can achieve this effect. Mao Mao's limbs ignited hellfire, burning away the stains that had just been stuck on his claws. Then he jumped up and landed lightly on Li Chang'an's shoulders. Li Chang'an's body tilted slightly, thinking, "Is Mao Mao getting heavier again?" But he still asked, "Mao Mao, feel it. Are there any accomplices of the black-tusked wild boar?" Mao Mao's head rubbed Li Chang'an's ear and said, "Meow. There are a group of pigs coming here again." Li Chang'an was startled. The black-tusked wild boar that came to support him was quite powerful and intelligent, and he asked, "How long will it take to arrive?" Meow. Now. As soon as Mau Mau finished speaking, 9 black-tusked wild boars appeared in front of Li Chang'an. The leading black-tusked wild boar was 3 meters high and 5 meters long. The pair of black teeth were also more than 1 meter long and crystal clear, as if they were made of black onyx. Damn it, black-tusked boar king. The extraordinary 3-star wild boar leader. No matter how arrogant Li Chang'an was, he didn't think he could kill the wild boar king. Besides, he was holding a wooden knife. It wasn't an iron sword. If it were an iron sword, he would still be able to fight. "I'll leave the boss to you, Mau Mau. I'll do the rest." Li Chang'an quickly assigned the battlefield and killed the remaining 8 black-tusked wild boars. This job is no easier than killing the black-tusked wild boar king, because among the 8 black-tusked wild boars, 2 are at the extraordinary 2-star level. Same level as him. After receiving the order, Mau Mau could no longer hold back the killing intent in her heart. She jumped off her shoulders and returned to a 1-meter-high fighting posture. It has been looking forward to killing for too long. It finally met someone with good strength and got Chang'an's permission. The bloodline of the Hellflame dragon has begun to boil. When the black-tusked wild boar king saw Mau Mau, whose whole body was on fire, the blood in his body was trembling violently, as if he had encountered some invincible natural enemy. Mau Mau ignored Li Chang'an, roared, and bumped towards the black-tusked wild boar king. The black-tusked wild boar king panicked and regained his senses. Of course, this is also because Mau Mau only uses the breath of the hybrid dragon species. It doesn't want to overwhelm this sparring partner with its breath, otherwise it will be too fun. Black energy lit up on the crystal black teeth of the black-tusked wild boar king. It turns out to be dark energy. This black-tusked wild boar king has reached the edge of evolution. It is one step away from evolving into a dark-type, dark-tusked pig with elite and high potential. Shadow teeth. Facing the black-toothed boar king's counterattack, Mau Mau's eyes flashed with disdain. If an extraordinary 3-star pure-blood dragon used this move, he would still dodge. "Now, hide yourself." Mau Mau ran into him without evading, and Mau Mau's 1-meter-tall body collided with the wild boar king's 3-meter-tall body. With a click, the black teeth of the black-tusked wild boar king were broken. At this time, in the eyes of the black-tusked wild boar king, there was only deep fear. What kind of monster is this? Run away. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black-tusked wild boar king ran away. How could Mau Mau let his prey escape? Thus started the evil fun of cat and mouse. The escape of the black-tusked wild boar king indirectly affected the situation on Li Chang'an's side. The 2 extraordinarily intelligent 2-star black-tusked wild boars also panicked and became confused. This caused loopholes in the wild boar's charging pace. There's a flaw. Li Chang'an seized the opportunity and swung his sword twice in succession, killing 2 extraordinary 1-star black-tusked wild boars. Physique +2. 2 black-tusked wild boars only exploded 1 gold coin. The enhancement of physical attributes makes Li Chang'an's body's bones stronger, and the connection between muscles and blood becomes closer. In other words, his health bar limit has been increased. He is physically stronger, and the sword on his body is a bit more powerful. Without the 2 black-tusked wild boars, the rest of the wild boar attack lineup also has many flaws. Li Chang'an kept using his sword, and he would definitely take away a 1-star black-tusked wild boar within 3 swords. Perhaps because the black-tusked wild boar had lost its fighting spirit, Li Chang'an did not receive attribute bonuses these few times. On the contrary, the sword on his body became heavier and heavier, and he saw the possibility of condensing the yellow blade. It's too late, but it's soon. Li Chang'an used air blade / continuously to kill the remaining 1-star black-tusked wild boars, and his sharp aura disappeared. Suddenly, his sharper knife emerged from his body, as if it could cut through everything in the world. The advanced skill of Tai's sword, air blade / clear intention. In the clear intention stage of air blade slashing, some people choose to resist interruption, some choose the heavy force of the sword, and some choose the speed of air blade slashing. And the things Li Chang'an chose made the knife even sharper. As long as it was sharp enough, he could behead it with one knife, and he didn't need a bicycle. No matter how fancy the other side is, you will die or be maimed if you hit me with a knife. This is what this brawl brought to Li Chang'an. This is also thanks to the black-tusked wild boar's rough-skinned and thick-bodied defense. When he finally sheathed the sword, a flash of yellow light flashed across Li Chang'an's eyes. When the sword was drawn again, a brighter yellow air blade had condensed on the wood-yellow blade. The yellow blade is on. Li Chang'an pointed his sword directly at the two panicked, two-star black-tusked wild boars. One of them could no longer bear the fear and turned around and ran away. The other head seemed to be locked in place by fear. Thrust. Li Chang'an's body was like a fully drawn bow, shooting out like an arrow with a whoosh. The knife cuts across. The black-tusked wild boar that stayed where it was beheaded. Earth attribute affinity +2. Useless attributes. Li Chang'an secretly complained that he did not follow the Earth style. Li Chang'an continued to chase the fleeing black-tusked wild boar. In the yellow blade state, Li Chang'an's whole body functions have been greatly improved, which is even more exaggerated than the increase of many auxiliary beasts. Soon he caught up with the black-tusked wild boar. Breaking blade strike. The yellow air blade popped out of the sword and struck the wild boar on the butt. Puff! Like the sound of a sharp blade cutting into rubber, the black-tusked wild boar was disemboweled. Immediately afterwards, two invisible attacks were shot out of the void, completely tearing the black-tusked wild boar in half. Shadow of Prison double strike. This is the most tragic death of all black-tusked wild boars. The fate of this wild boar tells us that being a deserter will not end well, even if you don't explode with gold coins. At the same time, endurance +4. Mao Mao, Chang'an, I've finished solving it. Mao Mao's victory provided Li Chang'an with 4 points of stamina. He felt that at least half of the fatigue accumulated in the previous battles had been eliminated. The black-tusked wild boar king is such a good person. The smell of blood filled the jungle, but no predator dared to appear here. Mao Mao was still squatting on the body of the black-tusked wild boar king, elegant and calm, and the hellfire on his body was still burning. The death of the wild boar king beneath him was unbearable, so tragic. He was probably killed by Mao Mao. Fortunately, the pair of black crystal tusks are still in good condition and can be sold for a lot of money. When she saw Li Chang'an, Mao Mao's originally excited expression broke on the spot. Meow. Chang'an, can you dispel that momentum? It's very dangerous. Li Chang'an was very surprised. Can the realm of Mingyi, he realized, actually threaten the lower-level ancient dragon? Mao Mao replied with certainty. Meow. Meow. No, but it will hurt for a long time if it is cut. Feeling bad? Can I kill the soul with a sword? Mao Mao then explained the reason. It was not that the soul was cut, but that he felt very uncomfortable after being accidentally touched by Li Chang'an's sword. Li Chang'an never imagined that this discomfort could be literal. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't figure out why his sword power became like this. Probably it has something to do with my spiritual talent. Go back and ask Lao Mu. As soon as he collected the carcasses of 9 black-tusked wild boars, village chief Ma's call came from outside. Mr. Li, where are you? There were many voices with the same cry, and Li Chang'an followed the voices to find village chief Ma and others. There were several young people following village chief Ma. The leading young man was carrying a giant mushroom pig in front of him. The giant mushroom pig is one of the evolved types of the mushroom pig. It has low elite potential and relatively low combat effectiveness, but the mushrooms produced from it can be sold for a lot of money. The other young people are similar. They are all evolved types of mushroom pigs, but the strength of the pet beast is the same as that of the young people leading it, and they have not reached the elite level. The moment he saw the giant mushroom pig, Li Chang'an instantly understood why there was a beast master in Anyang village, but he still had to issue tasks in the Beast Master Association. Not everyone will choose a fighting pet. Li Chang'an murmured that the reason why he had the misunderstanding that most people would choose fighting beasts was because he was in Hongyan number 1. Even if the students in the best high school in Hongyan City choose a resource-based pet, they will still consider the issue of combat effectiveness. But in fact, most students in other high schools will not consider the talent and ability of the initial pet beast. All they need is a pet beast that can bring them profits in the early stages. Only in this way can they have the capital to consider the combat effectiveness of their second pet. Li Chang'an walked towards the direction of Chief Ma and the others, raised his hand and waved. Mr. Ma, I'm here. Village Chief Ma and others saw Li Chang'an approaching and quickly stepped forward to ask if everything was okay. You're not hurt, are you? Li Chang'an shook his head, indicating that he was fine, took out a black crystal tusk of the wild boar king, and said, I have killed all the black-tusked wild boars nearby. You should not have to worry too much about the black-tusked wild boars in the past few years. Several young college students were shocked when they saw the black crystal boar. Am I right? Those are the tusks of the black-tusked wild boar king. Look at the color and energy fluctuations. This wild boar king will evolve independently in the near future. By then, with its elite-level strength. The college students looked at me, and I looked at you, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They obtained enough funds from the giant mushroom pig and contracted a good second pet, but it still takes time to cultivate the pet beasts, and they have not yet been trained to the time period where they can fight. Village Chief Ma touched his Mediterranean-like hair and sighed. My dear boy is actually the head of a black pig. This is amazing. While Chief Ma sighed, several young people also expressed their gratitude. Thank you, classmate, for helping our village get rid of this scourge. Yeah. You are so awesome. I feel like even our school team may not be able to beat you. Li Chang'an was not flattered by these innocuous flatteries and was very proud of himself. On the other hand, these college students were so bad at flattery that he didn't feel anything at all. The 5 black-tusked wild boars outside were collected by the villagers and were taken care of by an old man. The old man heard that they were hunters' trophies, and he insisted on guarding these things for the hunters to prevent some second-rate people who were blinded by lard from getting mad. Li Chang'an thanked the old man for his enthusiasm and gave the wild boar king and the black-tusked wild boar that he had cut in half to the villagers, thanking them for helping him collect the carcasses. Of course, he still kept the most valuable black tooth. Only pork was given to the villagers. People in Anyang village were also shocked when they saw the 3-meter-tall and 5-meter-long wild boar king. They originally planned to keep Li Chang'an and let the most skilled cook in their village cook a pig-killing dish for Li Chang'an. But Li Chang'an was eager to hand in the task and ultimately declined, accepting only a large bag of dried mushroom from village chief Ma. It is said that this is a specialty of Anyang village, which contains all kinds of delicious mushrooms, all produced from various mushroom pigs. Officially, it was because Anyang village had just embarked on the road of getting rich by raising pigs and selling mushrooms, and had not had time to develop the strength of its own beast masters, that the incident of being bullied by the black-tusked wild boar happened. However, it is said that after this crisis, the second favorites of those college students also reached the strength to protect the village in 2 years. Only then would Anyang village truly gain a foothold here. In this regard, Li Chang'an sincerely wishes this group of hospitable villagers. The aircraft pilot looked at Li Chang'an, who was drinking tea leisurely at the entrance of the village. There were several village elders chatting with him. I looked in a rearview mirror again at the dark circles under my eyes caused by the exhaustion of running around, and felt a little confused. What happened in the past 2 hours has changed so much. Li Chang'an said goodbye to the reluctant village elders and got on the aircraft. He saw the dark circles under the pilot's eyes that had not been there before. Surprised. Going to maintain the big sword? The driver had a black line on his head. Why did this high school student look like he was more familiar with society than he was? But he still answered honestly. No, before I picked you up, I picked up a troublesome client. That client's pet was a dark-type beast. Li Chang'an said, "Oh," with an expression that said it would be whatever it was. The driver watched with a sigh of relief. On the way back, the driver asked, "Has the problem in Anyang village been solved?" Li Chang'an was concentrating on flipping through the browsing function of the beast-taming badge and said without raising his head, "Well, I also killed the wild boar king, by the way. Even if there are remaining black-tusked wild boars, they will become much more peaceful in recent years." The pilot didn't believe it. How could a high school student who had just become a beastmaster be capable of killing the extraordinary 3-star black-tusked wild boar king? No one understands the huge strength gap between beast masters better than those who work hard at the bottom of the beast master class. The lower level defeats the upper level, and the leapfrog kill only exist in the novels they listen to. Along the way, the two of them were silent. Li Chang'an returned to the Beast Taming Association and went to the reception desk to submit the task. The beautiful receptionist at the front desk said, with a formulaic smile, "Well, I have received the confirmation from Anyang Village. Sir, your task has been confirmed to be completed. Do you need any other services?" Li Chang'an asked. "Were Warcraft corpses and materials sold?" The beautiful receptionist glanced behind Li Chang'an. There was no package. Out of the corner of her eye, she accidentally touched the ring on the middle finger of Li Chang'an's left hand. The smile on his face paused, and his tone suddenly became much more sincere, and he said, "Okay, sir. The material processing location is in the warehouse on the first floor. The specific location is... You are welcome to come again next time." Li Chang'an walked through the reception hall according to the location mentioned by the receptionist. After walking through a long passage, a closed alloy door appeared in front of him. Swipe your card with the Beast Royal badge, and with a beep, the alloy door opens automatically, revealing a thin blue protective film behind the door. After Li Chang'an passed through the protective film, a strong fishy smell penetrated his nostrils and hit the Tianling cap. "This is so sour." He subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. The scene he saw was similar to a vegetable market selling meat. The environmental conditions here are much worse than those on the hunter's trail. No wonder it needs to be isolated with an array. The smell alone is enough for a person to drink a pot. Arriving at the door of the material processing warehouse, a man wearing a black leather apron sharpened a knife and directed his subordinates to carry things. Li Chang'an came to the man and asked, "Can the corpses of monsters be sold here?" The man stopped sharpening the knife, looked at the young man in front of him carefully, and said, "Yes, that's right. Do you want to sell the corpse of a monster?" There are statistics staff over there. You go over there and weigh it." Li Chang'an looked at the location pointed by the man, thanked him, and then came to the statistics office. He took out all the black-tusked wild boar carcasses from the space ring and placed them on the scale in front of him. The staff here counted the carcasses of 12 black-tusked wild boars provided by Li Chang'an and reported their numbers. Purchased at a price that is 20% lower than the market price, a total of 133,700 Dongwon coins. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, please collect the receipt and go to the cashier over there to withdraw money. Li Chang'an shook the bill in his hand and once again sighed at the value of the Beastmaster. Oh no, it's the gold content of a combat-type Beastmaster. He earned 130,000 yuan in one day, which is easily 6 figures in a month. This is still the income of a low-level Beastmaster. Although there are 2 extraordinary 2-star black-tusked wild boars in it, the 10 1-star wild boars alone can be bought for 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. I can't imagine what it's like to be a more profitable hunter. In fact, Li Chang'an is treated like a hunter now. How can ordinary beast masters single-handedly defeat a herd of black-tusked wild boars? It requires teamwork. Teamwork requires sharing money, as well as post-war medical expenses, etc. How can one person get 130,000? At this time, someone suddenly said, "Don't think about it. Each pocket is cleaner than the other." Damn it. Li Chang'an was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. He was a big man about the same size as Duan Bai. He was also wearing armor. Purple blood still remained on the armor, emitting dark energy. It's a hunter. The moment he saw the big man, Li Chang'an was sure of his identity. Before Li Chang'an could speak, the big man introduced himself. "My name is Wang Xiang. As you can see, I am a hunter. I heard about you from my companions, a genius swordsman." Li Chang'an scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "He's not that talented. It's all thanks to the seniors." Wang Xiang's eyes twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "Hunters don't need so many red tapes. Remember to disperse the sword power on your body before being humble next time. The effect will be better." "Sword power?" Li Chang'an lowered his head and scanned his body, and asked, "I have already released the blade-breaking strike. Why do I still have it? Is it obvious? Wang Xiang's expression was astonished. This young man really wasn't faking his feelings. Didn't Lao Mu teach you the hunter's breathing skills? No. After teaching me the advanced skills of Tai Sword, I was allowed to practice on my own. In front of the trade union hut, Lao Mu held the cigarette rod and smoked, and suddenly sneezed. A sneeze. Lao Mu rubbed his nose, feeling like someone was talking about him. I really want to forget something. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. Wang Xiang was speechless and choked. This old man hadn't taught anyone for a long time. He could forget this. So he patiently explained, to an ordinary beast master, the remaining sword power on your body is not obvious. At most it is a little strange. But in front of people with proficient skills or sensitive monsters, your sword will be a bit stinging. It would be really dangerous if you encounter a powerful monster beyond your capabilities while on a mission. Li Chang'an understood what Wang Xiang meant and asked curiously, are there also powerful monsters in the city? Wang Xiang obviously saw Li Chang'an's little thoughts and warned, generally speaking, there is no such thing, but there are some exceptions. For example, at the beginning of the Great Catastrophe, it merged into the territory of Dongwang Kingdom and became a powerful existence sleeping in the secret realm. For example, 50 years ago, there was a huge earthquake in Suha City, S province. The earthquake was caused by monsters? Li Chang'an was shocked because the impact of this incident was indeed great, directly changing part of the terrain of Province S and the two neighboring provinces. The official statement was that it was an ordinary earthquake, but it was unexpectedly caused by a monster. Wang Xiang looked heavy and said in a serious voice, it was caused by an ancient dragon. The Dongwang Scientific Research Bureau detected traces of an unknown ancient dragon underground and named it Xinyunlong. Li Chang'an, is it really appropriate to tell me such a secret? Wang Xiang restored his original big brother image and said, anyway, this matter is not a secret in the hunter circle, so don't worry too much. By the way, what on earth did you encounter to realize such a sharp knife power? Li Chang'an pointed to the undissected black-tusked wild boar at the back and said, no, black-tusked wild boar and wild boar king. Wang Xiang was a little surprised. You killed them all? I think your aura is only level 2 beast master. Isn't the black-tusked wild boar king an extraordinary 3-star level? Extraordinary 1 to 3 stars correspond to low-level beast master levels 1 to 3, and elite 1 to 3 stars also correspond to mid-level beast master levels 4 to 6. That's why Wang Xiang was a little shocked that Li Chang'an, a fledgling student, was able to fight beyond the level. Li Chang'an explained, the wild boar king was killed by my pet, and I killed the other wild boars. Wang Xiang, is there a difference? That's amazing enough. It's really difficult to cut such a rough-skinned monster with an iron knife without runes. Li Chang'an scratched his head, huh? I use a wooden knife. Wang Xiang was completely silent. Wooden sword? His lips trembled, the corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and he said, did you do what Lao Mu said to you? Is that a lie? It was Li Chang'an's turn to be shocked. Wang Xiang patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder angrily, as if remembering some unbearable past event. Listen to my brother's advice. Practice is practice. Next time, remember to prepare an iron knife with you, just in case. Then he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Li Chang'an still wanted to ask something, but when he saw Wang Xiang running away, his outstretched hand stood awkwardly in the air. Tisk, why is the little b asterisk 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 d running so fast? I won't eat him. An old man appeared next to Li Chang'an. His hair was gray, and his figure was stronger than most of the young people present. Li Chang'an quickly took a few steps back, keeping a distance of 10 meters from the old man. The people around didn't notice anything strange here. The old man said, little guy, what are you afraid of? I'm not a bad person. Li Chang'an, do bad people say they are bad people when they do bad things? The old man sighed and took out a hunter badge with 3 silver stars engraved on it, proving that the old man was a 3-star elite hunter and was stronger than his father. Li Chang'an checked according to the number on the hunter's badge. When he confirmed that the old man's appearance was consistent with the hunter's website, he lowered his guard. He apologized to the old man and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Fengmao. I just got emotional. Lu Fengmao waved his hand, telling Li Chang'an not to pay attention to this, and said, "Keep this vigilance, and you will live a long time in the future." Li Chang'an asked carefully, "Why are you here?" The three-star elite hunter is a well-known figure even in Z province, let alone in a small place like Hanyang City. His current situation is that he took advantage of the loopholes in the organization's rules and was watched from beginning to end by the organization's boss. This mood can simply be described as sour and refreshing. Lu Fengmao looked at the frightened young man funny and said the serious matter. "Don't worry, I'm not here to pursue you. On the contrary, I'm here to surprise you." Lu Fengmao then explained why he was here. Hunter students have come to the Beast Mastering Association to play bugs and complete tasks for a long time. Once upon a time, the Hunter students suffered too many casualties, and the upper leaders of the Hunter Union discovered this. I originally wanted to close this loophole, but was blocked by others. The reason is that the number of hunters is already small. If you do this, you will lose the way to make money and experience in the Beast Mastering Association. Even fewer people are willing to endure the long preparation phase of a hunter to become a hunter. So the Hunter Guild has another tradition. The old man leads the new man, but this old man will not appear in front of the new man. The purpose is to ensure the effectiveness of the training and the lives of the students. Whenever a student is capable enough and is not qualified to become a trainee hunter, the instructor will promptly bring up the loopholes in this rule. Then there's a high probability that this student will be unable to resist going to the Beast Mastering Association to take on tasks. From this, seniors like Lu Fengmao can take action. Generally, there are two situations in this situation. The student takes on a difficult task, then fails, and the senior comes to the rescue. After that, the lectures will be given, and the students will practice diligently after returning home until they graduate. Either choose a task with moderate or low difficulty, and if you succeed, the old-timers will appear, but there will be an extra step to teach you a lesson. After the students return, they will maintain stable habits, but they will not be prohibited from taking on tasks in the future. Everyone is happy. After this tradition came out, the casualty rate of hunter students has indeed been reduced a lot, and the number of graduates has been much higher than before. Li Chang'an was protected by Lu Fengmao this time. Another reason was that there was too little fresh blood in Hanyang City. The old people were busy with their work, so elite hunters appeared to protect the students. Generally, this link is performed by hunters with bronze color of 4 stars or above. Lu Fengmao took out a small notebook and recorded it while saying, "You are also sincere. When I asked you to use a wooden knife, you actually used the wooden knife throughout the process. If it weren't for the power of your pet beast, you would have become a swine." Li Chang'an explained cautiously, "Actually, I don't want to prepare the iron sword. It won't give me enough pressure. The appearance of the wild boar king is also under my consideration. Mao Mao is his last resort." Lu Fengmao's pen paused because he recalled Li Chang'an's battle and found that this was really the case. "You're also a restless master. Forget it, with your current strength. If you don't waste your time, ordinary low-level tasks in the city are really not that difficult. In the future, remember to prepare an iron knife. When you have time, go dig more and collect some plant materials. When you pass the test, you can go directly to Lao Qin to build equipment. This can save a lot of time. Don't worry about the materials for the hunter's initial set. The Union will prepare them for you. All you need to do is to directly upgrade the initial armor and weapons to the quality of low-level high-grade talismans when you become a hunter." A low-level high-grade talisman. Lu Fengmao glanced at Li Chang'an's expression out of the corner of his eye and thought that he didn't know about the talisman. So he began to explain the talisman patiently. "You know that Beast Masters have equipment. The equipment used by level 1 to 9 Beast Masters is called Talisman. It is divided into 3 levels, low, middle, and high, which correspond to the 3 levels of Beast Master Realm. Each major level of the talisman is divided into 3 qualities, lower, middle, and upper, which correspond to the Beast Masters of each level in each major level. The low-level high-grade talismans correspond to level 3 Beast Masters. Seeing that Lu Fengmao had some misunderstandings, Li Chang'an quickly asked, "Is there any discount for the equipment produced by the Hunter Guild?" Lu Fengmao wanted to make a long speech, but was stuck by this question and then looked at Li Chang'an with admiration. Not bad, not bad. I can understand the essence of most hunters so quickly. Just poor. The union has subsidized the forge, but don't be too happy. Hunter's equipment is not sold in small pieces like on the market, but a complete set with additional weapons. This is still the basic configuration. If you want to add something else, you have to pay more. So work hard to make money, boy. Oh, by the way, old man, I kindly remind you that all the materials used to build equipment must be hunted or captured by you. Don't think about stealing chickens and buy materials. Keeping this tradition will be good for you in the future. After speaking, Lu Fengmao threw a trainee hunter qualification certificate and hunter badge to Li Chang'an and disappeared. Li Chang'an thought about Lu Fengmao's last reminder and returned home. Mu Qingqing had already prepared dinner at this time. According to her, Yao Yao would be able to learn how to make low-level spiritual food in another week. At that time, I can return to Li Chang'an to assist. At this time, in Li's house, there was another person lying on the sofa in the living room, looking like he had ascended to heaven. This person was none other than Li Mingxian, who had not been home for a long time. Looking at his petrified and cracked appearance, he muttered about deducting his year-end bonus. It seems that he already knows about Yao Yao. When Li Mingxian noticed Li Chang'an's return, he immediately returned to his stern father's appearance, making Li Chang'an's mouth twitch. Li Mingxian coughed and said seriously, "I have prepared Yao Yao's evolution ceremony. You need to pay for the specific materials yourself." Oh, seeing Li Chang'an's lackluster reaction, Li Mingxian couldn't help but said, "Did you hear that clearly? You have to pay for the materials." Li Chang'an replied calmly, "I know. Li Mingxian has a colon." Huh? Is this the reaction? Aren't you going to say something? Li Chang'an sighed and said, "There are too many debts to bear down. Someone has already told me similar things today." Li Mingxian discovered the blood stains on Li Chang'an's trouser legs and understood immediately. "It seems that you have experienced the tradition of a hunter. Have you obtained the apprentice hunter qualification certificate?" "Got it." Li Mingxian nodded and commented, "Not bad. Students who fail the mission naturally do not have this qualification certificate, but follow the procedures to graduate honestly." Li Chang'an's ability to obtain the trainee hunter qualification certificate means that his mission has been completed. Li Mingxian added, "Remember the words of your predecessors. Don't be clever, just keep the tradition. It will be of great benefit." Li Chang'an picked up Yao Yao, who was leaning against him, touched her soft hair, and asked, "Can I ask why?" Li Mingxian rarely became a riddler, so he said, "Do you think elite hunters can break through easily? Just having enough strength is not enough. It requires a higher level of skill. Hunters who maintain traditional traditions have a probability of breaking through to elite hunters of more than 60%, while those who are clever and pursue short-term interest have a probability of breaking through less than 30%. Li Chang'an understood that from the moment he condensed Wang Run, he deeply realized how important a large amount of actual combat was to hone his skills. There is a big difference between weapon techniques and harmonization techniques. A swordsman master who emerges from blood and fire can easily defeat those swordsman masters who retreat every day. Lu Fengmao's reminder is to let Li Chang'an not be timid and hone his skills in battle. It's that simple. I understand. How much does it cost for Yao Yao to evolve? Li Chang'an asked his father. Li Mingxian took out a piece of paper and a list and said, "Read it yourself. Blue sky wood, byway soup, moon-based materials, evolutionary formations, and these auxiliary materials." The more Li Chang'an looked at it, the more frightened he became, comparing it with the prices found on the Hunter badges and Beastmaster badges. Yao Yao's complete set of evolution rituals require about 5 million Dongwon coins, which was several times more than when he bought Mao Mao's eggs. Li Mingxian drank the hot tea and said, "Do you need credit?" Li Chang'an replied firmly, "Yes." The father and son talked about this, and dinner was prepared. Yao Yao's evolution ceremony was scheduled for a week later, and Yao Yao and Mu Qingqing could evolve as soon as they finished learning it. There are no good skills in the skill pool of the double-leaf rabbit clan. Yao Yao's talents are all given by the blood of the medicine rabbit, so it is better to evolve into a medicine rabbit as soon as possible. The next morning, Li Chang'an brought a box of high-end-looking wine from the storage room at home. Most of the things in the storage room were gifts given to Li Mingxian by others. Li Mingxian himself didn't care. He picked some to keep and threw away the rest. Li Chang'an thought that it was something his father was willing to keep anyway, so it should be good. So before going out, he took a box of packaged wine and gave it to Lao Mu. Lao Mu touched the wine bottle and said in wonder, "Where did the good stuff like Yuzu wine that had been stored for 20 years come from?" "It's in the warehouse at home." "Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you?" "He never drinks because of work requirements." Lao Mu then accepted the gift with confidence and began to teach Li Chang'an's qi-containing techniques. Unable to get started, Li Chang'an spent the whole morning before reluctantly getting in. Lao Mu also relaxed. "I was relieved when I saw you were stuck with the qi condensing technique. Ha ha." Li Chang'an shrugged indifferently and said, "I'm just an ordinary person, right?" Lao Mu smiled and nodded. "Because of this, I am relaxed, because it is not all smooth sailing for you, which means that you will not fall into pride and complacency in the future. You and I both understand the principle that an arrogant soldier will be defeated." Li Chang'an thanked Lao Mu for being a rare and good mentor and began to practice advanced Tai sword techniques in front of him in the afternoon. "When I first heard that you used a wooden knife to kill the black-tusked wild boar, I didn't believe it. But seeing the sharpness of your knife, I believed it. I have nothing to teach you in this regard. You can just follow your own path." "Lao Mu, I am not capable enough, so I will not show my shame." Lao Mu looked at Li Chang'an, who was wielding the sword with joy, and then said, "When you master the condensed yellow blade skillfully, I will teach you the final skills of Taitoji. You can graduate with air blade burst and blade breaking combo. For other hunting skills, you can go to the guild to redeem them yourself." After leaving Lao Mu, Li Chang'an kept practicing his skills at the training ground in the morning and went to the Beast Mastering Association in the afternoon to pick up some ordinary tasks. Go to the forest to collect, go to the mine to mine, and occasionally take on some hunting missions to enjoy your craft. A week passed like this, and Li Chang'an's 5 million debt was actually paid off by him. The reason was that while he was mining, he accidentally encountered a wave of crystal-backed rats. He escaped after Mao Mao raised his aura to the level of a pure-blood dragon. In the process of escaping, Li Chang'an killed several crystal rats. The bat crystal rat is an extraordinary one-star monster that lives in mineral veins. It has low strength, but in large numbers, it is also very scary. The most important thing is that the Beast Master can collect rare ores from the crystal blocks on the back of the crystal rat. Li Chang'an was very lucky. Among the crystals carried by one of these crystal-carrying rats, there was an iris crystal the size of an index finger. Iris crystal is not suitable for making equipment, but it is famous for its inner stripes that look like a kite, making it a rare treasure. Li Chang'an's piece was sold for 7.35 million, and since then the mine has been overcrowded. On the day when the iris crystal auction ended, the crystal rat tide was solved by a large number of beast masters who came over in a spitting manner. For this reason, Li Chang'an was rewarded with 10 points from the Beast Mastering Association. The status of this point is similar to the merits of the Hunter Guild. Today, after paying off their debts, Li Chang'an and Mao Mao looked excitedly at the appearance of their yard, because Yao Yao is going to evolve tonight. The reason why Mao Mao is happy is because Li Chang'an is very busy recently. He lives by eating volcanic rocks and fire crystals. Although the nutrition was sufficient, Mao Mao, who was used to eating spiritual food, found it difficult to swallow. It can only be said that even Gu Long has a bad habit of transitioning from extravagance to frugality. As for Yao Yao's evolution, she is not far from the day when she will be free from the lava set meal. How can she not be excited? Li Mingxian came back specially to arrange the scene. Although there was a little love for his son in it, it was not much. Li Chang'an felt that what this guy wanted more was first-hand information about the medicine rabbit. According to Ms. Mu Qingqing's exposure, comrade Lao Li once applied for research on medicine rabbits when he was young, but unfortunately he was rejected due to insufficient authority. It became a thorn in comrade Li's heart. Now that he has this opportunity, how could it not come? After the clouds in front of the moon were dispersed by Comrade Lee's red flame flying dragon, the evolution officially began. Yao Yao stood in the middle of the evolution formation. There were three main materials in front of her, which were blue sky with the size of a primary school student's arm, a bowl of colorful baiwei soup, and a drop of moon crystal like a teardrop. Blue sky wood is a precious spiritual plant that is useful for many wood-type pets. It mostly grows near the medicine-making rabbit group. Occasionally, blue sky trees will appear in other environments. Baiwei soup is a kind of concoction, and most of the long list of auxiliary ingredients on the list are for the blending of baiwei soup. The moondrop crystal is the solidification of lunar energy, which is condensed by special lunar beasts. The original moondrop is a top-level healing skill, and one drop is enough to turn serious injuries into a non-injury state. After processing moondrops in a special way, solid moondrops can be obtained. This is also the most expensive part of the 5 million, and even the blue sky would cannot compare with it, because moondrop is a super-level skill, and it is an extremely rare moon-type healing super-level skill. A moondrop crystal represents an overlord-level pet beast that surpasses the king level. Being able to get this thing all depends on the authority and internal preferential treatment of Deputy Director Li Mingxian. Here, I sincerely thank Deputy Director Li Mingxian for his generous sponsorship. Li Chang'an followed the process given by Li Mingxian and activated the evolutionary formation under Yao Yao. The moonlight in the sky was pulled down and turned into a misty white mist, shrouding Yao Yao. Guji, it's so cold and painful. Yao Yao's cry of pain came through the soul communication, and Li Chang'an quickly passed the soul contract to cheer for Yao Yao. Hold it, Yao Yao. Absorb all the moonlight. This is the key to evolution. Meow. Meow. Come on. Come on. Mao Mao is also cheering for Yao Yao. Yao Yao should be the first double-leaf rabbit blessed by the ancient dragon. When Yao Yao heard the encouragement from her master and companions, the perseverance in her heart emerged again, and she resisted the soul-piercing chill and absorbed it. When Yao Yao's white hair was covered with the light of the moonlight, Li Chang'an shouted at the right time, "Use Qing Tian wood." Yao Yao opened her eyes, grabbed the green wooden branch, and placed it on her chest. The breath of moonlight followed Yao Yao's little paws and merged into the blue sky wood. Immediately, most of the chill in Yao Yao's body was reduced, but the increase in moonlight affinity brought about by the moonlight infusion cannot be taken away. This is why Li Chang'an wants Yao Yao to endure it. When a milky white moonlight completely soaked into the blue sky wood and connected with the remaining moonlight in Yao Yao's body, Li Chang'an shouted again, "Drink the baiwei soup." Yao Yao resisted the smell of the bursting flavor soup and drank it. Guji, I would rather have a moonlight injection. Complaining means that Yao Yao is in good condition. However, it is indeed a bit difficult for Yao Yao, who has a sensitive sense of taste, to drink the baiwei soup. Because baiwei soup, as its name suggests, you can really taste hundreds of flavors. Of course, this is only for pets with a sensitive sense of taste. After drinking the baiwei soup, the more flavors they can distinguish, the more sensitivity of Yao Yao's 5 senses will be improved after evolving. Yao Yao also knew this, resisting the nausea that kept rising in her body and kept identifying the taste. When the colorful colors on Yao Yao's body fade away, it means that the effectiveness of the baiwei soup has disappeared, leaving only the majestic energy. Li Chang'an turned on the evolutionary formation to the maximum setting, and more intense moonlight gathered. Yao Yao doesn't have to endure it anymore, evolve. After hearing Li Chang'an's permission, Yao Yao let go of the power bound in her body. An invisible mysterious force was pulled out from Yao Yao's body and wrapped around Yao Yao. Suddenly, Yao Yao heard a harsh wail. Guji, Guji, it hurts so much. My whole body hurts. It feels like the blood is going to explode. Li Chang'an clenched his fists, suppressed the worries in his heart, and kept comforting Yao Yao through the soul communication. Yao Yao screamed for a long time, and in an instant, the wailing sound in Li Chang'an's ears disappeared. Yao Yao lost consciousness. At this time, the moondrop crystal placed in front of Yao Yao began to melt, turning into the original moonlight and merging into Yao Yao's body. Like the goddess of the moon coming to earth, she gently caressed Yao Yao's broken soul and body. It's the final stage. Don't worry, Yao Yao will be fine. Li Mingxian comforted her. Li Chang'an also knows that this is all they can do, and the rest depends on Yao Yao's own luck. The evolution of pet beasts is so cruel. The greater the potential for evolutionary leaps, the greater the risks and costs that need to be borne. Yao Yao's leap from a low-level elite to leading the medicine rabbits with medium potential is still related to the mythical race, and the risks she has to bear are far beyond imagination. The Moondrop Crystal is a backup prepared for Yao Yao. Now it seems that this valuable crystal has indeed exerted its greatest use. After Li Chang'an was restless for an hour, a crack appeared in the milky white light cocoon that Yao Yao transformed into. Then the crack grew bigger and bigger, and there were many small cracks around it. Click, click. The milky white light cocoon was mostly broken open, revealing a rabbit head covered by the moonlight. In an instant, a silvery white moonlight fell from the sky and landed on Yao Yao's head. The milky white light cocoon was completely shattered, revealing the pure, white body underneath. At this time, Yao Yao's hair is all white, and her limbs are no longer green. The two front paws are marked with tree rings, and the two green leaf-shaped ears turn into a pair of moonlight streamers, which are the characteristics of the medicine rabbit. And there is a faint mark of the waning moon on his forehead, which is really beautiful. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao immediately rushed forward. Li Chang'an hugged Yao Yao tightly, while Mao Mao curiously touched the pendant on Yao Yao's rabbit ear. This pendant is made of the arm-sized piece of blue sky wood. Yao Yao's already red glasses became even redder with the tears of excitement. Guji, Chang'an, thank you. It's really great to meet you. Yao Yao buried her head in Li Chang'an's chest and breathed in his breath. Mu Qingqing, who was watching, also expressed emotion on her face. What kind of magic power did her son have that could make two pet beasts stick to him like this? Is there a second talent similar to affinity with living beings? Ms. Mu Qingqing almost caught the point. After the two pets calmed down, Li Mingxian came on stage and carefully checked Yao Yao's physical condition. Originally, he wanted to check Mao Mao, but Mao Mao cleverly returned to the beast-controlling space and did not give Comrade Li a chance at all. After Li Mingxian checked Yao Yao, he said with satisfaction, Yao Yao is fine. All the data are very healthy, almost the same as those in the Dongwang National Database. Hearing this, Li Chang'an put his heart into his stomach and began to check Yao Yao's information changes. Name, Yao Yao. Race, poison rabbit. Attributes, wood moon. Level, awakening stage. Potential, lead higher level. Talents, moon people, herb hammer. Low-level skill, moonlight condensation, master level. Intermediate skills, thousand flowers, contact level. Double blades of the moon, proficiency level. Blessing of grass, proficiency level. Status, touched and attached to the owner. There are two more new skills and one mutation skill, and the attributes have also become dual attributes of wood and moon. Not to mention talent, both transformed. Moonlight condensation. This skill seems to be a low-level skill, but in fact, for moon beasts, its status is no less than the Hellflame skill of the Hellflame dragon. They are all important cornerstones of the core system. Thousand Flowers, this skill is a wood skill. It releases a large number of energy petals to attack the enemy, with a chance of causing chaos to the enemy. Double Blades of the Moon. This skill is a mutation of the Leaf Blade, and its attributes are changed from wood to two energy attacks that are a mixture of wood and moon. The potential is extraordinary, and the proficiency is on par with the Leaf Blade. Needless to say, Blessing of Green Grass. It is worth mentioning that due to this evolution, its skill proficiency has increased by one level, reaching the master level. The effect of the talent, Moon People, is very simple. Increase the affinity of moonlight by 50% and increase the power of moon skills by 20%. It is a versatile talent that combines training and combat. Judging from the effect of the talent, Herb Hammer, it should be an advanced version of pharmaceutical. Its effect is even greater than pounding medicine, increases the success rate of blending by 25%, and has a 1% probability of sublimating the quality of the blend. The more complex the blend, the the higher the probability of sublimation. An increase of 1/4 in the success rate is enough to make most blenders envious. Not to mention the subsequent sublimation properties and the extra suffix. The more complex the blend, the higher the probability of sublimation. Li Chang'an has confirmed that this is a blender talent that becomes more powerful as it reaches the later stages. Forget it. I'll let go of the skills first. Li Chang'an was a little excited. Flies rubbing hands.jpg. Yao Yao has evolved. Let's start to advance to the extraordinary level while most of the moonlight is still there. The moonlight was like mist, covering up the indifference of the night and raising a thin, milky white sky over the courtyard. Under the sky, a white and cute little rabbit is concentrating, and the moonlight is constantly condensing around it. It adds a layer of heaviness to this sky. When the couple Mu Qingqing and Li Mingxian saw Li Chang'an sitting cross-legged and meditating, and Yao Yao using the skill, moonlight condensation, they already understood everything. This kid really knows how to find opportunities. But this idea is quite right, isn't it? Mu Qingqing sighed, took out a relatively thick life crystal fragment from the space ring, and placed it between Yao Yao and Li Chang'an. I just hope Shaoan remembers not to do whatever comes to mind, but to be prepared for everything. Seeing the addition of life crystal fragments, Li Chang'an smiled at his mother and took out a few wood crystals and a bottle of Qinghua Linglu bought at a huge sum of money. Mu Qingqing, if your child is dead, don't tell him early if you are prepared. Li Chang'an, this bottle of Qinghua Linglu cost him nearly 1 million Donghuang coins, and this was a preferential price after the Hunter Guild gave the students a discount. If Li Chang'an hadn't made a fortune some time ago, he would have been reluctant to buy this extremely expensive bottle of low-level moon resources. There is only 1.87 million left in the small treasury. Coupled with Mao Mao's big appetite and Yao Yao's diet, this little money is really nothing. Mu Qingqing did not take back the fragment and quietly watched her son guide Yao Yao to the opportunity to break through. As the concentration of moonlight reaches a critical point, it's now. Yao Yao no longer controls the skill of Yuehua condensation and tries her best to break through her own limits. Guji. Oh, the power is pouring in from afar. Li Chang'an took the opportunity to open the wood crystals and Qingyue's spiritual dew and place them in front of Yao Yao. Yao Yao's wisdom is very high, and she can even surpass Mao Mao now in terms of coordination. It immediately understood and actively absorbed the moon energy from the wood crystals and Qingyue's spiritual dew. Soon the light green low-level wood crystals turned into gray, and the moonlight rippling in the clear moon dew gradually dimmed. The moonlight around Yao Yao suddenly closed and released, and an extraordinary aura filled the air. At this moment, the life crystal fragments that had been silent seemed to be pulled by something, and the blockade on the life energy was released. Li Chang'an was shocked. If the life crystal fragment was allowed to continue like this, the fragment would be in vain. Yao Yao and Mao Mao began to absorb the escaped life energy at the same time. Mao Mao basically maintains its original shape in the beast control space. It raises its head and roars. Oh, Chang'an, I'm about to break through. Li Chang'an. However, there were some unexpected emotions mixed with it. These days of Beast Control Association missions allowed Li Chang'an to thoroughly understand the specific effects of the function on the third page of the hunting notebook. Chaotic blood feast, as gluttony eats all inedible things and returns to its origins. This means that whenever Li Chang'an cannot obtain attribute points or skill stones. In short, when the gold coins are not exploded, that part of the life energy will be purified into the original state by the hunting notes. It should have been absorbed by Li Chang'an, but for some reason. Li Chang'an also figured out that when he defeated the hunting note mark, Mao Mao also had to do it. In other words, his half of the imprint contains Mao Mao's shares. It's not difficult to understand if you think about it this way. This is why Mao Mao can cut off excess life energy. He did not object to this. After all, only Mao Mao could ignore the influence of the hunting notes. Now he did not dare to use the life energy purified from the hunting notes. Li Chang'an has gained a few points of stamina and a low-level skill stone, hammer, these days, and the rest has been absorbed by Mao Mao. This is why not long after Mao Mao broke through to Extraordinary 1 star, He was about to advance again. Even the ancient dragon should be exhausted after eating so many life sources of extraordinary monsters. The energy of this life crystal fragment turned into two streams, flowing into the eyebrows of Yao Yao and Li Chang'an respectively. Suddenly, Yao Yao's originally stable aura surged again, but her state did not change much. Li Chang'an received feedback from Yao Yao. His mental power increased significantly, and his sensory sensitivity also increased at an alarming rate. As for the magic power, Yao Yao's feedback of this wave of magic power saved about half a month of practice. Obviously, Yao Yao is not specialized in magic power. The increase in magic power provided to him cannot be said to be absent, but not very obvious. In terms of spell power, it also depends on the ancient dragon Mao Mao. Fortunately, Yao Yao's feedback on mental power was extremely gratifying. After this wave of improvement, Li Chang'an felt that his mental power had reached at least 40 talisman, reaching the level of a level 4 beast master. Some people are still at level 2, and their mental power has reached the level of mid-level beast masters. It can only be that this fate is really wonderful. It was almost over for Yao Yao. Seeing this, Mao Mao no longer restrained himself and swallowed up all the remaining life energy in one breath. The fragments provided by Mu Qingqing may have turned into fly ash on the spot, floating in the air. Immediately, Mao Mao's body shape began to change. From 1.5 meters long, the body length began to increase sharply to 2 meters, 2 meters 3, 2 meters and 5. It continued to grow to 3 meters before slowly stopping. Eventually, it grew to a length of 3.2 meters and a height of 1.5 meters. This wave of advanced life energy replaced the nutrients needed for its growth, and the remaining moonlight was purified into pure energy and poured into Mao Mao's body. Due to the improvement of his realm, the aura in Mao Mao's eyes became brighter and brighter. His level of wisdom became higher, and more inherited memories were unlocked. It contains the basic fighting skills of the Hellflame dragon clan. It can be said that the ancient dragon clan all upgrade while lying down, and when they get up, they become experienced combat masters. No one needs to be taught at all. Pureblood dragons are very similar to ancient dragons in this respect, but the improvement is much smaller than that of ancient dragons. As soon as Mao Mao was promoted, most of Li Chang'an's extra 1,000 cubic meters of magic space was filled in an instant. It was originally expected to take 1.5 years to break through to level 3 Beastmaster, but it was abruptly shortened to less than half a year. Li Chang'an even wondered if he was contracting an ancient dragon, so he wouldn't have to worry about too much space to control the beast. Then he laughed at himself. Why are ancient dragon eggs so easy to meet? Even the cubs are under the care of adult ancient dragons. He can seduce cubs, but he cannot seduce an adult ancient dragon with super high intelligence. What are you thinking? After Mao Mao made the breakthrough, she was in high spirits, but when she saw that Li Chang'an's beast controlling space had not changed much, her face dropped again. Meow. Chang'an, sometimes I think you are more perverted than Gulong. This doesn't even fill up your beast control space. It's simply outrageous. Li Chang'an heard Mao Mao's complaints and said with a wry smile, "What can I do? It happened like this by chance. If you do it again, you will probably be fine. Is there another me?" There was a flash of light in Mao Mao's eyes. The couple who were protecting the law were a little confused when they saw their son's aura rising sharply. Li Mingxian seemed to have thought of something and asked tentatively, "Mao Mao has also advanced?" Li Chang'an nodded and summoned Mao Mao in kitten state. The familiar, intimidating aura made the deputy director of the Institute of Ecology frown. It was true that he had been promoted to Extraordinary 2 stars, but he remembered that Mao Mao had just been promoted to Extraordinary level some time ago. So he asked again, "Did you use anything to stimulate Mao Mao's growth?" He was afraid that his son would destroy this gifted beast in his eagerness for quick success. Li Chang'an quickly understood the meaning of his father's words. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to tell his parents the truth. Anyway, with the passive function of Chaotic Blood Feast, Mao Mao's abnormal progress speed will be discovered sooner or later. It's better to tell the truth about this passive ability to your parents and hide the existence of the hunting notes. Li Chang'an considered it. Mao Mao has awakened an ability. After killing an enemy, he can absorb the enemy's life energy and use it for his own use. This time, it was Mu Qingqing's turn to question. The life energy of other pet animals? Impossible. Mao Mao's aura is very pure. It doesn't seem like he has absorbed mixed life energy. Li Chang'an pointed to Mao Mao's chest and said, "This is Mao Mao's talent. You can use Hellflame and talent to purify life energy. Sometimes I will be a little bit moistened." Perfect. It is true that the ability is improved. It is true that the energy is purified, and it is true that one can occasionally be improved, but the source of this ability is false. This wave of rhetoric not only removed the hunting notes, but also inoculated himself against possible rapid improvement in the future. Li Mingxian stepped forward and used a simple instrument to detect the mane on Mao Mao's chest. The explosive value on the instrument made this knowledgeable scholar's eyelids twitch. Unusual energy transformations were indeed detected. Li Mingxuan's words undoubtedly supported Li Chang'an's remarks. And Mu Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief, for fear that her son would do something stupid and destroy the Great Wall. Fortunately, nothing happened. Li Mingxian put away his things and marveled at Mao Mao. Mao Mao actually has this kind of ability, a spiritual talent that improves skills, plus Mao Mao's ability to improve himself through hunting, so you are really on the right path to become a hunter. Li Mingxian sighed and suddenly thought of something again and asked, "Does the energy Mao Mao gave you have any impact on you?" He is no longer worried about Mao Mao, but worried about Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao looked at each other and exchanged ideas. Then he raised his index finger. The dark red firelight on his body flickered. An array of hell flames swayed quietly on the fingertip. Li Mingxian and Mu Qingqing were stunned. They saw a ghost, and the beast resonated. Isn't this a skill that only mid-level beast masters can do? Historically, even if there were geniuses who could achieve this as a low-level beast master, they could only achieve it at the level of a third-level beast master. Now Li Chang'an has only been practicing for a long time. He is a level 2 beast master, but he is still far away from level 3. How can this be? No, Li Mingxuan's mind was running fast. It was still possible. There are no more than 3 rigid conditions for beast control resonance: intimacy, spell power capacity, and compatibility. You can tell by looking at the usual state of Mao Mao and his son. The intimacy is not low. There is also his 500 cubic meters of beast control space. After reaching level 2, it will probably be 700 to 800 cubic meters, which is larger than most mid-level beast control masters. Don't worry about the power of the spell. Plus, my boy accidentally matches the ancient dragon bloodline. Li Mingxian thought of the conversation he had with his teacher when he was young and said to Li Chang'an with a serious face, "Before you advance to the 4th level of Beast Master, don't expose your Beast Master resonance in the future. Even if I have to use the beast controlling resonance, I will kill Mao Mao without ancient dragon blood. Do you understand?" Li Chang'an was also frightened by Li Mingxuan's appearance. He rarely saw Li Mingxuan's expression and tone in his memory. "Can I ask why?" Li Mingxian responded calmly, "Sorry, you don't have enough authority." Li Chang'an's right eyelid twitched. It seemed like it was a big deal, so he agreed, "I understand." After the two of them finished chatting, Yao Yao couldn't help but said, "Guji, Chang'an, I have awakened another high-level skill." Li Chang'an's eyes widened. "High-level skills? You must know that Mao Mao currently only has 2 skills of this level." Unexpectedly, Yao Yao could have one after absorbing that life energy. Li Chang'an immediately checked Yao Yao's information. Wooden puppet? High-level skill, wood puppet, summons a green wood puppet. Then it was gone. This was the first time Li Chang'an saw this extremely irresponsible explanation of skills. In line with the principle of asking parents when he was in trouble, he asked Mu Qingqing, the master of reconciliation, "Mom, what is the skill of wooden puppet?" Mu Qingqing was about to go back to take care of her skin, but she immediately stopped. She turned to look at Li Chang'an. Her mouth twitched and said, "Son, you don't want to tell me that Yao Yao has awakened this skill, do you?" "Yes, just now." Li Chang'an seemed to see the sound of broken glass coming from Mu Qingqing's body, and a ghost came out of the petrified Mu Qingqing's mouth. This normally dignified and beautiful mother was a little collapsed at this moment. Why? Why can't I raise a pet beast with a wooden puppet with hundreds of millions of resources, but my son succeeded with only one fragment? What? Mu Qingqing's resentment almost filled the faces of father and son. Li Chang'an looked at Li Mingxian, a scholar whose husband doubled as a father, and explained, "Can Yao Yao's new skill summon a greenwood puppet?" "That's right. That's it. This skill is not an output skill, but an extremely rare and top-quality resource-based skill. It can also be upgraded to a top-level or super-level skill." Li Mingxian talked eloquently. Aoki Puppet can plant the wood resources that the pet beast has analyzed on its body and can harvest the resources every once in a while. The pet beast only needs to replenish its life energy regularly. After saying this, Li Chang'an understood that just like the Qingtian would use for Yao Yao's evolution, now it only needs to summon the Qingtian wood puppet to cultivate a brand new Qingtian wood. Still alive. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an asked Yao Yao in his arms, "Can Qingwelinglu be planted?" Yao Yao's answer is yes. Not only that, it can also plant any low-level wood and moon resources. Li Chang'an was very excited because he knew that Yao Yao could be self-sufficient with this skill alone, and he only needs to consider Mao Mao's expenses. Li Mingxian also learned about the changes in Yao Yao's skills from his son. Can it even produce lunar resources? This may be related to the mark between its eyebrows. Li Mingxian pointed his finger at the mark of the waning moon on Yao Yao's eyebrows and said, "Generally, the mark on Yao Yao's eyebrows is also the mark of blue sky wood, but Yao Yao's mark is the waning moon. This is probably the cause of the mutation." "Smash it!" Li Mingxian rubbed his hands with a flattering look on his face. "Look, Yao Yao." Li Chang'an sneered and refused directly. "No way." Li Mingxuan's body bent forward in frustration and fell to the ground. After hearing that Yao Yao could still grow moon resources, Mu Qingqing turned to ashes. In order to prevent his parents from going berserk again, Li Chang'an hugged Yao Yao and fled the scene. After returning to the room, he locked the door. "Summon the excited Mao Mao to meet your friends." Mao Mao and Yao Yao chatted happily, while Li Chang'an started today's evening repair. Take the time to practice. If you break through a few techniques of Tai, sort of few times, you may be able to break through to level 3 Beast Master before school starts. The next morning, Li Chang'an got up early, without even eating breakfast, and ran all the way to the Hunter Guild. I bought basic spiritual food mixing tools at the logistics office, as well as ingredients for the 2 pets' rations. Mao Mao has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing gave Yao Yao a space ring before, and all these things were put into its space ring. Due to Yao Yao's breakthrough to the extraordinary level, Li Chang'an's beast control space has a bit more moonlight, so he can mix spiritual food in it. So most of the time, Yao Yao concentrated on reconciling in the beast control space, which was also something she liked to see. Fighting or something like that is really not suitable for Miss Yao Yao. On the training ground, Yao Yao used the double blades of the moon. Yao Yao is messy in the wind. Doesn't it mean that fighting is not suitable for me? What's happening here? Sensing that the frost impact from the pet beast on the opposite side was about to hit, Yao Yao could only kick her legs and dodge the attack at an extremely fast speed. Dark green energy blades quickly condensed on the ears that turned into moonlight streamers, and milky white moonlight energy shone on them. 6 consecutive energy blades exploded in front of the opposite ice bear in 1 second. The mixed energy of wood and moon elements made the ice bear with good defense suffer in agony. The contact-level double blade of the moon can strike 2 swords per second. The master-level sword can strike 4 swords per second, and Yao Yao's skill is proficient level, reaching the level of 6 swords per second. This is why Li Chang'an felt that this skill had good potential before. When it reaches the perfection level, it is 10 swords per second. This number alone is enough to suppress the opponent's attack. Typical turret flow skills. If it reaches the dominance level, Li Chang'an can't help but feel a little moved in his heart. Maybe the number of sharp blades that Yao Yao can shoot in 1 second will increase horribly. Although the speed of the ice-spiked bear is not low, Yao Yao's attacks are faster. The ice spike bear that has suffered enough damage will probably lose half of its life if it takes another double blade of the moon. The hunter on the opposite side also saw this and quickly admitted defeat and took back the ice spike bear. Before leaving, he sighed and said, "My dear, are you sure this little rabbit was received from the Research Institute? This is too violent." This hunter is a dual blade wielder and follows the attribute stream. This newly cultivated ice spike bear is used to fill in the gaps in his ice attributes. The reason for this competition was that Yao Yao, who was here for the first time, wanted to see what the Hunter Guild looked like, but unlike Mao Mao, who fit Li Chang'an perfectly, she couldn't use soul vision synchronization. So Yao Yao could only come out and visit the Hunter Guild while squatting on Li Chang'an's shoulder. It happened that he was seen by a hunter who had pointed out Li Chang'an, and he made a contract with a new pet beast, so this competition began. Li Chang'an gently rubbed Yao Yao's moonlight ribbon ears and praised it constantly. "Well, our Miss Yao Yao is really amazing. She won the first battle and was crushed. She looks like a future queen." Yao Yao narrowed her eyes and was immersed in the master's massage techniques and free flattery. A thought came to mind. Maybe my fighting talent is really good? Yao Yao, who then returned to the beast-controlling space, challenged Mao Mao to a sparring match, but Mao Mao raised her paw in confusion and pressed her down, suppressing her on the spot. So far, our Miss Yao Yao has never mentioned her fighting talent. It is not without benefits to compete with hunters to learn how to fight pet beasts. In addition to the lack of experience in pet beast battles, the biggest advantage of Li Chang'an is the bright crystal the size of a pigeon egg in his hand. With this crystal, Li Chang'an's weapons can easily reach the quality of low-level and high-grade talismans. By the way, the hunter's pet beast battle command is really a file. Li Chang'an felt that any high school student in Hanya No. 1 Middle School could crush the hunter just now in the command battle. Of course, this is also related to the fact that hunters put all their energy into the training of skills and self-improvement. After that, Li Chang'an immersed himself in Tai sword techniques and mantra training. Another week passed like this, and most of July during the summer vacation had passed. After this period of accumulation, Li Chang'an has been able to master the condensed yellow blade proficiently. And by the way, he has upgraded the last advanced technique, Blade Breaking Strike, to the realm of Mingyi. The direction Li Chang'an chose in Breaking Blade Strike was to increase the upper limit of power, which is a very common and extraordinary understanding. Since he has chosen the power of the sword to cut everything off, he cannot lag behind in terms of strength. Improving the damage of the blade-breaking strike has become his first choice. I can make countless mistakes playing the main game, but if you make one mistake, you will be beaten. Coupled with the effect of Shadow of Hell E double strike, this will make Li Chang'an's flat A and burst particularly terrifying. Mao Mao didn't change much during this period. Gulong's life cycle is too long, so it's reasonable for him to make little progress in such a short period of time. Besides, Li Chang'an didn't take many hunting missions during this period and was all working hard to collect materials for making equipment. No matter how good the hunter is, he still needs a pickaxe to dig for, or when he is a newbie. Yao Yao's side has changed a lot. I don't know if it was because of the previous stimulation, but the little guy works extra hard every night when condensing the moonlight. In just 1 week, the proficiency of the low-level skill Moonlight Condensation has reached the proficiency level. Thanks to these moonlights, Mao Mao and Li Chang'an slept very well during this period, and the fatigue caused by Mao Mao's continuous promotion was swept away. Today is the time for Li Chang'an to learn the last 2 skills of Tai, Sword from Lao Mu. Look carefully, this is an air blade explosion. Lao Mu's aura suddenly exploded, and the wooden knife, glowing with red light, easily cut open the wooden stake wrapped in animal skin. The red light on the blade disappeared completely, and even the white blade could not maintain it. This is the explosion of the air blade, which will blow out all the power of the blade and cause high damage. Lao Mu once again gathered strength, condensed the yellow blade, and then cut multiple scratches on another wooden stake, and the sword fell to the white blade. This is the blade-breaking combo. A blade-breaking strike causes multiple damage. The power of each slash will not be reduced compared to the previous one. Seeing Li Chang'an's fiery eyes, Lao Mu laughed and said, "Isn't it surprising? The air blade slash that has been accumulating the power of the sword will eventually evolve into an unparalleled explosive slash. The previous blade-breaking strike, which used the power of the sword to increase the attack, ended up conserving the power of the sword. This is indeed what Li Chang'an thinks. The subsequent derivation of these two techniques is really dramatic." Lao Mu laughed again and said, "This is the charm of techniques. Anything can happen. Maybe you can create a harmless air blade burst in the future." Facing Lao Mu's words, Li Chang'an smiled bitterly to himself. What state was he in now? He didn't think about things so long ago. It's easy to aim too high, but now it's better to keep your feet on the ground. Set a small goal and strive to improve the basic skills of Tai soar to the realm of seeing gods before the hunter assessment. It would be better if he could master the condensation of the red blade. Li Chang'an shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on practicing the air blade burst and the broken blade combo. Seeing this, Lao Mu smiled happily. Everyone would dream of lofty goals, but not many people could stick to down-to-earth actions. Li Chang'an was able to establish himself so quickly, which made him very relieved. He's a piece of diamond in the rough. I hope that the higher-ups in the Union will notice this kid sooner rather than later, so that his talent will not be wasted in time. At Hongyan City Airport, a bird-like biological aircraft landed. Li Mingxian and Mu Qingqing, one holding a sign and the other holding a bunch of flowers, were waiting at the passenger exit of the airport. A woman wearing a black velvet coat and sunglasses came out. The upper half of this woman's face was half covered by her pink-purple hair, but her stunning beauty could still be seen. She wore a white shirt on her upper body, with the buttons on her chest straining to stretch, and black trousers on her lower body that tightly wrapped her plump buttocks. The powerful soles of her feet were stepping on a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles. As she walked, the gap between her trouser legs and the high-heeled shoes occasionally appeared, revealing a trace of mysterious black silk. Li Mingxian saw this woman who was dressed extremely sexy from a distance, but her clothes did not match the season. He quickly shook the sign in his hand, trying to attract the woman's attention. Perhaps Li Mingxuan's actions had an effect. The woman in sunglasses seemed to glance in his direction. When the woman in sunglasses walked out of the passenger exit, she enthusiastically hugged Mu Qingqing, who was holding flowers. The valuable flowers were squeezed flat by the two peaks. "Qingqing, I miss you so much." Mu Qingqing gave a wry smile, patted the mountain behind the woman in sunglasses, and said, "Stop it. I know you are a high-star elite hunter, and you are so strong that I can hardly breathe." The woman in sunglasses muttered dissatisfiedly. "What do you mean by a high-star elite hunter? Call me the future master hunter." A nostalgic smile appeared on Mu Qingqing's face. She still looks like this after so many years. At this time, Li Mingxian interrupted, "Senior Sister Kong." The woman named Kong pretended to have just seen Li Mingxian and exclaimed, "Isn't this my little junior brother I haven't seen for a long time?" "Li Mingxian, this yin and yang face has not been seen for a long time." The three of them exchanged pleasantries, and then Senior Sister Kong asked, "If you call me here so early, it must not be something you should study, little junior brother." Li Mingxian nodded, and Mu Qingqing said on his behalf, "It's about my son." This time, Senior Sister Kong really remembered that Mu Qingqing and her junior brother had a son. Oh, his name is Li Chang'an. I even hugged him when he was just born." Speaking of Qingqing, why don't you and your junior brother have more children? Few of our disciples get married, and the master has no children. He still hopes to have more disciples and grandchildren. Hearing these words, a rare blush appeared on Mu Qingqing's face, as well as a hint of regret. "When I was young and energetic, I was dazzled by the name of the genius, and my breakthrough was a little faster. When I realized it, Mingxian and I only had one child, Chang'an." Kong Sihui also had a look of regret on his face. When the Beast Master broke through to the king level, his life was transformed and his lifespan was greatly extended. But what followed was special treatment beyond that of king-level monsters, and the fertility rate dropped significantly. Therefore, Dongwon Kingdom reminds all high-level beast masters every year to get married and have children before making breakthroughs to avoid regrets in the future. Mu Qingqing and his wife are lucky to have Li Chang'an. Some of the pioneering sages who have lived from the Great Catastrophe to the present are feeling uncomfortable. The representative among them is the teacher of Li Mingxian and others. But Mu Qingqing and Li Mingxian are both king-level beast masters, so the pregnancy rate is even lower. The possibility of a successful second child is very low unless you get those sought-after life resources. Otherwise, there is no chance. Mu Qingqing changed the subject and continued. This time I called Hui Hui in advance for the sake of Chang'an. Let me tell you, Chang'an is already a hunter student. Senior Sister Kong raised her eyebrows and asked, "You want me to be a child's hunter teacher? Right? Is little Chang'an's talent very poor? Can't the Hunter Guild instructor here teach him?" "No. On the contrary, Xiaowen's talent is so good that I just received news that the mentor of the Hunter Guild has nothing to teach him." Mu Qingqing handed Li Chang'an's information to Senior Sister Kong in due course. Senior Sister Kong took the information, read it over, and couldn't help but uttered a curse word. "Damn it. Outrageous. F asterisk 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 asterisk. G open the door for outrageous. It's outrageous. Why didn't you and your junior brother have more children back then? Although we, senior brothers and sisters, are not many, it is more than enough for each of us to teach one." Mu Qingqing's face was stiff. She felt like she was about to evolve into a fertility machine. She had a bad feeling that if this matter came to the ears of teacher Li Mingxian, with his character, he might not really want to spend huge sums of money to buy the resources that breed life. Then Li Mingxian transformed into a pile driver and contributed to the country's future. Li Mingxian also had the same idea as his wife, so he quickly stopped the topic and said, "Ahem, senior sister, that's it. We would like to ask you to teach Xiao for a while." Senior Sister Kong waved her hand and acknowledged the matter. "That kid is in the Union. Just take me to him." Li Mingxian and Mu Qingqing looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, finally stopping the topic. As for teacher Li Mingxuan's temper, just compare it with Senior Sister Kong. Senior Sister Kong was the disciple that the hunter took in before she retired, and she had the most similar temperament. And Li Mingxian was the disciple he took in during his time at university to cultivate his character after retirement. The style of conduct is still different from that of Senior Sister Kong. A sly look flashed in the eyes of Senior Sister Kong, who was walking in front. "Hum hum, young man, tell the old man when you return to the hotel, junior brother, you and Qing should work harder." In the Hunter Guild, Li Chang'an was immersed in practicing air blade bursts and blade-breaking combos. As you learn all the basic techniques of Taitoji, from the initial slash to the air blade slash, the broken blade attack, to the air blade burst and the broken blade combo. All techniques are twisted into a rope and connected in series. Because of this, his spirit surged like a spring at this moment, and the wooden sword in his hand was no longer limited to the process of accumulating and releasing the sword's power. Use broken blade strikes and air blade slashes at will. Even if there is no sword force, you will still use broken blade combos or air blade bursts. Li Chang'an's movements were a little funny at first, but as he swung the wooden sword, each move gradually became very charming, as if he was gestating something. The three people who came here specifically to look for Li Chang'an happened to see this scene. The leading woman stopped the other two people from moving and watched with interest. Li Chang'an didn't notice the person coming next to him and was immersed in the insights brought by his talent. The wooden knife in his hand became more and more powerful, and each knife was full of sharpness. Finally, Li Chang'an sheathed the knife. When the sword was taken out again, the blade was shining with a bright yellow luster. Yellow blade, Li Chang'an actually skipped the white blade stage and directly concentrated the power of the yellow blade. This concludes all the insights about all the basic techniques of Tachiji. Li Chang'an looked at the wooden knife in his hand, and his eyes were in a trance. My basic skills were amazing. Not only the basic sword skills such as thrusting and cassock cutting, but also air blade cutting and breaking blade attack. All of them have entered the realm of seeing gods. Hence the miracle that the sword turned out to be a yellow blade. Due to Li Chang'an's early accumulation, he originally only needed less than 10 attacks to accumulate a full level of sword power, but now due to his understanding, it has been extended to 20 attacks. Just like an ordinary swordsman. But what he got in exchange was a sword that was sharper and purer than before. Because every time Li Chang'an slashed, he was simultaneously accumulating power and cutting with the air blade to purify the power of the sword. This almost impossible thing did happen. Because of this, there is a miracle that the sword is now a yellow blade. This is not the end yet. According to his understanding, the red blade can still be unsheathed in the future. Even, Li Chang'an remembered an idea that Lao Mu once said, or something that every Taiku user has thought about. Forget it. These are too far away from me. I'd better accumulate the basics honestly and see more advanced hunting skills in the future before I think about this kind of thing again. When Li Chang'an recovered, he heard applause and a strange woman's voice. Yes, yes. I was a little skeptical before, but now I have an idea. Fortunately, I was the one who came first. Hearing the huge difference in tone and style, a question mark appeared on Li Chang'an's forehead. Who are you? Then his eyes skipped over this woman with a hot figure and saw two familiar figures behind her. Dad, Ma, Li Mingxian and Mu Qingqing quickly caught up. Li Mingxian introduced Li Chang'an. This is my senior sister, Kong Si Hui, and the hunter teacher I found for you. Lao Li's words were concise and to the point. Li Chang'an understood immediately, so he immediately said, Hello, teacher. Kong Si Hui heard this and said, Just call me Sister Kong. Li Mingxian, senior sister, the seniority is in chaos. Mu Qingqing was already looking up at the sky. She knew this best friend's character very well, and she would never change what she had said. Of course, the exception is about money. After all, Kong Si Hui is also a working hunter and has all the poor qualities one should have. Li Chang'an immediately hit the snake with a stick and shouted to Sister Kong one after another with Kong Si Hui. Li Mingxian next to him was so angry that his face turned green. After exchanging feelings, Kong Si Hui and Li Chang'an chatted about his future path. Through the demonstration just now, Kong Si Hui already understood Li Chang'an's path from the force of the sword. So he gave him two general directions for the future. One is to continue improving on the current path, and the other is to put aside the practice of sword skills for the time being and train all the body skills. Li Chang'an chose the latter, because from Kong Si Hui's tone, it was not difficult to see that she hoped she would choose the latter option. Kong Si Hui showed a big smile, and the smile on her face made her already beautiful face even more bright and charming. Even Li Chang'an, whose concentration was tempered by Wen Miaohua, couldn't help but feel slightly absent-minded. Good apprentice, it's not in vain that my master thinks so highly of you. A swordsman should pursue the excitement of dancing on the tip of the sword. When Kong Si Hui spoke, the surprise in Li Chang'an's heart immediately disappeared. For some people, it is better to watch from a distance rather than play with it. Once you get close, the filter is easily broken. Kong Si Hui is a real example. When your basic body skills reach the stage of clear intention, I will teach you the most exciting techniques of Taitoji. You will definitely like it. Li Chang'an already knows what technique Kong Si Hui talks about. He often hears it from the high-star swordsmen in the guild. Everything you see is like the wind, and death follows you. The sword wielder just wants to cut, and cuts desperately, either on the way to see the cut or on the way to see the cut. The drunken words of the drunken swordsman still echoed in Li Chang'an's ears. I hope Kong Si Hui is not an alcoholic. Sister Kong, do you like drinking? Kong Si Hui replied subconsciously without thinking. I like it. It tastes so good. Why don't you like it? Li Chang'an shut up and concluded that he was an alcoholic. After that, if Mu Qingqing hadn't pulled him, Kong Si Hui would have taken Li Chang'an to the hunting ground in the city to practice his body skills. Obviously, this person is also a practical person and believes that hunters should use blood to forge their skills. Anyway, today's training goal has been exceeded, and Li Chang'an also agreed to go home with his parents and Sister Kong. After arriving at home, Yao Yao immediately ran to the yard and summoned the wooden puppet. This week, she has finished analyzing King Tianmu and Qing Linglu. However, Qing Tian wood is a high-level resource and cannot be cultivated with its current strength. Therefore, the wooden puppet summoned this time is used to cultivate Qing Yue's spiritual dew. The demand for this low-level moon resource is quite large, and it has the effect of clearing away distracting thoughts and calming the mind. Especially before level 3 beast masters prepare to break through to level 4, they will purchase resources such as Qing Yue's spiritual dew in large quantities. The current market price is almost equal to 11,000 Dongwon coins for 1 milliliter. For example, the amount used for a beast master's breakthrough requires 10 milliliters at a time. The dosage of pet beast breakthrough is larger, calculated based on 100 milliliters. Li Chang'an's bottle cost him over 1 million yuan, draining half of the small treasury he had accumulated from doing tasks. Yao Yao summoned a cyan wooden puppet, and under its operation, the cyan wooden puppet transformed into a moon-holding bottle. There is also a funnel above the mouth of the bottle, which seems to be used to collect moonlight. Yao Yao explained to Li Chang'an, "Guji, this is the cultivation method of liquid resources. If it is a plant or fungus, it will become a hotbed." Li Chang'an's eyes were also open to the fact that this wooden puppet could be used in this way. "How is the output now?" "Yao Yao, Guji, the current wooden puppet can produce 5 milliliters of Qing Yue's spiritual dew in 3 days, and the energy needs to be replenished every 7 days. 50,000 in 3 days, this is still contact-level proficiency." Li Chang'an can already imagine how much money wooden puppets will attract in the future. "Damn it, Aoki puppet." A strong female voice came from behind him. It was Kong Sihui who was visiting Li's house. Kong Sihui rubbed her eyes in disbelief, as if to confirm whether she had seen it correctly. Li Chang'an turned to Kong Sihui and said, "Sister Kong, are the wooden puppet skills also rare at Dongling University?" Kong Sihui is a professor of the Hunter Department at Dongling University, one of the 4 major beast control universities in Dongwon Kingdom. Dongwon State has 4 top universities and 4 military academies, and Dongling University is one of them. At Kong Sihui's age, being a professor at Tangling University is enough to be considered young and promising. Of course, this is based on the lifespan of a king-level beastmaster. Kong Sihui is only about 50 years old. Compared with the 500-year lifespan of a king-level beast, this is only 1/10, or even less than that. According to Li Mingxian, Kong Sihui's strength is stronger than the king level. Li Chang'an estimated that Kong Sihui was a powerful person at the level of a heavenly king, and his lifespan may have been extended to 1,000 years. Compared with her lifespan, Kong Sihui at this time can indeed be called young and promising. Kong Sihui smacked his lips and said with envy, "This is not a rare problem. It's about character." So far, the high-level skill, wooden puppet, has not found a stable way to awaken. We can only try it again and again by using rare materials such as blue sky wood. I'm trying to start with 10 million at a time. Some people have invested tens of billions in this skill, but they haven't succeeded yet. By the way, I remember that Qingqing also tried it back then. She probably spent several hundred million, but it also failed. In the days that followed, she was so poor that she almost had to eat dirt. But in the end, it was her junior brother who helped her. This is the beginning of sparks between the two of them. Ha ha ha. Li Chang'an. Uh-oh. What should I do if I accidentally heard about my mother's dark history? The experienced Li Chang'an decided to forget what had just happened, and then asked about the special nature of the wooden puppet skill. "Sister Kong, why do so many people want the wood puppet skill? Isn't it just a high-level skill?" Kong Sihui said quietly, "It is indeed just a high-level skill, but the advancement of this high-level skill is extraordinary. The top-level skill, Qingling Hotbed, and the super-level skill, 10,000 Woods Fertile Fields are all advanced from this skill. And I heard it clearly, it can only be advanced through this skill. So far, no pet beast or wild monster can directly awaken Qingling Hotbed or 10,000 Woods Fertile Field. If you know the purpose of wooden puppets, you should also know how terrifying the advancement of this skill is. It's only tens of billions. Once you awaken and advance successfully, you can earn it back very quickly. Li Chang'an finally understood why Mu Qingqing looked shocked when she heard that Yao Yao had awakened the wooden puppet. I see. Li Chang'an chuckled, and Kong Sihui had a look of confusion on his face, but she, who is always smart, immediately understood the expression on Li Chang'an's face and the meaning behind it. Hey, it turns out that Qingqing also gets hit sometimes. Kong Sihui's voice sounded loud and clear. Li Chang'an suddenly shuddered and quickly explained, "Ah, this is not the case, I didn't say it." Kong Sihui gave a lingering smile, leaving Li Chang'an, who was restless, and walked away. That day, Li Chang'an's dinner was a bowl of thin rice porridge with rapeseed floating in it. The next morning, Kong Sihui brought Li Chang'an to the Hunter Guild to pick up the mission. The receptionist at the Mission Entrustment Office said politely, "Ms. Kong Sihui, Mr. Li Chang'an does not have a formal hunter's qualification certificate, so they do not meet the requirements for performing the mission." Kong Sihui was not surprised at all. She seemed to be fully prepared and asked, "I remember that Li Chang'an has already passed the theory and the practical basics. He has also reached the standard. Can he apply for the formal hunter assessment?" The receptionist worked on the computer, checked the information, and said, "It is indeed consistent. Does Mr. Li Chang'an want to apply for the official hunter assessment?" Li Chang'an remembered that he was satisfied with the class hours, but he still needed permission from the actual combat instructor. Lao Mu originally planned to allow Li Chang'an to take the assessment after his basic sword skills were demonstrated. Now Kong Sihui, as an 8-star elite hunter, skipped this step directly. Anyway, his basic Tachi sword skills and advanced techniques are all at the level of seeing the gods, so Li Chang'an is incompetent. "I am sure to apply for the formal hunter assessment." The receptionist nodded, quickly sorted out the various certificates in his hand, stamped them, and said, "Your official hunter assessment will begin in 2 hours. Please wait at the hunter arena half an hour in advance." After listening to some process instructions that cannot be ignored, Kong Sihui took Li Chang'an through the hunter's trail and came to the hut at the training ground. Li Chang'an was a little surprised as to why Kong Sihui brought him here. Kong Sihui said, "Since he is the guide in your hunting career, you naturally have to say goodbye to him. Is this also tradition?" "Yeah, every hunter will experience this farewell." Li Chang'an walked into the hut and told Lao Mu what had happened in the past few days, and also talked about his apprenticeship with Kong Sihui. When Lao Mu heard Kong Sihui's name, instead of being surprised, he looked very pleased. "It turns out to be the Eternal Blade, Ms. Kong. With her here, I don't have to worry about you wasting your time." "Was it arranged by the union?" "No, Sister Kong is my dad's senior sister." "That's fine." Lao Mu didn't want to care about this, and Li Chang'an demonstrated in front of him the basic sword skills and advanced techniques of his god-seeing realm. Then, with a flattering smile on his face, he said, "Old Mu, look at this, isn't it?" Hey. Lao Mu laughed and scolded. "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You only care about my private possessions." According to Lao Mu's previous promise, as long as Li Chang'an's basic sword skills can reach the state of seeing gods during the summer vacation, he will give Li Chang'an a big gift. And Li Chang'an not only achieved, but also far exceeded Lao Mu's expectations, both in terms of time and realm. That's fine. This thing shouldn't lie dormant in a dark box for the rest of its life. Lao Mu looked up to the sky and sighed, walked back to the hut, hesitated for a while, held a shiny object in his hand, and threw it to Li Chang'an. "I'm giving it to you. Keep it. At least wait until your boy becomes an elite hunter, and then you can explore the opportunities behind this thing." Without giving Li Chang'an time to react, Lao Mu kicked him out of the hut. Li Chang'an stood outside the door, holding a shiny metal in his hand. "No, it feels like scales, but it also has a metallic texture." Gold certificate." Kong Sihui's voice came from above Li Chang'an's head. Kong Sihui was 1.9 meters tall in high heels, and Li Chang'an, who was not yet fully grown, was more than a head shorter than her. "Sister Kong, do you know this?" Kong Sihui looked in the direction of the hut and murmured, "I didn't expect that there are survivors of that incident here." Then he said to Li Chang'an, "The golden certificate is also the certificate to enter the land of gold, Belmare. Keep it safe. This should be the glory of that old Mu, and it is also the most painful past. Anyone who is not a 7-star elite hunter is not qualified to use it. Hearing Kong Sihui's increasingly solemn tone, Li Chang'an's expression also became solemn and said, I understand. Kong Sihui chuckled, regained her previous carefree attitude, and said, Okay, the serious topic is over. I found that your luck is really good. You're not even a formal hunter, so you got the golden certificate first. I just applied for this thing not long ago with my meritorious service. It's better for you to get it for free. Li Chang'an asked curiously, What exactly is Golden Land? What is the use of this proof? Kong Sihui didn't want to say more, but asked Li Chang'an to keep it and not show it to others until he had enough strength. Li Chang'an put the golden certificate into the space ring and put it away. Lao Mu in the hut looked at Li Chang'an's retreating figure through the turbid light in the house. Sitting on his recliner, he let out a long sigh, took a few puffs of cigarette, and exhaled slowly. Lao Mu closed his eyes, remembering the war cry and a roar in his ears, and an unnoticeable tear disappeared into the smoke. On Li Chang'an's side, back on the hunter's trail, Kong Sihui asked him to go to the forge to forge an initial sword. Relying on the previous recommendation of Duan Bai and others, Li Chang'an found a forging shop with a Warhammer sign hanging on the door. Boss Qin, are you there? Li Chang'an shouted at the door of Warhammer Forge. After about a few minutes, there was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground and a burst of hurried footsteps in the forge. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing a leather skirt with his upper body exposed, holding a cigarette holder in his mouth, opened the door curtain and walked out. Hey, isn't this Xiao Chanin? Why are you here today? Faced with Boss Qin's familiar look, Li Chang'an made his request. I want to create an original Tachi. Boss Qin took off the cigarette holder from his mouth and said, Is that guy Lao Mu willing to let you go? Li Chang'an took out the assessment notice and said, I have reached the level of graduation. This is my official hunter assessment notice. Boss Qin glanced at Li Chang'an in surprise. He knew how strict Lao Mu was with Li Chang'an. For Lao Mu, the more talented the students, the stricter his requirements for them. Li Chang'an's ability to graduate in such a short period of time reflects how talented he is. In this regard, Boss Qin is also willing to sell it well and talk to Li Chang'an a few more words. Whether you want a metal knife, a bone knife, or a special series of initial knives, I can forge them. Li Chang'an took out the mining harvest from a space ring, handed it to Boss Qin, and said, Metal knife, thank you. Boss Qin held the bright crystal and asked Li Chang'an, Are you going to directly upgrade the black iron sword to a low-level, high-level one? This time is not enough. These are for me to ask Boss Qin to upgrade after I complete the assessment. Boss Qin accepted all these materials, took out a black iron knife from the arsenal, and handed it to Li Chang'an. No, I have forged a lot of black iron swords in the past, so I will give you one directly. But as a forger, I still have to remind you. The best weapons currently are made of Warcraft materials. Take my advice, metal knives have no future. If you have the ability, change it quickly. Unless you accidentally obtain the core of the mineral vein in the territory of the pure blood metal dragon, and also gave the pure blood metal dragon a few buckets of blood, otherwise, it is better to change weapons quickly. Li Chang'an would not question a forging expert in the field of weapons, and besides, he had good intentions. Understand, Boss Qin. After going out with the black iron knife, Li Chang'an found Kong Sihui and asked her about the metal knife series. Boss Qin is right. The metal knife series generally has no future unless you kill a metal dragon like he said. But you are different. Although you don't have the material for a pure-blooded metal dragon, you have a chance to get a gift from an ancient dragon in this field. Ancient dragon? Li Chang'an is still wondering what cologne he is related to again. In an instant, a spark flashed through his mind, and Li Chang'an immediately thought of the golden certificate given by Lao Mu. Could it be? Li Chang'an looked up and saw Kong Sihui's expression that was half smiling but not smiling. He immediately stopped thinking and silently buried the matter in his heart. The master and apprentice changed the topic in a tacit understanding and walked towards the arena while chatting. Remember to prepare a metal knife that rises to the top in the future. I'll go talk to the others. You wait in the arena for the assessment. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged in the waiting room, with the black iron knife on his lap, slowly entering a meditative state. More than an hour later, Apprentice Hunter Li Chang'an, please come to the arena and accept the assessment. Li Chang'an, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed through his eyes. The entire arena is funnel-shaped, with a wide flat ground in the center and a circle of auditorium surrounding it. Directly east of the arena is the rostrum, on which 3 people are sitting. One of them is Kong Sihui, the other 2 are the union director Luo Hai and the mysterious president, Ms. Li Weida. Li Chang'an, who came up with a black iron sword on his back, looked around and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Good guys, you drunkards are just so idle, right? In addition to the podium, he saw many hunters he was familiar with sitting sparsely in the surrounding auditorium. As soon as this group of drunkards heard that Li Chang'an was going to take the test today, even the hunters who originally planned to take the mission gave up their thoughts. Came here specifically to watch the excitement at the arena. On the rostrum, Supervisor Luo Hai saw the group of hunters in the audience who had already started punching each other. Veins popped up on his forehead. I wish I could go out in person and beat up all those drunkards regardless of the occasion. Supervisor Luo Hai suppressed the rage in his heart, and a smile that could scare a child into tears appeared on his muscular face. He said to Kong Sihui, Ms. Kong has left a bad impression on you. They're usually quite serious. The atmosphere must be too lively today, so they are a little out of character. Kong Sihui looked at the audience with envy and said, as if she didn't care, it's nothing. The unions and tangling are pretty much the same. Seeing them like this, I thought I was back in Tangling City. Director Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. President Vita covered her mouth with a fan and laughed softly. Whether it was the scene below or the reaction above, it was very interesting. The assessment begins now. With the referee's order, the alloy fence directly opposite Li Chang'an rumbled up. After a while, 3 small monsters covered with yellow scales and full of sharp teeth rushed out from the fence, baring his teeth at the surrounding audience. There is no protective formation in the arena, mainly because it is not necessary. Most of the people here are hunters. According to their words, these monsters can be crushed to death with bare hands without wearing any equipment. Yellow Scale Beast. The introduction of this small monster came to Li Chang'an's heart. The yellow-scaled beast is a small extraordinary dragon beast, generally with extraordinary 1-star strength, and is in a middle to lower position among this level of monsters. Slightly worse than the black-tusked wild boar. Although it is a dragon beast, the dragon blood in its body is so meager that it is almost impossible to find it. They like to hunt ordinary animals in groups. If a yellow-scaled beast king appears in the yellow-scaled beast group, they can even hunt some large elite-level monsters. If there were only 3 heads, Li Chang'an thought to himself, 1 minute. The floor of the arena was an ordinary dirt road. Li Chang'an rushed forward and kicked up the sand on the ground. The 3 yellow-scaled beasts were confused. Then he drew his sword and slashed horizontally. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the black iron sword quietly completed the accumulation and refinement of the sword's power in the horizontal stroke. The 3 yellow-scaled beasts were cut in half with a knife before they could react. Li Chang'an sheathed the knife and stood quietly on the 3 corpses. +1 agility. Not bad. At least there are some gains, Li Chang'an commented in his heart. There was an uproar in the audience, and several hunters watching the show made a lot of noise. Damn it, basic sword skills are at the level of gods. More than that, looking at the special burst of sword power, I guess the air blade slash is also in the realm of seeing the gods. It seems that this test is not difficult for Brotherly. It's gone, and there's nothing to see. Anyway, it's a crushing game. Kong Sihui on the rostrum did not expect that Li Chang'an, who had replaced the black iron sword, would be so fierce, killing 3 times with 1 sword. It seemed that he had underestimated this disciple. So he said to President Vita, please release the remaining 2 waves of yellow-scaled beasts. Supervisor Luo Hai frowned and said, Ms. Kong, this is against the rules, and if it is released together, according to your request, Li Chang'an's life may be in danger. President Vita looked at the show with a hint of majesty in her eyes and replied, Ms. Kong, are you sure? Kong Sihui nodded and said, his pet beast can kill the black-tusked wild boar king who is about to evolve. As soon as these words came out, President Vita's eyes returned to their previous clearness, and she nodded and agreed to Kong Sihui's proposal. Director Luo Hai wanted to say something else, but was blocked by Ms. Vita's smile. Li Chang'an in the arena was still wondering why the second wave of assessments took so long. At this moment, the alloy fence trembled violently, not because of the mechanical operation, but because something hit the alloy fence. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face had become extremely serious. He felt that something big was coming. Several hunters who were about to leave also stopped. It was obvious that they thought there was something good to watch next. Boom! The alloy fence opened, and a 3-meter-tall, 7-meter-long giant beast strolled out of the darkness, followed by a dozen yellow-scaled beasts who were watching from side to side. Li Chang'an almost cursed, pinching his hair, the yellow-scaled beast king. There are also a dozen younger brothers following him. This lineup is enough to go head-to-head with elite-level Warcraft. I'll go. The president wants to kill little Chang'an. Does he have any grudge against the president? I don't know, but with so many of us watching, there shouldn't be anything shady. Yes, no matter what happens, we can still save Xiao Chang'an in time. Li Chang'an quickly calmed down and licked his dry lips. Instead of being afraid, he felt a little expectant and excited. This feeling comes again. Just like the last group of black-tusked wild boars, there is no fear, only the joy of hunting. Li Chang'an is now very sure that this feeling is not only caused by the instinct of the Hellfire Dragon's bloodline, but also by the hunting notes, forcibly influencing a young man of the new era to become a hunting maniac. The yellow-scaled beast king roared angrily, and the yellow-scaled beasts who received the order dispersed and formed small teams. With just this change, these yellow-scaled beasts were enough to crush the group of black-tusked wild boars that day. Although its defense is not as good as that of the black-tusked boar, its speed and intelligence far exceed them. Li Chang'an's eyes were fixed on the extraordinary 3-star yellow-scaled beast king. The scales on the neck of this strong beast king had turned yellow and green. It means that the opponent is about to complete the transformation of his bloodline. Once successful, he will become an elite, thin-blooded dragon species, the yellow-scaled dragon. A good and powerful enemy. Li Chang'an slashed to the yellow-scaled beast king regardless of his own safety. This scene seemed to others to be an extremely irrational action. Lost your cool? No, the sword power has not changed. It is still so stable. The yellow-scaled beast king sensed the threat of Li Chang'an's sword, twisted his huge body very flexibly, and easily dodged the blow. When the attack failed, Li Chang'an took advantage of the situation and turned into a horizontal slash. The large-scale slash made the yellow-scaled beast king unable to dodge and was struck by the sword. Oh woo! The yellow-scaled beast king groaned in pain. The scales that had just been struck by the blade were broken, and there was faint blood oozing out. Oh woo! With a roar, the hesitant yellow-scaled beasts around began to attack. Li Chang'an ignored these yellow-scaled beasts and focused on beating the yellow-scaled beast king. The yellow-scaled beast king was very embarrassed by this desperate fighting method. Not a single skill was released, and several of the younger brothers were hacked to death by Li Chang'an. It looked like a scene that accidentally injured the yellow-scaled beast, but in the eyes of President Vita, it looked completely different. What a clever little guy. He seems to have lost his mind, but in fact he is frightening the yellow-scaled beast king and building up his sword power at the same time. A few more yellow-scaled beasts died. The sword on Li Chang'an became colder and colder, and several hunters also discovered some clues. Damn, what a trick! Relying on the wild monster's instinct to worry about being injured, we can cut out the danger and concentrate the sword's power at the same time. Outside, once a warcraft is severely damaged, it will be easily chased by other warcraft. Therefore, there is not enough assurance that the warcraft will not fight you to the death. Li Chang'an took advantage of this to quietly gather the power of the sword. By the time the yellow-scaled beast reacted, The yellow blade had already been gathered. Its little brother is also dead, and the victory will be determined by then. As for whether he would be discovered by the Yellow Scale Beast King, generally speaking, he would not. Although the Yellow Scale Beast King's intelligence is good, it is not to the level of playing tricks with humans. At most, after seeing most of his younger brother dead, and realizing that he couldn't escape, his blood was aroused, and then he would challenge Li Chang'an face to face. After Li Chang'an killed 2 yellow-scaled beasts, a yellow sheen appeared on the black iron sword. Huh, one step at a time. Is this the yellow blade? Where is the white blade? Idiot, I guess this is the direction of Xiao Chang'an's understanding. It's amazing. I can condense the yellow blade with just the number of attacks of the white blade. I actually met a genius who can only be seen in the book. There was a lot of chatter in the audience, and President Vita's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliance as she watched the show. This precious baby actually came from the branch under her jurisdiction. Oh ho ho! It seems that this year's rookie competition is going to be successful. As Li Chang'an expected, the yellow-scaled Beast King on the field was threatened by the power of the yellow blade and went crazy. It no longer cared about its injuries, called to its younger brother, and rushed towards Li Chang'an together. Yellow Blood Claw. The yellow-scaled Beast King's front paws oozed khaki blood. This was dragon's blood. This move meant that the yellow-scaled Beast King had truly put his life on the line. Even the dragon's blood for future promotion was used. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, put the sword into its sheath, and made a gesture of drawing the sword to strike. The stronger the power on the other side, the calmer his mentality becomes, and the firmer his grip on the knife becomes. A flash of dark red flashed across his lower gaze, and the black iron sword suddenly came out of its sheath, leaving a bright yellow mark in the void. The air blade explodes. The figures of all the yellow-scaled beasts and the yellow-scaled Beast King that flew towards them stopped in midair, and then split into 2. Li Chang'an turned around calmly, sheathed his sword, and looked at the audience opposite him expressionlessly. The smelly internal organs of the yellow-scaled beasts, along with the bright red blood, turned into a waterfall of blood and spread on the ground of the arena. +1 intermediate skill stone, Yellow Blood Claw. +1 agility. +1 agility. +1 agility. After 4 prompts in a row, Li Chang'an's mood was a little agitated. It wasn't because he was lucky today and had a high explosion rate. It's that his body skills have successfully advanced to the subtle realm during the siege just now. One step away from meeting Kong Sihui's requirements. Li Chang'an's body skills are different from his sword skills, and his talent, dexterity, has not yet been developed to the point where he can activate it without using his hands. Therefore, the progress of body skills has always lagged far behind that of sword skills. Now that he has finally made a breakthrough, Li Chang'an is naturally very happy. Li Chang'an passed the formal hunter assessment. The referee announces the final decision. The audience remembered the warm applause. One was for the young hunter, and the other was for the stunning strike just now. Several people on the podium also applauded. Kong Sihui is very satisfied with Li Chang'an's performance. Director Luo Hai and President Vita were thinking. A salary increase is expected this year, / a promotion is expected this year. After the assessment was completed, Li Chang'an was taken away by Kong Sihui, which made the hunters who took Li Chang'an to drink quite regretful. You are so brave if you want to drag an underage to drink. As soon as President Vita and Kong Sihui left, Director Luo Hai completely exploded. He stopped the previous leading hunters and cursed them. His performance this time was good, and the union gave him a bronze 2-star hunter rating. The reason why he was not given 3 stars is because his training as a beastmaster is not enough to complete some difficult tasks with 3 stars. As for why, there are also some extraordinary monsters that are strong and weak. Some are as strong as Mao Mao, and some are as harmless as Baihuako. The enemy that the 3-star hunter has to face, although not as good as Mao Mao, is still an elite among the extraordinary monsters. The Union believes that with his current strength, he is very likely to overturn. Li Chang'an said it was okay. He couldn't say that he could control the resonance of beasts and sweep all extraordinary monsters. It is easy to expose one's own particularity in that way. The key is that this particularity is also prone to accidents, and Dad's warning is still fresh in his mind. After Li Chang'an came out, Kong Sihui gave him an hour of free time to deal with things. After taking care of it, it's time to set off to perform the mission. In the forge, Boss Chin's loudspeaker sounded. Is there an initial hunter set? I have it here, but it still takes time to create the materials for the yellow-scaled beast. First, give me a set of initial equipment. My teacher will take me on a mission in the afternoon. Li Chang'an was a little troubled. Kong Sihui would definitely take him to the hunting ground. Even a hunting ground in the city was a dangerous place that low-level beast masters did not dare to go deep into. If he had better equipment, he could be more calm. After paying the money for the yellow-scaled beast armor and the black iron sword, Li Chang'an put on the initial armor and came to the logistics office. The old rule is to start with 10 bottles of wound medicine, plus antidote, animal repellent powder, and insect repellent powder. I also bought 2 sets of some other camping tools, just in case. After reuniting with Kong Sihui put on black and purple dress armor. The overall armor was slightly thinner and showed Kong Sihui's rather hot figure. The high heels on her feet were replaced by black leather boots, and a crystal-colored sword was slung behind her back. Her pink-purple hair is tied into a bun, a bit like King Arthur in the previous FGO game, leaving only a thin lock of hair hanging on the right cheek. Kong Sihui liked Li Chang'an's expression very much and said proudly, "What's wrong? Are you stunned?" Li Chang'an extended his thumb and praised without hesitation, saying, "Well, Sister Kong is really heroic." Faced with Li Chang'an's straightforward praise, Kong Sihui flicked the thin hair with her right hand and raised her head proudly. "Hurry up and change your equipment. The Union special plane is about to leave." Li Chang'an neatly changed his equipment in the locker room. The hunter's initial suit was not beautiful, rather bloated, and was mainly practical. There are 2 types of initial suits. One is leather armor, and the other is mixed with a large number of metal parts to improve defense. Li Chang'an chose leather armor, as metal armor would affect his movement too much. The leather armor is much smaller, but Li Chang'an still looks very strong. The yellow-green color scheme allows him to have a good concealment effect in the wild. After boarding the special plane provided by the Hunter Guild, the master and apprentice arrive at the dragon's back hunting ground. This is one of the 3 major hunting grounds in Hongyan City, the other 2 being Heiyun and Mousen hunting grounds. The hunting ground in the city retains the style outside the city to the greatest extent, so the monsters inside are also wild and untamable and very violent. But the resources inside are unmatched by some of the deep mountains and old forests in the city. This is a paradise for the beast hunting group, an amusement park for old hunters, and a proving ground for new hunters. The task Kong Sihui assigned to Li Chang'an was to sweep away a group of discharge rats in the Longji Mountains. According to the task list description, there is a high probability that this group of electric discharge rats will give birth to elite-level monsters such as lightning rats. If Kong Sihui had not led the team this time, the receptionist would not have given this task to Li Chang'an. The master and apprentice did not rush towards the habitat of the electric rat, but walked slowly. Along the way, Kong Sihui continued to explain to Li Chang'an some hardcore knowledge about hunter tracking and survival. Although Li Chang'an has read many things in books, in reality, these memories are somewhat limited. Do you know how to tell the owner's state when he is undressing his hands by soaking rice? And what the owner has eaten and done before? This is the kind of problem Li Chang'an faces these days. A lot of useful knowledge is growing rapidly, and he lives a very fulfilling life every day. Yao has been playing crazy these days. As a pet beast of the wood type, she likes this kind of primitive forest the most and has collected a lot of rare resources. If you encounter a guardian monster that you can't defeat, just grab Mao Mao and fight together. The pet beast that Kong Sihui sent to protect came back not long after, mainly because Mao Mao's methods were too cruel. Even some elite-level monsters can easily be burned to death by Mao Mao's mouthful of hellfire. Kong Sihui's pet said that at least in this peripheral area, the 2 children were invincible. In this regard, Kong Si Hui was silent for a while and decisively focused all her attention on Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an's life is a hot one, but the key is that his improvement in strength has not fallen behind. Due to Mao Mao and Yao Yao's rampage, Li Chang'an's harvest of attribute points and skill stones never stopped. Dozens of attribute values and 5 skill stones are what I've gained in the past few days. 3 of these 5 skill stones are not suitable for Yao Yao and Mao Mao, and the other 2 are the wood-type mid-level skill, Slow Healing, and the non-attribute mid-level skill, Hidden Breath. Yao Yao is suitable for both, while Mao Mao is only suitable for the Hidden Breath skill. Originally, there was a question about whether Yao Yao could withstand the influence of the hunting notes. Mao Mao looked through her inherited memories and said she could, but it requires skill. Every time Yao Yao adds points, she needs to use Moonlight Condensation to activate the waning moon mark between her eyebrows and clear the influence of the hunting notes through long-term meditation. Li Chang'an made arrangements for this. Yao Yao learned Slow Healing, and Mao Mao learned the breath-gathering skill, Hidden Breath. After the skills were assigned, when Yao Yao first learned Slow Healing, Yue Guang's ears stood up in shock. It was Mao Mao who explained the relevant things to it. Then Yao Yao's enthusiasm for collecting skill stones was as high as ever. The Slow Healing skill comes from Qingwei grass, a spiritual plant similar to leeks, which also has the property of growing again after being cut. The Hidden Breath skill comes from the nearby blue mist grass. This kind of spiritual plant has wilted during the day, turning as yellow as hay. Once at night, especially under the moonlight, the blue mist grass will emit blue mist, forming a wonderful, mysterious garden. A meadow with lots of blue mist grass is more beautiful than most of the world's beautiful scenery at night. The Hidden Breath skill is one of the reasons why blue mist grass is in its daytime state. During the time Li Chang'an was studying, the blue mist grass and green weed grass nearby suffered a lot. In the end, if Li Chang'an hadn't stopped them, the 2 kids would have wiped out all the land nearby. You can't just point to one place when gathering wool. In the camp, Li Chang'an sternly scolded the 2 little guys. Yao Yao and Mao Mao sat obediently on the spot, looking like they had admitted their mistake. Fortunately, he discovered in time, otherwise the ecology nearby would have been destroyed. Blue mist grass is the food source for most herbivorous monsters, and blue mist grass has become a good place for many omnivorous monsters to hunt due to its ability to glow at night. If these 2 spiritual plants become extinct nearby, the ecological chain nearby will definitely suffer a devastating blow. This is why Li Chang'an is so angry this time. The 2 little ones also understood what Li Chang'an said and decided to change the grass next time and continue harvesting. Li Chang'an was very pleased with this and then started the sharing meeting or distribution meeting. There are 2 main skill stones of blue mist grass, the low-level, Moonlight Condensation, and the mid-level, Hidden Breath, which are exploded from the blue mist grass at night and during the day respectively. Yao Yao is the discoverer. King Waiko also has 2 skills, the low-level, Fast Growth, and the mid-level, Slow Healing, both of which are very suitable for Yao Yao. Due to the large number of these 2 spiritual plants, the 2 skills Yao Yao learned, Fast Growth and Slow Healing, were enough to reach the perfect level. Moonlight Condensation was the first to move from the original proficiency level to the perfection level. In order to eliminate the influence of hunting notes, this skill has the highest priority. This still takes into account the Hidden Breath skill stone that Mao Mao needs. It can be seen that there are many weeds around here. Only when the skill proficiency of Moonlight Condensation reaches the dominant level will Li Chang'an consider learning those 2 skills for Yao Yao. Mao Mao's Hidden Breath skill has also reached the perfect level. Originally, it could only suppress the breath of a hybrid dragon, but now it can suppress it to the level of a hybrid dragon. The further the breath is pressed down, the more difficult it becomes. Li Chang'an and Mao Mao are very satisfied with this result. After Li Chang'an's teaching was completed, Kong Si Hui took him slowly to the habitat of the discharge rat. The discharge rat's habitat is near a magnet mine. Due to the influence of the magnetic field, no other plants grow around it. There are only thunderthorn bushes everywhere. This shrub is also an extraordinary spiritual plant. It has no spiritual intelligence. The entire plant is green and black, and the thorns on it are glowing with yellow fluorescence. That is the result of the meager thunder attribute energy concentrated on the thunderthorn bush. The thunderthorn berries produced by the thunderthorn shrub are also a favorite of this group of electric rats. Eating this berry is like holding a pack of popping candies in your mouth. It is full of energy and is highly sought after by some food lovers. But Li Chang'an is not here to pick fruits today, but to clean up the electrified rats. Union investigators found that the number of discharge rats here seriously exceeded the limit and had affected the natural derivation of magnetite mines. This is because the discharge rats themselves are beneficial to the development of magnet ore, but if the number is too large, it will cause irreversible damage to the magnet ore. For the sustainable development of this rare mineral site, the Union decided to clear out a considerable number of discharge rats. Go in, don't damage too many thunderthorn shrubs, otherwise the Union will ask you to compensate, and you will have to compensate for the mission reward at that time. Li Chang'an's face trembled when he heard this. He had to pay extra money to go to work. This was something he could still encounter in his life. There is reason and evidence. Walking into the magnet mine area, if Li Chang'an hadn't been wearing armor, there would have been scratches on Li Chang'an's body, or the unique burnt black scratches of the thunderthorn bush, scorched by electricity. By the time he arrived at the territory of the discharge rat, the leather armor on his body was already a bit unbearable to look at. At this moment, some electric rats picking berries discovered Li Chang'an, an uninvited guest. Li Chang'an took advantage of the situation and used the force of his knife to strike. The electric rats immediately began to squeak and call out to their companions. While they were gathering their accomplices, Li Chang'an took advantage of the situation and found a relatively open place to prepare for the battle. A quarter of an hour later, a large group of black, yellow-skinned mice stared at Li Chang'an with scarlet eyes. Yao Yao came out and gave him a green grass blessing, which increased the recovery of mental power and the sensitivity of perception. Mao Mao is ready to go in the beast-controlling space. If Li Chang'an encounters a life-or-death crisis, he will immediately come out to help. Kong Sihui crossed her arms and watched quietly outside. Squeak! The leader of the discharge rats shouted, and a large group of discharge rats swarmed up. Li Chang'an didn't waste any time and directly used the air blade to sweep across a wide area to prevent the group of electric rats from launching a group attack. The specialty skill of the discharge rat is discharge. The power of a single discharge is not very good. Once the number of them hides, that power is no worse than the high-level skills Thunder and Million Volts. Fortunately, Li Chang'an has reached the state of seeing gods with air blade slashing. He is not only refining the power of the sword, but also accumulating the power of the sword. There are more discharge rats, and Li Chang'an's efficiency in accumulating sword power is also much faster. In less than a few minutes, Li Chang'an condensed the yellow blade. One knife at a time, kid. Several discharge rats saw this and started squeaking. Some of the discharge rats gathered together and touched each other's lightning-shaped ears. A yellow plasma ball gradually condensed above them, and Li Chang'an felt this threat from a distance. The sword's power changed, and his body resembled a butterfly passing through flowers and leaves, evading the pursuit of most of the discharge rats. Thrust! Li Chang'an's figure quickly lunged forward for a distance. Breaking blade combo. 7 consecutive slashes broke out among the group of discharge rats, followed by 14 additional attacks, killing half of the discharge rats, maintaining the plasma mass. +1 Thunder Attribute Affinity. +1 Agility. +1 Agility. +1 Thunder Attribute Affinity. This explosion with the sword allowed Li Chang'an to gain a lot of agility attributes. As for the Thunder Attribute Affinity, so far it is the same as the previous Earth Attribute Affinity and is of no use for the time being. After gaining a lot of agility attributes, Li Chang'an's movement speed is much faster. Kong Sihui was astonished. A breakthrough in body technique? Or is the potential exploding? Why is it so much faster? Since half of the discharge rats are missing to maintain the plasma group, The remaining half of the discharge rats are unable to maintain this energy group. In their desperate little eyes, the plasma ball still exploded. The surrounding discharge rats were cleared away, and there were charred black corpses everywhere. Even though they're thunder beasts with good lightning resistance, the energy level of lightning is so large that even a rubber plate can penetrate it, not to mention flesh and blood. Fortunately, Li Chang'an ran away in time and was not affected, but the explosion of the plasma ball caused a very loud noise. The ground of the entire magnetite mine trembled, and, at the same time, it also awakened the existence on the other side. In Mao Mao's early warning, Li Chang'an sensed that a very fast monster was sprinting up from the ground. Li Chang'an had already guessed who was coming. A lightning rat? With such a fast speed, and being in the territory of the discharge rat, it can only be the lightning rat. A yellow light flashed before Li Chang'an's eyes, and a half-meter-sized yellow-skinned mouse appeared on the battlefield. The characteristic of this yellow-skinned mouse is that of a lightning mouse. The assembly line figure, coupled with the blue lightning logo on the ears and tail, is undoubtedly a lightning rat in its prime. There was no unnecessary foreplay when one person and one animal met. The lightning rat invited this little brother to come with him without any morals. Li Chang'an's eyelids jumped wildly when he saw this. Normally, leader-level monsters would test the water in a one-on-one fight first, and then call others if it doesn't work. This lightning rat was better. He directly called his younger brother to join him shoulder to shoulder. Lightning flash. The lightning rat turned into a bolt of yellow lightning and rushed towards Li Chang'an. Lightning claw. Li Chang'an's alarm bell sounded, and he was in a state of concentration. What happened next was no longer a one-sided hunt, but a helter-skelter evasion of attacks. The lightning rat was very fast, dancing on the ground like a yellow flash. Li Chang'an couldn't draw the knife as fast as it, so he could only passively defend himself from being beaten. The initial armor was like paper when faced with the attack of elite-level monsters, and part of it was broken in a few blows. You can still see blood flowing out of the broken parts of the leather armor. Yao Yao took the opportunity to get into Li Chang'an's leather armor, clean the wound with moonlight, and then sprinkle medicine on his wound. The severe pain caused by the medicine made Li Chang'an more focused. Can't be concentrated anymore, avoid its attacks. With Li Chang'an's full concentration, one of Lightning Rat's lightning claws accidentally missed. A look of surprise appeared on Kong Sihui's face. No, it wasn't missed, but it passed through the body. Li Chang'an also noticed this and tried hard to find the feeling just now. After adding a few more wounds, Li Chang'an finally caught the slightest hint of inspiration. Even if the lightning rat uses lightning bolt and lightning claw after that, it will be difficult to attack Li Chang'an, because the moment it attacked, Li Chang'an's figure was in a trance. By the time the lightning rat reacted, he had already moved from in front of Li Chang'an to behind him. After several consecutive attacks to no avail, the lightning rat has fallen deeply into confusion. What is going on? Kong Sihui's beautiful eyes became brighter and brighter as she watched the battle. She did not expect that her apprentice would understand the characteristics of this movement technique. What a stroke of luck. Invincible frame, also known as framing of space fusion. Every official Beastmaster has a Beastmaster space, which means that every Beastmaster has a certain space affinity. Generally speaking, the larger the beast controls space, the higher the space affinity. Therefore, some Beastmasters will realize space-type abilities under certain opportunities. This can be seen from the space storage device that the king-level Beastmaster rubs with his hands. The ability that Li Chang'an realized allows people to briefly integrate into the surrounding space for a moment. At this moment, you are immune to energy attacks and physical attacks. Unless interrupted with space skills, at this moment, Li Chang'an's attack is in a state of invalidation. Of course, it can also be interrupted with an attack that is enough to distort or break the space, but that would be a bit outweighing the gains. Using a big move in exchange for an ordinary dodge is a big loss. What's more, an attack of this magnitude is something that only an elite lightning rat can't do. Having found a rhythm, Li Chang'an once again condensed the yellow blade and relied on the experience gained from being beaten to seize a flaw in the lightning rat. The air blade explodes. The bright yellow sword light flashed across the lightning rat's retreat, cutting it off. The lightning rat that had lost its hind legs could no longer possess that terrifying speed. Now it looked at Li Chang'an with a long-lost fear in its eyes. Li Chang'an raised his sword and smiled ferociously at the lightning rat. Run? You can run away again. Seeing the leaders seriously injured discharge rats, they rushed towards Li Chang'an desperately. Having entered the realm of Mingyi with basic body skills, he no longer needs to think about training. Then, Mao Mao, Yao Yao, go ahead and kill these yellow-skinned rats. The firelight and the moon blades intertwined with each other, and the two little ones, which had already accumulated enough anger, were killing wantonly. Li Chang'an, on the other hand, took the sword and killed the lightning rat that was struggling on the spot. Cut off Shushu's duck head with one knife. Plus 6 agility. The elite 1-star lightning rat brought a full 6 points of agility to Li Chang'an, plus the attribute values that Mao Mao now occasionally feeds back. Li Chang'an felt that his perspective on the surrounding environment had changed, and he felt that the speed of these discharge rats was slower. Could it be that with more agility attributes, not only the speed will be increased, but also the neural reaction speed will be improved? After comparing his previous feelings, Li Chang'an confirmed this. Maybe after gaining more other attributes, there will be additional gains. About 7 or 8 minutes later, under the scorching heat of Mao Mao's hellfire, a large number of electric rats and thunderthorn shrubs were reduced to ashes. This is Li Chang'an's choice of a place with few shrubs, as opposed to a place with luxuriant shrubs. Li Chang'an shuddered, but fortunately he didn't let Mao Mao go on a killing spree. Thanks to the generous sponsorship of the Discharge Rat Clan, Mao Mao ate up all the life energy this time. Although it won't advance again, according to Mao Mao's answer, it will use this part of its life energy to practice its skills. Later, Li Chang'an learned that Gulong's skills were actually in his inherited memory. Even if he hadn't awakened, he could learn these skills through training in the future. Although the process will be a little more difficult, Li Chang'an and Yao Yao were very envious of this. They were indeed ancient dragons and could become stronger in this way. In a way, the hunting notes are not as useful as the ancient dragon's inherited memory. No wonder Mao Mao is not affected by the hunting notes. His ancestors have made arrangements for his descendants. Wherever he needs the kind of buckle-button buffs, he could become stronger just by lying down. In this regard, Li Chang'an was once again convinced that his talent was the biggest golden finger, especially the heart of the ancient dragon. Its heaven-defying effect on ancient dragons. The hunting notes feel like attack. After cleaning up the discharge rats, Kong Sihue appeared, patted Li Chang'an on the shoulder, and said, "What a good boy. You gave me 10 big surprises." He even realized the meaning of space blur. Hearing this, Li Chang'an commented, "Blurred space? It's very consistent with my impact on this feeling." Kong Sihue popularized the advantages and disadvantages of this body technique to him. The characteristics of this body skill are good, but you can't rely too much on it. It will become weaker in the later stages because when you reach the king-level beast master and above, there are too many ways to affect the space. Li Chang'an respectfully asked Kong Sihue, "Sister Kong, please give me some advice." Kong Sihue waved her hand to express that I was not interested in this, and then said, "It's not that there are no ways to improve, but it's difficult. Do you want to learn it?" "Want? Okay, then I'll tell you the method. It's very simple. Just let the sword force and body technique be perfectly integrated together. This is called potential fusion space. If someone wants to interrupt your dodge, they must first face your sword. Coupled with the sharp effect of your sword, there is no difference between someone wanting to interrupt you and being stabbed by you. I guess according to your kid's plan for himself, if I stab you in the future, I'll probably lose half my life." Li Chang'an lowered his head and smiled sheepishly. In fact, he did think so. Mainly uses a flat A, which is the ultimate move. In the future, his physical fitness will improve, and he will resonate perfectly with Mao Mao, and the effect of level A will be even more terrifying. A knife and half a life? No, use your life in exchange for my knowledge. Tai Daozai hated others interrupting his views most in his life. Kong Sihui is also very satisfied with Li Chang'an's plan for himself. He has future goals at this stage and has taken the first step unswervingly. Based on this alone, Li Chang'an is enough to be called a genius. After that, Kong Sihui and Li Chang'an began to guide the dissection of World of Warcraft. For hunters, in addition to hunting, the processing of materials is also a top priority. Li Chang'an, who has ingenuity and dexterity, used a knife to dissect a few discharge rats, and he has completely mastered the dissection skills of this kind of monster. Kong Sihui felt very unfulfilled and handed over the job to Li Chang'an, while she watched from the sidelines. This apprentice is good at everything, but makes her feel very unfulfilled as a master. Especially in terms of being able to get started, there is simply no sense of experience at all. Hey, what is this? Li Chang'an dug out a yellow stone the size of fingernail from the lightning rat's paw, which had a texture similar to jade. Kong Sihui turned around, saw the jade in Li Chang'an's hand, and once again lamented the disciple's luck. This is crystal jade, a rare product found on the corpses of monsters. This is Jingyu, Li Chang'an exclaimed. He learned from the books in the guild reading room that the Warcraft of Blue Star did not have a Warcraft core. It is generally impossible to have stones in the body. Crystal jade, a rare material, is a product of energy accumulation in a short period of time. According to the research of Dongwang Kingdom Research Institute, the production of crystal jade has nothing to do with the strength of Warcraft. It has to do with the accumulation of energy in the body of Warcraft or the changes in the life energy of the surrounding environment. If there is a problem with the energy circulation in a monster's body, and there is energy accumulation in the body, then the probability of this monster producing crystal jade is extremely high. Or a Warcraft's territory may experience a rapid increase in life energy in a short period of time, and the Warcraft itself may not have time to digest the surge in energy. A similar situation will also occur. The function of crystal jade is to upgrade the same type of equipment to a higher level. For example, the tachi made by the lightning rat is a low-level, mid-level talisman. But if the crystal jade produced by the lightning rat is used, it will most likely become an intermediate-level talisman. 0. Crystal jade can have this effect because crystal jade is formed by a large amount of original energy from monsters. You're lucky. Now your weapon is a cannon instead of shotgun. Li Chang'an laughed like a fool. This situation was probably the same as the pleasure of playing an MMO game and suddenly bursting out with the best weapons. The men here should all know the pride of being able to brag for a week. After stripping all the materials, Kong Sihui and Ji Chang'an quickly left the magnet mine. After they left, there were suddenly more green eyes nearby. Another feast has begun. Returning to the temporary camp, Li Chang'an estimated the harvest. In addition to the materials used to make the Jiden Tai sword, the remaining materials could be purchased for 1 million yuan. Don't think it's too much. This is the contribution of most of the Discharge Rat clan, which is already very little. Kong Sihui didn't care about the small amount of money. She looked like she was looking forward to a good show and said, "Tisk, TSK, TSK, you kids should understand why the hunter is so poor." Li Chang'an's expression was gloomy. Kong Sihui had just shown him the processing fee for the mid-level talisman, so he could only say that this mission was almost in vain. This is still a preferential price from the Hunter Guild. If a hunter wants to be fully armed, the cost ranks first among all professions. Armor, weapons, talismans, gem inlays, and pet equipment production. Each one costs a lot of money. 9 out of 10 hunters have 2 sleeves of breeze. This is not just talk. Of course, this poverty is compared with the level of the hunter. It is impossible that an elite hunter cannot afford tens of millions. Their poverty is limited to expensive equipment. For daily life, they are still very rich. On the way back, Kong Sihui also gave Li Chang'an guidance on the relevant practice methods of potential fusion space and Tai sword techniques. Even though most of Li Chang'an's techniques have reached the realm of seeing gods, there are 1,000 hamlets for every 1,000 readers. Even if it is the same basic technique, everyone's understanding is different. Kong Sihui's guidance allowed Li Chang'an to view the techniques he learned from another perspective, and he benefited a lot. At the same time, he also understood the origin of Kong Sihui's title of Infernal Blade. After Kong Sihui used the Red Blade state to continuously use air blade bursts and blade-breaking combos, the red light that still appeared on the blade blinded Li Chang'an's eyes. He thought that his one-handedness was outrageous, but he didn't expect that his master was even more perverted. However, Kong Sihui also said that after 2 consecutive explosions, she would not be able to use techniques such as air blade explosions in a short period of time. But the blessing brought by the red blade state is still there. Even so, Li Chang'an still felt very perverted, so he spent the rest of the time pestering Kong Sihui. On the way back, Ms. Kong not only enjoyed the novelty brought by teaching disciples, but also had to bear the feeling of cardiac arrest caused by Li Chang'an's rapid progress. It can be said to be both painful and happy.